never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. We welcome you into the live Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning squad with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Thanks for being the Tolo, y'all. That stands for turn it on and leave it on as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. And Bobby, you had a nice little night spent with the Cowboys legend yesterday.
Yes, I was hanging out with Everson Walls yesterday doing Cowboys crosstalk, and man, he's still very much on top of everything. I was just telling Sean about this during the break. He has
had a break yet.
Everson Walls. Yeah, it was the commercial break between the snacks. He has, Everson Walls, I think, the strongest resume of coaches that he's played for. So Grambling State, he played for Eddie Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
Rookie year in Dallas, he was playing for Tom Landry. The special teams coach was Mike Ditka. He then plays for Landry for all those years. His last year in Dallas, he plays for Jimmy. He goes to the Giants and plays for Parcells and Belichick. Then he goes to the Browns and plays for Belichick and Saban.
That's
about as good of a coach.
Man.
I don't know that anybody's ever come close to play that. He's also, Everson's ridiculous. Played 1 year high school, Berkner High School, led the district in interceptions his 1 year he played there, led the nation in interceptions at Grambling, and then led the NFL in interceptions 3 times. So all 3 levels of football he led in interceptions.
You would have to you would have to go down a rabbit hole to find out. I mean, maybe there's an NBA player who played for Riley, Red, and Phil. Maybe there is.
Phil and Pop,
right? Maybe. Well, I mean, I think so Ori would have, and then Rudy T. But man, that's a tough one. That's really.
Because I mean, that's how many is that? That's like 13 Super Bowl titles between those coaches.
and he's still staying up to date on things at the age of 65.
Yeah, he does. He still does stuff with DallasCowboys.com. So I mean, he watches all the games and breaks it all down and still is very much on top of everything.
And what was his secondary opinion?
So he says if the communication is broken, which he says it very clearly is, like you can see the way they're playing in the secondary that it's something's broken there, then he still would say he thinks that's on coaching. So he said he thinks coaches then you're doing something to not communicate this in the right way, because he's like, these players were just in other schemes and didn't have these sort of busts. So there's something about the way you're communicating it or the way you're teaching to these players that is not resonating the same way, and so something's wrong.
Is he available on Sunday?
Man, he could probably do a better job, because I think he still clearly knows where he's supposed to be. And I mean, he was always he was never like a super athlete. He was a 4.82 guy. That's why people thought like, there's no way that's why he went undrafted. And he was just like, yeah, but I knew where to be. I knew where I was supposed to be. I knew my job.
Well, speaking of the secondary, Trayvon Diggs not practicing. Expected, unexpected, day off, little rest, week off.
So there was some question about how available he might be, or if he might pop up on the injury report, because he had clearly left the game the other day, but he managed to come back in. And after the game, everybody was saying, yeah, he's just fine. But I mean, the fact that he had tweaked the knee before the game and was already questionable heading into it, and then kind of got banged up, you wondered if he might show up. But this is the constant state that the Cowboys seem to find themselves in, of just, all right, here you go, you can have this person back, but now we're going to take this guy. Or, all right, here you go, we're going to swap this guy, we're going to swap.
What was the stat of not having Diggs and Bland on the field together throughout their run here?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that just happens to the Cowboys every year. I feel like it was Tyler Smith's 3rd year, I think, before even in the preseason, the original intended line of Tyler, Tyron, Terrence Steele, everybody else, before they all played one snap together. It was his 3rd year. They had never done it even in the preseason. And so it's something where it's frustrating, but I also wonder if in the Cowboys' minds, they might be thinking, all right, Bland is back. That gives us some stability. We've already been playing with Stewart and Elam. Very impressive you got back in week 1. Let's slow things down a little bit. Let's see if you maybe need a week just to kind of recover. And so I kind of wonder if they're at that point right now.
Shoddy said that Clowney and Deron Bland both trending towards playing on Sunday night against the Packers. Deron Bland was back on the practice field yesterday. Packers right tackle Zach Tom is not expected to play Sunday night against the Cowboys because of an oblique. And
oblique.
A lot was made of this quote yesterday, and I'm partially guilty as well. Brian Shaw, by the way, Caleb Williams did win NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Did Russ win it? He
No,
had to have.
No, I don't think he did because he was. They lost. Generally, they don't give it to somebody who loses.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I bet you it was Goff with 500 yards in week 2.
Because I wanted to count how many people.
Oh, I think that's going to be a pretty reliable stat this year. Yeah.
Can you bet on that?
I don't think I've never seen that as odds.
The Cowboys allowing the most offensive players of the week throughout the year.
You know, it was
Jared Goff.
And in week 1 was JJ. So the Bears had allowed 2. So the Bears have been involved in all 3.
Okay.
All
Good for
3
them.
NFC players of the week.
So Zach Tom not expected to play at right tackle. Brian Schottenheimer, I blame Todd Archer. Well, truth be told, I have not heard this. I think this is very important for the way it's heard. A lot of people are saying, well, what do you expect him to say? My first reaction was, ooh, is that going to come back to bite you? This is Brian Schottenheimer on Facing the Packers without a lot of his guys.
Dak has to worry about Dak. We've got a good plan for how we try to maneuver the personnel groupings, Todd, but it's hard to replace CD, but injuries are part of the game, and, they're probably going to be out there tackle, and so you lose players and next man up, you move up, and the one thing it's never can be and never will be is an excuse. We're good enough to beat the Packers without CD and Book and the guys that we could be missing. But the only way you do that is if you play well and you execute. And if you don't, you put yourself in a tough spot. So we have to do that.
I know a coach has to believe it. I know a coach, if he's asked, is going to say it. Just something the way Archer just tweeted the sentence, we're good enough to beat. It sounded like it read like a proclamation versus, Shotty, are you guys good enough?
Put it in 3-inch headlines. We will win the game.
No, not
Right
that.
there.
Not that far, but it's like tomorrow we're like, can you guys win this game without Booker and Lamb? And he goes tomorrow at 8:20 when Shotty joins us, and he goes, well, yeah, you can win any game week to week in this league. So I was just trying to separate it versus a response and the proclamation of just being bold and coming out and having that be in the Green Bay locker room.
He could have every starter out, and the answer is still, yeah, of course you can win. You have to. Because you have to think that. Otherwise, what's the point? What's the point of even playing?
I mean, I'll be honest. I know they have the number 1 defense in the NFL, but nobody was walking into last week thinking Cleveland was going to beat Green Bay. So, yeah, you got to have the mentality, and it didn't look like Cleveland was going to beat Green Bay. You got to have the mentality, and as cliche as it's become, it's cliche for a reason. It really is any given Sunday. They've got a shot. It's just not likely.
RJ, I'm going to need your help in setting up. I'm going to get involved in a win-loss bet this week through Underdog.
Baby.
Promo code TOLO for free $50 to play. Once you play your first 5, it's a free 50. I'm going to bet big on the Packers to win. Okay. I need to decide, though, whether to bet with the spread, which is 6.5, or the Packers minus 334. And I'm talking like a $300, $400 range.
Well.
So
goodness.
If I lose, I'm fine. Because the Cowboys will have given us brand new energy next week. I'll be happy to lose.
Oh yeah, more than happy.
Not more than happy. I won't be more than happy to lose $400. But sitting here with this minus 334,
I would if you're comfortable. Now listen, minus 334 means you're only going to win $100.
Yeah.
All right.
That's not worth the squeeze.
It's a lot of squeeze.
It's a lot of squeeze. Minus 6.5.
See, that's a good number for a favorite because you want to stay inside the 7, right? But look, the pause you would get is that the way they played last week, they didn't play very well last week.
Who?
Green Bay.
Oh,
offensively.
I'm like both.
Well, both for sure. Yeah. So the pause you get is how that offense looked last week. It did not look very good.
Against Cleveland.
Against Cleveland, no doubt, and a road game. In elements, but there wasn't any elements. It's not like it was like December in Cleveland. It was a fine day. That's the pause. I think it's like if you're comfortable with the $300, just take the money.
6.5. Because every which way I've thought about and heard this game discussed, give me the top 2 ways the Cowboys can win. Every single angle, every single topic, every single matchup. I got the nightmare haunting me from the playoff game, the Green Bay bounce back, Micah's revenge, Micah against Tyler Guyton. Forget about just Booker missing. Having Tyler Guyton out there against Micah Parsons, and now through the A-gap, as we always talk about with Micah, missing 2 interior offensive linemen. How do the Cowboys win this game? Give me the top 2 ways.
Way number 1 is Green Bay settles for field goals. And
How are they going to settle for
Oh,
field goals?
Well, because the Cowboys' Achilles heel is over the top, and once you get inside the red zone, over the top is out of bounds.
Shortens field. You can't throw 40-yard bombs if you're 18 yards out.
That's it. And then part 2 is Green Bay's got to fumble a ton because this team isn't intercepting them. So they've got to put the ball on the ground.
I'll watch it today. I'll probably have a better answer. My serious inclination the first 2 times is they lean into running the ball and they just control the game and they slow it down. That's 1. And then 2 is Kevontae Turpin scores on special teams. That they get extra scores that way, and which also then makes me think though, if Kevontae Turpin scores on special teams, that means all right, throw the defense right back out there with no rest, and let's see if they can stop them. So no, honestly, it's just one way. It's they control the clock, they run the ball really effectively, and they slow the game down.
And Green Bay's run defense, without diving into the film study that you'll do tomorrow at 7:20.
I mean, they got Micah Parsons. I think that tells you everything, doesn't it? They've been pretty good in general at everything so far this year.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Bruce Bochy called out and challenged his team, of course, officially eliminated from the postseason, but they did respond with a 4-2 win to break the 8-game losing streak.
Hell yeah. You look, these are culture victories right here at the end. That's what you're looking for. You're building towards something special. Yeah, they win this one yesterday. And I saw the note. I'm looking for the note from Sandler. I saw Sandler had a really good note about DeGrom last night. That I believe DeGrom is the first Rangers pitcher to finish a season under 3 ERA and under 1 WHIP. And so
had a 2.97 ERA, made his 30th start, and I should have spent half the show yesterday screaming, "Don't start DeGrom. Don't put him out there." There's absolutely, but this is probably a very important milestone for Jacob to hit for himself.
You know what? And then Sandler followed it up with a follow-up with, oh, by the way, he's the only pitcher in franchise history to finish with a sub-1 WHIP. So you didn't even need to throw in the sub-3 ERA because his WHIP, finishes the season 9.21, which is the best in franchise history.
Man, it's cool to get a win, whatever. What a night in the sport. What a night. Detroit has spent 157 games in first place until yesterday.
Wow.
They now no longer have the tiebreaker against Cleveland for the division. So Cleveland has a 1-game lead. They've won 9 of 10. Detroit's lost 9 of 10.
Woo!
Seattle wins the West for the first time since 2001. The big dumper hits 2 home runs to get to 60. Toronto has led the American League East since May. They lose to the Red Sox. The Yankees win. They have tied it. Judge hits 2 home runs to get to 51. It's what a night. And then you what?
And I only had to simulate 3 times on Tankathon to get the Rangers the 4th pick. So that's good.
Is it that? Really?
They're supposed to pick 16th, but I just clicked it 3 times and I got them into 4th.
This is what it sounded like for the dump.
Channing MVP. Fly ball to right field. Number 60.
Wow, they were chanting MVP before that? That's like an NBA player. That's like Shea at the free throw line chanting MVP and hitting both. I don't know that I've heard that. The MVP chants while the at-bat's going on, and then he delivers for number 60. So that is last night on the Diamond. This is Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for being a Tolo and a part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Jerry said there would be no tribute. That got back to Micah Parsons. Does Micah feel disrespected and everything else you need to know inside the matchup? I got some Dallas Cowboy overreactions or not, and Mickey Fisher will rejoin the show at 7:20. We got the payload at 6:40. We got former Packer Mason Crosby. We got Tommy Yars, DallasCowboys.com. We got Neighborhood Watch. We got everything to start off the Thursday edition right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sally. Roger that, Sally. Sally. Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Asian ladies. Not mayonnaise. No.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's
Made today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Jerry Jones said the other day they would not be doing a video tribute for Micah Parsons. It would not be appropriate. We all agreed with that decision. Yesterday, the Green Bay media took that to Micah and asked if he felt like that was disrespectful.
No, there's a lot of things I can consider disrespectful throughout this process, but I wouldn't say the tribute is one of them. I would say, I just think, there's hard feelings maybe there for them, but for me, I'm happy where I'm at, and we got a really good football team, so I guess I can live you my tribute and a win, I hope.
All right. No, not disrespectful, and hopefully I can get my tribute with a win. Maybe there's hard feelings over there, even though Jerry Jones has said 10 times, no hard feelings on this side.
Yeah, I don't believe either of them. I think there are hard feelings on both sides still, very much so.
Yep. I had some betting fun last segment. I have more from Bet Online. These are Micah props.
Ooh.
Oh, baby, I like this.
Will Micah Parsons get one or more sacks? It's just a straight yes or no.
Yes.
One or more, a single, yeah.
It says 1+.
Yeah, he'll get one, at least.
Yes is minus 150. Now, is Jerry going to be in the film room and the game plan room saying, I don't care if we lose by 70?
Oh, yeah, that's the old part. I can take anybody out of the game.
He does not get to the quarterback. He does not be a factor in this game.
They're gonna run two tight ends on his side at all times.
Yeah.
Or if he's up in the A gap,
but he moves.
Yeah, if he's up in the A gap, they're gonna put two
they're gonna have the tush push look, and it's just gonna be to block Micah.
Yes is minus 150, so that is the slight favorite. No is plus 110. Micah will not get those sacks. Will he get two or more sacks?
No.
That's too, no.
The favorite is no at minus 300. Yes is plus 200. Will Micah get a roughing the passer, taunting, or late hit penalty?
No.
No is minus 500. Yes is plus 300. Do you think Micah wonders if Dak voted against him with the leadership council being unanimous?
No. I don't think he wonders.
I think he knows.
I think he knows.
Really?
Yeah.
He's probably still got friendlies in the building, I bet.
Trayvon.
I mean, he said yesterday he talks to Trayvon every week still. That they're talking every week, and he said he's talked to CD since CD hurt his ankle. Just tell him, like, hey, chin up, big guy.
Yeah. Well, CD supported him publicly. Overshown, Wanye Thomas.
Dak did too. Said pay him, get it done, guys.
That's right. Why would he say that?
I mean, why did he say he liked McCarthy? I don't know.
Will the crowd chant?
Still Mike.
I know you do.
Will the crowd chant? Oh, yesterday I got a random DM saying, not like a threat, but a warning of be careful talking about Brandel Chambly. He's got family here. Good guy, good family. Got a Brandel Chambly mafia message.
He's freaking Bill Belichick, I found out, because I didn't know who he was, so I was Googling around. He's got like this lady that he's married to that's like 40 years younger than him, some Golf Channel chick.
Will the
there's a story behind there, I'll tell you.
I'd love to hear it.
Will the crowd chant Micah Parsons or Micah Parsons during the game at any point?
You will hear something. It's not going to be
how are they going to define this? Because there's going to be an S-ton of Packer fans.
That's true.
Well, then thank you, Jerry, would be more likely than Micah Parsons. I would think
Could
anyway.
be. What percentage do you think?
Of Packers fans?
Yeah, how many more compared to usual?
Packers always travel well. It's usually, I feel like, 40% of the stadium.
40?
A lot of times, yeah.
That's a lot.
Holy crap.
I mean, they're 49ers, Broncos, Packers, Steelers. They come to town. They're half of the, yeah.
There could be a chance. It's
Yeah.
minus 800 is no. Yes is plus 500. So 5-1.
How do you define that, though? Like, what are they defining? Like, it's
I think we got to be able to hear it on the TV, and they need the announcer to acknowledge it.
Yeah, probably like, you can hear the crowd here.
Yeah. So at the end of the game, if it's like 14 points, Mikey gets a sack, the chant breaks out from the 35, 40% of the Packer fans, you get paid out 5-1. Will Kenny Clark have one or more sacks?
No.
No is minus 500, and that's been totally forgotten. Kenny Clark going up against his old team.
Yeah, this is supposed to be his big game too. This is the one that he's supposed to be out here to represent. And he had a quote yesterday. He was talking to the media. They were like, you're going to get a chance to be up against your team. He said it was the most shocked he's ever been in his life. He said, obviously, I knew they were talking about trading for Micah. I'm not dumb. I can hear all this, but I had no idea I was going to be the return for Micah. That was surprising. But he was asked, hey, you going to meet up with your former teammates? Dap it up a little bit? He said, when it's game time, I'm in the game. If those guys want to come up, I ain't seeking it out. It's all love, and they know it's all love. After the game or before the game, we can do that, but I ain't seeking out for nothing. I'm trying to win the game. I'm here to win. I'm going to play my ass off and do everything I can for us to get a win.
And then the final one, you guys got to set the over-under what you think it is. How many times will Jerry be shown on Sunday Night Football? Over-under is set at what?
In his box, not just like a cutaway shot or like a production shot of him. If it's in his box, I'm going to say it's over-under's 5.5.
It's over. I mean, they'll show him a dozen times.
Dozen?
I mean, it'd be every 5 seconds.
6 is too high, I think. Over-under's 3.
3?
The over-under must be during game action.
Okay, so if I would think that anytime Micah makes a play, they're going to cut to him.
Not every time.
And like if it's a sack, I mean.
Yeah.
Like if he makes a sack, they're going to cut to him. And then if they get up big or they go on some run, they're gonna want to go up to him getting all excited.
Close
and then
game.
whatever the last shot is in the final few minutes that they always get him.
So you're both taking the
I take over on 3.
And if the Cowboys have a humongous big play or something to tie, they'll show that. So the over-under there is set at 3. What did John Machota do with Micah?
So The Athletic had a poll of Cowboys fans earlier this week. They polled them on Monday and Tuesday on 3 different questions about Micah Parsons and their feelings on this. And I was pretty surprised by the results on these, and I want to see if you guys are surprised on these. So I'm going to ask you the questions. Do you think the Cowboys should have traded Micah Parsons? Just straight yes or no. What do you think the results were?
What I think? Oh, the results were. It should be no, but knowing Cowboy fans, it's like once you leave, then we pretended like we hated you the entire time. Mm-hmm. So I'll say it's slightly no.
Chop?
No.
How much?
Percentage?
Yeah.
It's going to be 59%, 58%.
73% said no. He should not have been traded.
Oh.
Did the Cowboys get enough in return for Parsons?
No. 93%.
It better be no.
It's no. 85% say no. As a Cowboys fan, this is the big one. Would you cheer or boo Parsons when he takes the field?
Boo.
I would do nothing.
But it's cheer or boo. Those are your options.
If I have to pick one of them, it's going to be a boo.
And what percentage do you think that is?
60-40.
76% say they're cheering.
Wow.
That blew me away when I saw that figure on there. The trade return, I know people are still mad about that. Should they have traded Parsons? I was surprised it was as sharply no. I thought it was going to be no, but I figured there would be, like you said, Cowboys fans would go like, we never wanted you. If you don't want to be a Cowboy, just go. But
it can't be cheer.
But more, 76% saying, oh yeah, no, I'll cheer him when he comes back. That's very surprising to me.
Why can't it be cheered? The day he made the request, we put out the poll, 85% supported him. They were furious with Jerry. Yeah. How do you think the storylines and everything, the way it played out, changed?
Because he's not good enough to cheer. What? He's not a legendary player. He did nothing here. He didn't win. He didn't do anything.
But he was the most popular player.
Sure,
basically.
but when a guy comes back to play for the first time and he gets the standing ovation, that's Tom Brady going back to New England. It's not a player who was here 4 years who never won a thing.
I mean, it's not going to be a standing ovation, but you can still get a lot of cheers for someone who arguably became a superstar, as arguably the best defensive player in football. That is doing something.
He did become a superstar. I think he was better than TJ. Better than TJ here. But he still did nothing. And he was here such a short time. I don't know. Like, to me...
But what do you mean? What do you define nothing?
He was better for longer than Zeke was.
He didn't help the team win anything.
Well, they won 12 games.
Right. I know, but I think that if the Cowboys are gonna play this whole standards game that they love to play, which is so fraudulent because they don't have a standard anymore. It's been 30 years. Then you got to keep it in all situations.
I mean, that again is a conversation where standards versus expectations are different things.
When A-Rod came back for the first time, now that may be a little different because he wasn't like a homegrown player, but A-Rod was at least as good as a Ranger as Micah was. A-Rod wasn't. He didn't do anything here. We were in last place every time.
No,
we didn't win anything.
To me, the cheer boo has to do with you judging if he wanted to be here. Like, if he was done wrong by Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
There's no arguing the accomplishments, at least for me. Fantastic individual player. The Cowboys had some nice success. Do you feel like Jerry screwed it up? If you're viewing it as Jerry versus Micah, maybe Micah does win out with the cheers because Jerry Jones is still overall disliked more. Like, whose side did you end up taking in terms of the positions? That's the way I would view it, as the boo or the cheer.
Yeah, because I mean, any cheer for Micah may just be
cheer against Jerry.
I want Jerry to feel this. Like it's like your protest vote that people have submitted before.
So what do you think is going to happen?
I mean, that's obviously a very specific sample of athletic readers, so I'm still leaning towards I think he's going to get booed. I think that's what we're going to hear. But, I mean, there's also a lot of Packers fans there, as you know, has been pointed out, so I don't know how much that's going to change things.
I think it'll be tough for us when we're listening on the radio, watching through TV. We'll be like, ooh, that kind of sounds 50-50.
Yeah, because what would you think?
Because the Green Bay fans.
25% boos as well, though, would probably carry to sound louder. Like, it may make think, oh, that's a little
If we
heavier
took 10 calls right now, how would it end up? I think it would end up 80-20 boo. Or 10 texts. 877-881-1053. What would you do? What are you going to do, or what would you do?
Yeah, I'm going to guess that it would lean towards boo.
Hey, what are they texting?
Right now, leaning towards boo. 817 says I will be booing from the nosebleeds on Sunday. 817, my only chant will be a boo. 903 and 214 both say I'm cheering to fire Jerry.
Okay.
So all negatives there.
All right, it's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. How fart spray shut everything down. We have an ultimate crime solver working for DoorDash in Texas. And be careful, Lane Kiffin may be in your college daughter's DMs. It's the payload next on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Bells all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. Thursdays at 6:40, it's time for another edition of The Payload. And guys, it just means more today. That's the saying in the SEC, right?
That's
the
right.
SEC, it just means more. And I guess that means it means more for family members too, because we have some trauma here this week. So Lane Kiffin, who is the head coach.
Did you say trauma or drama?
Drama.
Okay.
Try to say a high pitch for a
Sounded
dramatic
like trauma.
effect. Trauma.
Like Big Dom.
So Lane Kiffin, who is the head coach at Ole Miss, is facing LSU this week in big SEC matchup. But there's quite a big headline surrounding this game, and it involves Lane's daughter, Landry. Now, Aiden has this picture up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Landry decided to hard launch her new boyfriend on Instagram, which we've talked about this before. It's where you post the first picture of the boyfriend. You know, you've tweeted or said something about, yeah, we're dating or whatever. But this is me and him, or us together for the first time on social media. That makes it official for Gen Z people, most likely. But yeah, hard launched her new boyfriend on Instagram earlier this week, showing everyone that she has a boyfriend now. The only issue is that her new boyfriend is Whit Weeks, a linebacker for LSU. Now, if you don't know Whit Weeks, he does play. He is a starter. He is first on their depth chart linebacker. So he does play. He's a junior at LSU, but this is peak mind games that Whit is playing here. I mean, you're going into the week before your big matchup, because this was posted, I believe, Monday or Tuesday of this week. And I think it's a party foul on Landry here. You can't post this the week of when your new boyfriend is playing your father's team.
He is he's a captain too for LSU.
And I think Lane tweeted take the over.
He said take the over, which is just such an amazing.
And it's 55.5 right now. That's a big
he's
over.
Try to run this up if it gets close.
So
Man.
is your contention that this is peak mind games, the timing of the launch, or you're saying like this is a pretend relationship for Whit Weeks and that he's here to just mess with Lane Kiffin?
Oh, this is a relationship that's not going to last. This is just get the SEC win the game, move on to the next girl.
He's 20 years old. I don't think that's mind games.
That's not mind games.
Not mind games. That's opportunity.
I mean, I would have played.
Itself.
I mean, if he's playing mind games with her, I don't know if he's going to find someone more attractive than
She
her.
looks like Jessica Simpson in that photo.
So, like, my first thought was, man, like, I do wonder, like, I have no idea what their relationship, what Lane and the daughter's relationship's like. Are they estranged? Are they?
No, it's
having
good.
A great relationship.
They're making TikToks all the time. About stuff.
she does TikToks like pranking him and screwing with him. And
okay.
So yeah, no, they're close.
So the other story that has to go along with this is Sydney Thomas.
Oh yeah,
Sydney Thomas was the ring girl during Tyson Paul, and she went viral, and everyone, trying to figure out who she is. Well, in all these interviews afterwards, she said, yeah, I had an SEC coach, amongst others, up in my DMs. And she got like 300,000 followers overnight. Well, she did one of these like bathtub interviews on TikTok. It's not Kevin Hart's, it's someone else.
Bathtub.
That's right. And she revealed that it was Lane Kiffin.
I would have guessed Petrino.
Another SEC football coach slid in with Roll Tide, and he's the coach of Ole Miss.
God, I love this conference, man. This conference is so good. It needs to be a league of its own. We joked about it, but it really does.
A league of its own.
It really does, man.
I don't know. Now, she said he was the wildest celebrity to hit on her. Was it just Roll Tide? And does Roll Tide count as... Is that the introduction to hitting on? Is it like RJ going, which one? Chips or guac or queso? Which one are you dropping?
Right.
And then that is kind of the first step of the game? to start flirting?
Man.
And if we call out Belichick, I mean, there's a bigger age gap, right? No doubt about it. But how creepy is this?
How old is Sydney Thomas?
She was in college.
Was she? Okay, yeah, because he's so Lane Kiffin's
50.
He just turned 50, and so
That's all right.
I think she's 21.
So is that close to? I mean, Belichick's definitely more. But
Belichick's
yeah,
got
that's still
50 years
creepy.
on her.
That's still creepy.
It's still creepy. It's
50 to 20.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say about it. You have a couple of friends in your life that are such creeps that you say to them, you deserve to have a daughter. God's going to get you one day. Karma's going to get you having a daughter, and I put Lane Kiffin in that category. So looking at his daughter and seeing that LSU story, it is perfect for what it seems Lane Kiffin is in terms of the creep.
If she's 21, then she started kindergarten when he started at Tennessee.
Yeah, it's
That's weird.
That's weird, man. It's weird. Look, I mean, you can do this with, like when I was 20, my wife was 10. That's right. It sounds weird when you're
right
when you change the ages.
Yeah, but 10-year age gap.
But 10-year age gap is different than 30, and they're both adults. But I also think,
but 4 years ago, this was illegal.
And I also think if you're someone who is working on a college campus, I think you get a distorted view of reality because all you're around are people this age. You just think, oh, that's normal.
No.
They're right there.
What a justifier you are.
Oh, no, that's not a justifier. That's not a justifier.
So a professor could be like, it's just normal for me. I should date this sophomore.
No, they trick themselves into thinking it's normal.
These high school teachers, these high school teachers we see, these stories out there around kids all day. We don't know what to do.
It's all they're around. And they trick themselves into thinking it's normal.
Your brain.
And in reality, I don't know how you think this is justifying. I'm saying in reality, this is creepy as hell. They just don't, they trick themselves into thinking that it's not.
Because the same applies for a professor or a teacher.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely, yeah. And they trick themselves into thinking it's normal because this is who they're around. Oh, we're peers. I'm around them all the time.
Society's tricked us into thinking a lot of things are normal.
But like, if you're Lane, what do you tell your team? If you're watching film, do you just keep reviewing the film of Witt and because odds are these guys haven't met yet, so they have no relationship. It's not like they're married or whatever. It's like, oh, I really love this kid, whatever. Like he has no relationship with this guy, so it's like if you can hit this MFer, put him on the ground, do it.
It's a boyfriend bounty.
Boyfriend, yeah.
If you're Witt, what if you make a tackle on the sidelines and you're right in front of the lane? Do you get up and shake his hand, nice to meet you, or something? Do you spank him on the butt? Do you blow him a kiss? I mean, this could go so many different directions. I love it. It's must-watch TV.
Their relationship appears to be really good, Lane and his daughter. I have to imagine this is also just a little bit of theater. Like I'm imagining he's probably fine with this guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, guys, it is the payload every Thursday at this time. Now we're going to talk about DoorDash. We have a story here in Texas where a DoorDash driver exposed a hostage situation after being asked to deliver a suspicious order to a motel. Now, you tell me if this order is suspicious or not. It was trash bags, zip ties, bleach, and a hatchet. If you got that order, if you're a DoorDash and texting, if you're a Uber Eats, whatever, DoorDash driver, have you ever gotten a suspicious order like this before? I would hope the answer is no. And if you did have it, I hope you did call the police.
Justify it, Choppy. Put that into that RJ brain of yours and come up with something that could be used with that order. Give the items one more time.
Trash bags, zip ties, bleach, and a hatchet. It's got to be yard work or something, There's got to be some kind of fence you're putting up, temporary fence.
Man, the bleach... The bleach really throws it off.
Bleach is not yard work.
Right. I could justify the zip ties, the trash bag, and the hatchet. Okay, that could be any kind of tree.
Bleach could be for something else. Maybe he's got pipe issues.
Or maybe he's got body disposal issues.
Yeah.
Does this now just teach every future murderer to go out and get their own goods and their own things from the store instead of being lazy and having it delivered to you?
How stupid do you have to be to actually put this order in and feel like no one's gonna be suspicious about this?
Is it that much better though? Even still, if you're checking out and go to the store yourself, isn't the clerk looking at you and go this is weird?
But you have self checkout. I feel like to at least get you by with some of it.
Do you think
I've done it before.
Can you and that stupid red buzzer goes off?
No.
Can you give me the access for the hatchet here? Can you clear me?
I'm trying to think about this. I could have sworn I've heard. I think stores do hardware stores and different things like that. If you buy a certain combination of things, I think it does get flagged.
I would hope so.
As something as a surveillance flag of hey, somebody was purchasing all this stuff together.
Yeah. So what happened with it?
So this driver in Sweetwater, Texas, which if you don't know where that is, it's west of Abilene. He called the local police and said, I think we have a potential crime on our hands. And he was right. Police arrived on the scene at this motel where they found 42-year-old Neil Cooper was barricaded in his room with a hostage inside. The person inside was actually able to escape the room, and then police arrested the man. They were able to enter the room. Now, I'm glad they caught this guy, but yeah, I mean, you just got to be some kind of different level of stupid here. But just as what served, the DoorDash driver did the right thing. He wasn't like, one of those, well, I'm just not going to ask you questions, just deliver it. Because, I mean, he could have been in the same situation. Maybe he denies this guy's order or whatever, and the guy comes after him. I don't know how he's going to find him, but, good thing for him for not delivering the item.
This guy's not watched forensic files. You got to know they can use luminol. They can still find the blood, even if you use the bleach.
Yeah, you got to
watch forensic files.
Here, what this ultimately comes down to is like Peyton level cheapness too. Like he didn't want to place 4 separate DoorDash orders or whatever to get the things delivered. Yeah, because he's like, that's 4 fees I got to pay. I'm not doing that.
How long do you got to space it out?
15 minutes would be fine, because that gives the time to, deliver it, drop it off, and then leave. Because, I mean, if you got 4 guys walking to the same door at the same time with different stuff, it's going to be a little suspicious. Yeah. But, yeah, this guy's stupid. I hope he rots in hell. All right, next story here, last story here. The payload every Thursday at this time. Have you ever come across the poop spray? The fart spray. This was huge when I was a kid, in middle school, high school as well. Just a little bottle of spray. You spray it a little bit, and then within seconds, it smells like a
stink bomb.
Basically a stink bomb. It's 100 times worse than a normal person's fart.
It's pretty. I know. Like I've never actually smelled it. I know when they did it with G-Bag, they couldn't breathe when they had sprayed it in here.
And it just takes a little bit. Well, this high school teacher in South Carolina was arrested for deploying the poop spray or the fart spray that eventually led to the school's district spending nearly $55,000 in bills, which involved inspectors and cleaning fees, because for a while they had no idea why the smell was happening. It took them about 3 weeks to find out what the cause actually was. They thought maybe it was a sewage issue or pipes issue, whatever, but this is another example of a prank that has backfired.
Man, a couple nights ago I didn't get a lot of sleep. I had some really bad, not indigestion, but some stomach issues. And I was letting them fly in bed, and Sarah was like, she had to get up and spray in the middle of the night some Lysol. So for the rest of the night, every time I had to do it, I left the room, did it, and came back in. I got no sleep. And I usually just let them go.
I hate this type of stuff.
Yep.
I hate fart jokes and humor. Ollie's got this stupid whoopee cushion.
Oh yeah.
I'm about to put a hole in it that I think my sister-in-law gave him. So I hate all this crap.
Just put beans in the whoopee cushion, so when he sits on next time, it then gets
full. Yeah,
well, I guess then we get beans all over your house and not him, so that might backfire. So let's not do that, Sean.
Genius.
But yeah, the poop spray is one of the all-time pranks here, and it goes with the gum. Remember the gum that shocks you? You grab the piece of gum and it gives you a zap, or they had like a flashlight that if you push the on button, it zaps you a little bit. I fell for that once, and never again would I take gum from anyone. You had to throw me a piece on the table, and because they would have it would look like whatever the Hubba Bubba or whatever the basic gum is. A Wrigley, maybe that was it as well.
Is that shocking gum? I remember that being a thing in the movie Spy Kids. I don't remember that being was that a real thing?
That was a real thing. I mean, this was like elementary school, even like middle school, I think, for me. Like people would have it. They're like, because anyone wanted gum when I was a kid. It was like, who had the best gum? And like, oh, I got gum here. They just see the wrapper, and because they hold it basically with their hand, so you can't see anything but the actual piece of gum. You take it and it zaps you there.
Spencer's. They're the ones who
Spencer's.
Yeah.
It's the payload every Thursday, putting up big numbers on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 120. What are you snickering at?
As well that he threw out there. That was just twice this segment where he went really high pitch.
120 Tolo increase from even inside the star from Peyton Russell every Thursday at this time. We take you around the rest of the sports world. Mickey Fisher, your ultimate Cowboys Homer reporter, rejoins the show at 7:20. But first, who's going to replace Gundy at Oak State? And Tom Brady says all of you are paranoid and distrustful. Plus, RJ pays tribute to Sister Jean. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. The return of Cowboys homer and insider Mickey Fisher at 7:20. The Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. But let's go around the rest of the sports world. Who is going to replace Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State? Some of the odds were sent on over. And what reaction do you think you've seen from Cowboy fans who lost the only coach they've really known for 20 years?
Right. I the reaction I've seen has been
never
large.
forgave Jerry.
You what?
They never forgave Jerry for
right.
that.
The reaction I've seen has been largely positive that he's gone, that it was time, that it was time for him to go. But also there's a be careful what you wish for element to all things. When Clemson eventually moves on from Dabo, it's like, all right, you're going to get a better coach. Problem is Dabo and Gundy are kind of in the same situation. They haven't necessarily embraced the portal the way they should have.
Yeah, Gundy's done a little better with it. Because Gundy's big thing that he was having problems with, and he talked about it routinely, was just these kids, they want to come up and talk to you after week 3 and go like, I want to renegotiate my NIL payment. It's like, no, you're not. You're done. We're done with that. We're focused on football now. And that was hard for Gundy to overcome. I would say that he really deserves a lot of credit for helping to turn that into a competitive program for as long as he did. But man, it was definitely probably past his expiration date.
He squeezed a lot out of the rock. Now remember, Les Miles was there. Les did well.
I knew somebody who had worked around Stillwater, and within the last 10 years, he had become really, really difficult. Just stuff of just threatening people that they'd get their job. He would make sure they got fired from their local job, different things like that. If they talked about certain things a certain way, he became a little bit too big for his britches.
Does Paul Feinbaum have a point here, or
on his head?
Does the year? A lot of your jokes aren't that funny today.
That's a good one.
I'm just saying you need to.
That's a good one.
You've been kind of off this week, so
hell no, that's a good one.
He's trying to be funny.
I don't know what it is, but you haven't really been that funny this week. Paul Feinbaum, does Paul Feinbaum have a point, or does the year of terrible Feinbaum takes continue?
He's a Hall of Fame coach, but it needed to be done. When things spiral out of control, and losing the other night at home to Tulsa, that was the final blow, just like with UCLA and just like with other schools. It's better to get rid. Now, the problem when you do it this soon, you potentially lose your roster.
That's right.
But I'm not sure there's that much to lose out there. So I think the school said we need to make a clean break. There's no easy way to fire someone as legendary as him, but I agree with the school for making it now.
The Hall of Fame clip was not in this?
Yeah, he said he's a Hall of Fame coach.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, at the very beginning. Yeah, look, I mean, Paul would know if he's going to get in. He qualifies, right? You got to have over a 600 winning percentage. You would qualify. At least they used to have that, and they kind of changed it up for a couple of guys. But I don't know. I don't think Hall of Fame. I think Mike Gundy.
No.
You've got to me, like, Hall of Fame. Maybe win a natty, make a natty, right? Like, I don't know.
Or like in Leach's case, which everybody wanted to change it, like change the sport. Leach changed the sport.
Yes.
So I don't know what Gundy did, other than I'm a man, I'm 40, that really stands out about his career. Like, in terms of for a college football fan who's going to look back 20 years from now.
Does he have more of a case than Gary Patterson?
No.
I'm a man.
Gary Patterson really brought up a program that was way smaller than what Oklahoma State was.
I also think the standards maybe 30 years ago different than now. Now, like, maybe 30 years ago, if you make a program like that prominent, you can get more credit. But now TCU can make the championship game, and you can get, your Boise States that came on over the past 10 years. So I would say no. But I also personally don't like him.
I would say no, too. I mean, the guy at, speaking of Boise, Chris Peterson, I think, has a better case.
Oh, yeah.
For the Hall of Fame than Mike Gundy. Mike Gundy is... you can put Lane Kiffin in? Lane Kiffin go in the Hall of Fame?
I would say no.
I agree. I think they're...
But Lane Kiffin's got more of a case.
I think he has more of a case, yeah. Again, Gundy did pretty good things for a school that is not the main school in the state.
Yeah.
All right, that place. They don't have the money. Now, they did with T. Boone. They had plenty of cash. But, now what do they have? What kind of money are they throwing out?
I had to look. I'm just curious, okay, who all's in the Hall of Fame already? Like, are there weird names that are in there? So, Mark D'Antonio's in there.
Okay, well, Gundy's a Hall of Fame.
Gundy's a better coach than D'Antonio, I think, or that's a bigger accomplishment than what he did. But, other than that, that's just one of the ones that stands out. Otherwise, it's guys like Mac Brown, Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, Mark Richt, Bill Snyder, Bob Stoops, Frank Beamer. These are guys in there.
Yeah, look, Bill Snyder is a really good comp for the school that they were at. K-State, Oak State. That's a comp, right? I think Bill Snyder has a much better case.
What about the replacement?
Well, there's a lot of guys that are going to have their name thrown out there because it is a decent job. Like Alex Golesh at South Florida, John Summerall at Tulane. The problem is that, they're going to have to see who's available. Like, is Florida going to get a new coach? Are they firing Billy Napier? Well, then Summerall and Golesh will wait on that job. What's going to happen at Virginia Tech? Who do they hire? Do they hire Shane Beamer from South Carolina? Well, if they do, then South Carolina's open, and what happens there, right? What happens to that job? Is that a better job or on the same level of Oklahoma State? But they're also looking at Colin Klein, who's the A&M coordinator. They're looking at Zach Robinson from the Falcons. Those are names that are thrown out there.
Who's GJ? Is it Kin or Kine? That's the favorite in Vegas.
Yeah, he's the where's he at? He's at one of those where is he? He's the at Texas State.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
GJ is the favorite, then Zach Robinson, then Ben Arbuckle, John Gruden 6-1, Colin Klein, Jeff Traylor, and
Ooh,
at 12-1.
I also think, I think Traylor at UTSA is a good name to throw out there, and then the UNT coach, Eric Morris is another good one to throw out there.
All right, so the Tom Brady conflict of interest was addressed yesterday. I thought Tom was going to show a little bit of humor in the booth in the Cowboy Bear game and slump down in his chair or make a sarcastic comment. Instead, he wanted to talk about kicking dogs or whatever. He did address it in his little Tom Brady newsletter thing, and here's what he had to say. I love football. This is so eye-rolly. I love football. At its core, it's a game of principles. This is so funny coming from New England, too. And with all the success it has given me, I feel I have a moral and ethical duty to the sport, which is why the point where my roles in it intersect is not actually a point of conflict, despite what the paranoid and distrustful might believe. Rather, it's the place from which my ethical duty emerges to grow, evolve, and improve the game that has given me everything. Kevin Hagelin, I am agreeing with you today that I hate Tom Brady.
Why does it not surprise me that his 2025 mode of creating content also is a newsletter? That just feels like Brady of all things. He's like, let's get in this newsletter space. Yeah. Kids are really reading these days. This is. I would hope that he sits there and just chuckles throughout writing that and just being like, you know what, I'm going to do that. I'm really going to put a finger in their eye.
Rodney Harrison, former teammate, actually kind of turned on Tom here. I played 15 years in the league. I've been a broadcaster for 17. It's definitely a conflict of interest. Tom's a smart dude. He's going to use this. It's human nature to use the info. If he talks to Howie Roseman or Howie tells him how he builds a team, you don't think he's going to take that back to the Raiders and use the same thing? And just think about free agency. If someone told him, oh, this guy's not very tough, when that guy becomes a free agent, he already knows, hey, I'm going to back away from that. So it's definitely a conflict of interest.
The conflict of interest to me comes...
I agree with those things.
Yeah, the conflict of interest to me is on, and Bobby has brought this up, it's him on the field being able to get an audience, an extra audience with a player that a normal owner wouldn't get. It's, it's a recruiting tool. Or it's something like that with this guy's soft. Inside the meeting room... I don't think that's a big deal when you're just talking to the coaches because these coaches are so paranoid anyway. They're not giving secrets out.
I assume Brian Schottenheimer is giving Tom Brady similar answers in production meetings to the ones he gives us on Friday. I don't think he's going much deeper than that. So it's not I assume most of these coaches and these players are doing that. They're still treating it like it's media and like, oh yeah, I'm doing a media interview here. Let me give my standard answers. But yeah, it's more there's not a camera around and Tom leans into you on the field and just kind of goes like, hey, tell me about this. What's going on with this? Like that's where there's a greater danger.
What happened with Mike Tomlin? This clip that you loved yesterday?
Well, so he was talking about young quarterbacks, okay? And he was talking about Carson Wentz and Minnesota versus J.J. McCarthy, and then going back to last year when they played Indianapolis and Anthony Richardson. And I've never heard a coach talk like this kind of, but I kind of love this from Tomlin.
I don't necessarily view it as a negative thing for the Minnesota Vikings, at least in the short term, that Carson is playing for them. We were in a similar situation a year ago. We were playing in Indianapolis, man, and I commented to the guys that, keep Richardson upright. Don't put Flacco in the game. And, Flacco ended up in the game.
So he's like, hey, guys, go easy. We're not going to hurt this guy. We want him out there. He's more advantageous to us to be healthy.
Wow.
And, it's like we would rather have him out there, the young, mistake-prone, right? That's the young quarterback. Joe Flacco's not going to go out there and make a ton of mistakes. Right, he's gonna manage the game properly.
No, and what you've seen, look, I mean, the issues with Dallas right now have shown you how important it is just to know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, you can operate effectively in the NFL. That's how Russell Wilson, when Russell Wilson, who knows what he's doing, bad as he is now, goes against a defense that doesn't know what it's doing, Russell Wilson can pick it apart and go, oh yeah, I know exactly what to do here. That's you want the guy out there who doesn't know what he's doing.
Eagles tried to appeal the Big Dom fine for having his cell phone out. He was texting from the bench area the other week, and he was fined $75,000, Bobby.
Yep, and the Eagles tried their, I assume they brought Jason Kelsey in for a big stump speech or something like that. But no, the Eagles were denied their appeal. They tried to appeal the $75,000 fine for Big Dom using the cell phone in the prohibited area. You're not allowed to do it. And the league ended out saying, no, we're tough on crime with the Philadelphia Eagles. We're not going to let them get away with everything. They can get away with the false starts and everything, but certainly not this. And so their appeal was rejected, and Big Dom is now out $75,000.
How many more incidents has to happen with this dude down there on the sidelines?
I genuinely don't know why he's been allowed on the field.
Coach.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, like, that's clearly something they're doing to skirt the rules. I'm stunned the NFL has not gone, like, we're fixing this.
And then finally, much of the Metroplex has been waiting with anticipation, holding their breath with the great RJ Choppy's thoughts on not the passing, the retirement of Sister Jean.
She's 106 years old. Now, I'm not going to... Is this their fight song?
This is it.
I heard this at the game where I met Sister. I didn't meet her. I was across the court, but they wheeled her out there.
She'd have a better chance of remembering Meaty than you would.
Yeah, she probably would. I got to hand it to her. For 106 years old, she's done tremendous things. But listen, I know y'all think I'm going to come out here and talk ill about America's favorite old fart, okay? But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to speak ill of the Me First nun, Sister Free Lunch, who in her vow of poverty is flying private all over the place, okay, that she's taken. But, I'm happy for her now that she can finally cash in. She's retired. She can cash in on all the book deals that she's made.
What's she retired from?
I don't know what the hell she was doing there, okay? What is she doing at 106 years old? When you retire as a nun, do you stop believing in God? I'm just giving it all up. I'm just retiring. When you retire as a priest, is that what happens? I'm Catholic. When I retire as a Catholic, does it mean I don't have to observe Lent anymore? I've never heard of somebody retiring as a nun. But listen, it's been congratulations on a career done.
106 for Sister Jean.
It's wild.
All right, it is the return of our Cowboys reporter. Many people don't know what this is, and they were thrown for a loop last night with the tease on social media. He's your ultimate Cowboy homer and your ultimate Cowboy reporter, here to make you feel great about the Cowboys. The defense is better than you think. Jalen Tolbert is going to replace CeeDee Lamb, and they should have actually gotten less back in the Micah deal. Mickey Fisher, Commercial Free Expressway, kicks off with Neighborhood Watch right here on The Fan.
After we get...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We are commercial free. No reason to change that radio dial. Hopefully you never do anyway. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We're going to tell you the next stop on our Firehouse tour. I think we just did it in that promo. We'll do it again at 7:40 with all of your local stories with the Neighborhood Watch. And then Mason Crosby, the former Packer who is hosting daily radio shows in Wisconsin, will join us at 8 to preview Sunday night. He's got an amazing story, even though we can't stand what he did against the Cowboys. Colorado, he's a local kid here. How much is he breaking down the game like McAfee? So Mason Crosby, the Green Bay Packer, will join us at 8 o'clock when we go behind enemy lines. But props to many of you. Yesterday, when I teased this out, it showed how many Tolos had been around since the new school / old school days, and then many did not understand it. So Mike Fisher used to be our longtime Cowboy insider and reporter.
Gentlemen.
And, you know, Mike would just break everything. It didn't matter whether it just happened or it was 2 weeks old. It was always breaking news in the mind of Mike Fisher, and he had that story. And then, of course, you still know Mickey Spagnola, who appears daily on the KNC Masterpiece, and nobody arguably loves and defends the Dallas Cowboys more than old Mickaroo. So years and years ago, we combined them. Not Mike Fisher, not Mickey Spagnola, Mickey Fisher, your ultimate insider reporter here on 105.3 The Fan to get you set for the Packers on Sunday Night Football. Mickey, good morning. Good to have you back. How worried are you about this Cowboys defense, Spagnola?
Well, I think the issues with the defense are a little overblown. I mean, did you see that second half against Philadelphia? Did you?
Yeah.
I don't think you did.
We did.
If you did, you'd know how capable this defense is.
Mick, what about like the other 5 halves of football that they've played?
What? Did you see who they were playing? The Super Bowl champs, a Super Bowl quarterback, and the greatest number 1 overall pick since Orlando Pace. So I'm not worried at all.
I'm at Mike Fisher. I got some breaking news, an exclusive. The Cowboys have signed Davion Clowney to a contract.
Fish, that was like 2 weeks ago, Mike.
Well, he's been working out extensively with me in my gym. We both wear shirts too tight for our bodies. But the Cowboys have signed Clowney. This is news you can only get from me and not from those NFL Network lackeys.
Mickey Fisher joined us. Mickey, how concerned are you about Micah versus an offensive line that's down 2 players, though?
Well, why would I be concerned? What's he ever done? How many sacks does he have in big games? This is a big game. I mean, if the Cowboys really want to put an end to this, all you got to do is put the word bowl next to this game and he disappears. So we call this the Micah Parsons Bowl, and he'll be invisible.
I'm at Mike Fisher here again. I've got some more breaking news. Another exclusive. Davion Clowney was arrested the week before he signed with this team.
But we knew that last week, Mike.
No, you did not. It was wrong. Okay, it was Schefter, and he stole it from me. I had it. I was sitting on it. I got this handed to me by a Rock Hill, South Carolina chief of police. This is news again. You can only get from me and not from Jane Slater's ghostwriter, Bobby Bell. Speaking of Slater, someone told that's my seat in the press conference room. I got extra padding for it for my hemorrhoids that popped up during my 4th divorce.
He is Mickey my 4th divorce. He's Mickey Fisher here on the D&M Leasing Hotline on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. All right, final one, Mickey. Are the Cowboys a playoff contender like Jerry Jones said?
Matt, we'll find out, won't we?
Yeah, I'm just asking you for a prediction. It's talk radio.
I mean, it should be 2-1. They outplayed Philly, and the entire team should have forfeited the game when Jalen Carter committed a felony against Dak Prescott. He should be in jail, not playing football. And then they beat a Hall of Fame quarterback, and then they lost a road game where the coach has played the Cowboys in back-to-back years, so he knows our play calls. He's cheating, so yes, I think they are.
I'm at Mike Fisher here one more time in the 105 to the Fan newsroom. I am getting some breaking news, another exclusive. Jerry Jones, he would not have traded Micah Parsons earlier in the year if given the chance. He told me this while I was alone in my car listening to 105 to the Fan.
Yeah, that was with us Tuesday.
Speaking of the Fan, I have some old G-Bag merch from 2022 they haven't been able to get rid of at the remotes. It's available on my website, www.tellyourmom-I-said-hi.tx.rr.com. Bye-bye.
He is not your Cowboys homer, not your Cowboys reporter. He's both. He is Mickey Fisher to preview the big Packer game on 105.3 The Fan.
Boy, TXRR, a Railroad Commission of Texas website. Good for you, Fish.
Oh, man. We had it's my report, not these other idiots at the other networks. Spags, of course, he was the only one who would still just refer to him. Mickey and Jerry would just refer to Russell Wilson still as the Hall of Fame quarterback.
Hall of Fame. Were you there? We got that too. I'm surprised he didn't. We had the news yesterday. We didn't get it from Mickey Fisher there. Did you see Jadeveon Clowney has explained why he's wearing 42, which everybody dislikes the number.
No, was that his cell block number?
He said, he said it is a Jackie Robinson tribute.
Oh.
And he says this season when he gets a sack, his celebration is going to be throwing the ball in the air and cracking it.
Oh,
all right.
Neil Smith.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
Old school Neil Smith. So amazing work from Mickey Fisher here on 105.3 The Fan. I decided to replace Choppy's usual segment with my own questions this week to ask you gentlemen and you Tolos on the Franco LaFranco injury attorney text line with Dallas Cowboy overreactions or not.
Okay.
I came up with my own list. 877-881-1053. Dallas Cowboys overreaction or not? The answers to this defense are not on the roster. It cannot be fixed from within with what they have. Overreaction or not?
I'm going to say my initial thought is it's a little bit of an overreaction because I do want to see what this defense is with Bland.
Okay. Bland back on the practice field yesterday.
Surely he's not that good, but like one player, we've seen it.
And a domino effect.
Domino effect, absolutely.
They didn't allow anything really down the field when Bland was in there in week 1. They were disciplined. They didn't have all these big coverage busts. They couldn't rush the passer, but they didn't have all the coverage busts. Only an overreaction because of it being week 3. That's it. Like any other, like I'm going to give them time to figure out their communication and get those things right, because the stuff that they're messing up feels very much, especially in the secondary, like just this should be fixable. This should just be pay attention.
Yeah. It's a double-edged sword. It's something so elementary, it can be corrected, but then the other side is, how do you have this problem to start off? I don't know which way to lean. Like, it's just simple communication. Well, why is the simple communication from a longtime NFL coach and players here happening like this?
Right. Like, I mean, bad analogy, but it could be one of those things where it's like, it's like riding a bike. It's like, okay, but if I knew an adult who still didn't know how to ride a bike, I don't know that I would be comfortable that they're going to learn how to ride a bike, or that it's that easy for them.
Right. They'll learn it by, the third day, but how do you not remember and know how to do this?
I'm going to say slight overreaction just because of the timing. I'll give Eberflus a little bit of grace to figure out communication and figure out what his players do well, but that time's running out.
That was my follow-up. Overreaction or not, Deron Bland's return will stop the secondary freakouts that we're having.
Overreaction, because I don't think that Deron Bland is going to fix Kyer Elam. Like in week,
but will Kyer Elam be on the field?
Yeah.
I'm just assuming Diggs might be compromised this week. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Bland is disciplined. Like he'll play disciplined football. He's kind of been a route jumper in the past, but he's steadily gotten better at playing more disciplined and kind of under control. So that alone will be just, you'll know somebody is doing what they're supposed to. But that is the just thin margins that exist of defenses, is that if one guy is out of position, the whole thing's blown up.
Like, I'm not asking that if Bland's going to fix it. I'm asking, will we not come in here on Monday and say they gave up 60, 40, 35, and 28?
Yeah, like
I think we're still going to be saying that, probably.
I don't think it's an overreaction. The issue is like, if Diggs is not there or if he's compromised, then you still have a problem, right? You don't have your pieces. So I think that would lean into part one, whereas I do think the players are here on the roster, but if they're not healthy, then it doesn't matter.
Cowboy overreactions or not, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Next one, the Cowboys should feel fine about their run defense. The reason I'm asking this, I've heard twice this week some run defense comments that have bothered me. Jerry was on with us Tuesday, and he's like, it's really the pass defense. Like, team, look at the run numbers. Then I heard someone else yesterday, I can't remember who it was, be like, hey, you feel okay if the Cowboys run defense. And I was like, are we forgetting the emasculating drive? I think the Cowboys pass defense and secondary is so embarrassing and so humiliating that it is kind of casting a shadow over the run defense and making us feel better about it.
I'll take the opposite side then. I don't think it's an overreaction. I think the run defense has been pretty solid. Now, they did have a bad emasculating drive against the Bears. They've had issues with guys like Hurts scrambling, but I mean they did a decent job kind of locking things down when Philly tried to ice the game with Saquon Barkley, and they've done a good job the other 2 weeks. But yeah, it also is, how much are you being tested? How much are you being worn down because of some of the issues that you're facing with your pass defense that teams aren't even feeling the necessity to do that? They are top 10 right now. They're 9th in the NFL as a run defense in yards per attempt. So they've been efficient.
They have. I think the run defense it's okay. I'll say more than happy with the run defense, but I've been fine. I'm fine with it.
I do think Kenny Clark has made almost as big of a difference in the run defense specifically as they were hoping. He has. I think he has been a difference maker for them there.
The guys on the fan text 877-881-1053, the 313 has weighed in. He says the run defense has been a drug problem so far. And then 806 says overreaction. The linebackers are non-existent here.
Okay. Next one.
What does that mean? The run defense has been a drug problem.
That doesn't sound like a good thing.
Yeah, I don't understand what that means.
He said has a drug problem, so maybe that's off the field.
Accusatory. Fish, can you confirm that, Fish? Next one. Oh, this could get spicy. Overreaction or not? Dallas Cowboys edition on Sean and RJ. George Pickens can be trusted as the one over the next 4 weeks. Start with you, Ralph.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
Okay.
He has. So, like, when he was the one in Pittsburgh, he didn't know who was throwing him the football half the time, right? Because he didn't know that it was actually going to get to him.
Right.
He has that guy now in Dak who could get him the football. And as the one, he knows when the progression goes to him, which is going to be more than it did as the two. So he will have less time and less opportunity to not run actual routes, block, whatever. I think he'll be more apt to want to do other things.
What's the exact phrasing again?
George Pickens can be trusted as the one over the next 4 weeks.
Overreaction. The 1A, 1B conversation that they liked using and were both ones. No. Like Pickens does have to grow into a one. I think Pickens is a really good player. I think Pickens is supremely talented. I think Pickens needs to show that he can fight through difficult circumstances. Last year, if you look at how frequently he's doubled, he's going to be doubled a lot now. He's going to be bracketed a lot. He was 28% of his routes he was doubled in 2024. So that's once every 4 snaps. When he was single coverage, he was getting the ball thrown his way about every 4 routes run. When he was doubled, it was once every 7. His catch percentage when he was single covered was 65%. When he was double covered, it was 32%. His catch percentage. He's catching less than a third of every ball his way when he's facing double coverage. His yards per target was 9.5 when single covered, 6.8 when doubled. Just to show you how big the difference is, when they were double covered last season, George Pickens, the passer rating to him was 74.2. To Jalen Tolbert, it was 126.9. Jalen Tolbert was a significantly better player against double coverage than George Pickens was last year.
So if I'm the front office, and this will be a future War Room segment on Pickens' contract, throughout the first 3 games, I'm not thrilled with everything I've seen and heard about him so far. Over these next 4 games, if Lamb is out that long and even longer, if it's the same or worse, right now, I'm heavily leaning towards not re-signing him. If he doesn't produce, if I don't see 100% max effort, if he pouts, if he keeps dodging the media, if I see stupid penalties, I'm not re-signing him to the money that I think David Mulligetta is going to want, unless George wants to go ahead and, for some reason, give this nice team-friendly deal. But this is the hot spot here for judgment in these next 4 weeks for George, in my opinion.
Which we are, we're 3 weeks in. If CD's out for 4, that gets us 7. And this will be something we'll talk about later, I'm sure. But trade deadline is week 9, so you'll be coming right out of that stretch.
940 says, overreaction, Pickens doesn't do the small things well enough. Another 940 says, Peyton, please read this. So of course, I'm going to read it. Dan Quinn played man coverage, and the defense was good. Eberflus is playing zone defense, and that is the problem. We didn't complain when we were playing man. So there you go.
Well, Caleb Williams did have a perfect passer rating against man coverage last week, so it wasn't that much better. Like, that still is a problem for them. By the way, I will point out, there was a tweet that went viral. It was the coach's film shot of Pickens' touchdown last Sunday, and some Pittsburgh fan had put it up, and they were like, this is the perfect representation of George Pickens not really carrying on his route and then still making a ridiculous play to salvage it.
Yeah, one-handed. Last one. He's going to join us tomorrow at 8:20. This one may sting, but of course we are going to be accused, and I understand why, of being the Homer Shoddy show on record with Brian Schottenheimer. Overreaction or not? Brian Schottenheimer's new coaching impact has yet to be felt.
Right there.
That's not an overreaction. I mean, they may be having more fun, right? Who knows?
Not the last 2 weeks. I hope.
Who knows, right? But he's not impacted them. I mean, I don't know what the record would be like with Mike McCarthy right now. I assume probably 1-2 because they may have won week 1. It was right there. I doubt it because
I reverse. I think they lose week 2.
Well, maybe they do. But they might have won week 3. We don't know. Like, Mike has a history. Like, I don't think that we can overstate the impact of being and the experience of being a head coach for a long, long time on how you prepare for a game or get a team ready for the regular season, injuries in training camp. Who knows, right? So I don't think it's been felt.
It's not an overreaction, obviously, if you're just talking about results. If we're just completely results based, it's not an overreaction. If we're talking about it's being felt, like you can see shifts and changes to various things that like what he's trying to accomplish is taking hold, then that's an overreaction, because what he's trying to accomplish, I think you are seeing, he is consistently calling people out by name and he is trying to have accountability. He is, I think, showing that this is a team that's tough. They're tough. They'll fight. They're just, I think, a lot of times not talented enough. They're not good enough, but they are giving all the effort. They're maxing out their effort. They're not like, I don't think that Schottenheimer's going to have a press conference like Bochy did the other day where he's basically saying my team quit today because they felt like it was.
Well, we'll see what happens if they're 5-10.
No, I know. I'm just saying, yeah. I think that even if they were to go.
Did they quit on Mike?
No. I mean, not at last year. At various times, I think they did, but not at the end of last year. If they go 3-14, though, I don't think we'll look at them and say this is a team that quit at any point. I think they will be aggressive and trying, and they want to fight for Shotty, I think.
877-881-1053 with Dallas Cowboy overreactions or not. Former Packer Mason Crosby joins us at 8 o'clock this morning. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, we've got details on that shooting that happened yesterday morning on 35 near the ice facility. Though finally, after I think a lot of the stuff that we were seeing on the screen yesterday and the stuff we were talking about during the breaks, and obviously not saying on the air a lot of times because we're like, well, we don't know totally what's true and what's not yet. Like the stuff that has come out and been certain at this point, a lot of it has shifted already. And been like, okay, that wasn't correct. Like at one point, I know we saw one TV station saying 2 people were killed, and then Dallas police came back and said, no, it was 1. So it was just 1 that was killed, and then there was the shooter. And so we'll get into details of that here in just a second. I do want to mention we're going to be at Ennis Fire Station #1 tomorrow. Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. We will be out there. Free Whataburger. Thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters. Whataburger, everybody out there. It'll be a good time. I know that was the first question I got at our last firehouse. Somebody had walked up to me and said, when are you guys going to come to Ennis? I said, you're in luck. We're very big in Ennis. So you guys show up. Come on out there. We're gonna have the what are they called up north? The toques? Is that what they're called?
The toques. That's what they call them in Canada.
Oh, Canada. Okay, so we're gonna have the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour beanies as we're getting ready to winter. We're getting ready for wintertime. So come on out. Those will be gone quickly. It's 1700 Lake Bardwell Drive in Ennis Fire Station #1. All right. So some of the details, and I'm gonna be very careful to just read a lot of this directly from news reports. This is from WFAA that. The report last night was 1 ICE detainee was killed and 2 others were wounded after a shooter opened fire on a Dallas ICE facility Wednesday morning. Department of Homeland Security officials said the ICE spokesperson said in an earlier statement that 2 detainees were killed and a 3rd was wounded, but DHS corrected that statement and said that it was 1. The shooter later died of a self-inflicted wound, according to a statement from ICE officials, and sources identified the suspect shooter as 29-year-old Joshua John. He was not overtly political in his youth, according to 2 childhood friends who spoke to ABC News on the condition of anonymity. But of course, yesterday, Kash Patel had tweeted out, FBI Director Kash Patel put out a image of the shell casings that they found, and scribbled on one of them was an anti-ICE message. And I don't mean like it was things bad about ICE. It literally said anti-ICE or anti-ICE, however you want to say it. It was literally spelled out like in marker. It just said anti-ICE.
Yeah.
which yesterday the internet was kind of going a little nuts about it. Was going, this seems fishy. That's the message you're going to write down.
Yeah.
there.
So I wanted to go home yesterday and just watch nothing but this coverage. I was shocked at the lack of coverage on this. I thought this was going to be plastered on every news channel the entire day. Behind the scenes in this room, we put on both national news channels. We put on Fox News, we put on CNN. CNN didn't even break into it. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Why aren't they covering this? And then yesterday at home, it was not just flat out 24/7 coverage. It was Trump and the UN and stuff like that. I was stunned at the lack of coverage that I thought I was going to get. That's number one. Number two, I was really, really surprised throughout the day at the lack of information that we were getting. This kid's face, to me, in the news coverage that I was watching, was not just plastered on the screen. I felt like this is the longest I had to wait to get the suspect identified and put on television.
I still haven't seen a photo of him. I haven't looked, though.
Yeah. But still, you think, but I was really taken aback at why this story was not covered as intensely as I thought it was going to be. My own personal questions.
I think the reason for that is we see so many of these shootings anyway.
Yeah, but I just thought with ice and the temperature of the country that it would have been what they always do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is left, this is right, this is motive. Let's get the gender, let's get the skin color, let's get the background, let's get the religion. And we didn't get it as quickly as I'm used to.
I wonder if some of the photo stuff too, because I was just now trying to look this up. I still haven't found an answer on any of these stories I'm looking at as to why this photo's there. The photo that they're using is a mugshot. And we know that he was never taken into custody yesterday. And it was because
previous mugshot?
He was it's a mugshot credited to the Collin County Sheriff's Office from January of this year. And I can't find out what he was arrested for. I'm Googling around. I don't see any of it here. But if anybody else knows on the fan text, you can send in and say what the case was. But he was... I wonder if that was also part of it, is they didn't have like a custody shot to put up there. And so if the guy didn't have social media or anything like that, then they were just having to scrounge around and find something.
I mean, here's an example of it. If you go to Twitter and you type in the first name Joshua, the last name does not immediately pop up. That's crazy. You'd think it'd be all over the place. What I'm wondering about this incident, Choppy, you're about to elaborate or maybe not, or give your side of things behind the scenes on your texts. If the guy was anti-ICE, why would he shoot a detainee? Unless he was I think he was firing into the bus. So if he was anti-ICE, why would you want to shoot an immigrant? Or were you just opening fire, period, and an immigrant got hit? Because no officers were hit. You'd think if you're anti-ICE, you're aiming at an officer.
It'd be bad luck to miss all the officers and hit 3 detainees.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and the
I don't understand that part of it.
So the way it's been described has been that he was firing indiscriminately, is how it's been described from DHS.
So just like open fire.
So, yeah, it's just almost... So apparently what they're saying is he just was pointing down there and just firing.
Was it a sniper?
That's how he's been referred to as a sniper. I don't know what kind of gun he was.
Because I thought they had said rifle yesterday. I don't know the differences in the guns. I have no idea.
I mean, look. I mean, I don't. How high was he?
Yeah.
How high up was he in the building?
Yeah. Was he just like assuming these are workers at ICE? I'm just going to open fire, or was he trying to take out? Because maybe that's why there was a lack of coverage, because these news stations couldn't fill their narratives. They couldn't go ahead and fill in the lines.
Just go on the fan text. The kid's mom was super left. This was a targeted. Killing, and that's why so that's why CNN will run, but Fox won't run the story because it's a white dude who targeted immigrants.
Right.
So it's just like, and you could tell when Bobby mentioned the photo, right? Where it just said anti-ICE on it, right? Whatever it was. And you could tell the person, based on what you know about them, whether they were going to believe the photo was real or think the photo was fake.
Yeah. It's pathetic.
It's absolutely pathetic.
It's pathetic. It's ridiculous. Like, have a brain of your own.
So
Come up with your own belief instead of just, having the Geppetto strings controlling what you think.
Apparently the arrest previously in Collin County, that was just a marijuana charge from a while back. Now I can't find anything on here that says what the weapon was. But the only thing I found here is that they said that his brother had said that his parents owned a rifle and John knew how to use it.
So I have a friend who's DPD. Who I know, right? And he was there. He was one of the first ones on the scene yesterday, and he said that when he got there, and again, he was one of the first cops on the scene. He had just killed himself, which they didn't know. He goes, I would have liked to have known that.
Yeah.
Because I was a little puckered when I was searching the parking lot, searching the building, trying to secure everything.
Man. Imagine that.
Yep. And then as soon as the feds got there, or more feds, not just one, but a lot of feds, they really took over, and he got the heck out of there. But he did say, if this guy, because I asked him, like, why would he kill himself before the cops got there? And he goes, I have no idea, because if this guy wanted to take out the cops, he easily could have. Easily. He goes, the vantage point he was at, he had to have done research, because he knew where they were unloading the prisoners, and he knew that it couldn't be seen from the street. So in order to get that vantage point, he also knew exactly the time that they were going to be unloading and exactly where to be. So, that doesn't speak to somebody indiscriminately shooting, but it also could be somebody who just wanted to create chaos.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what other details come out of this in the next few days. I'm sure we'll get some other things that'll pop up, and then we'll get some of the explanation from it. But it may just end up being one of those little mysteries. Who knows? All right, this is Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. Did you see the massive upsets we had in DFW last week? 2 top 10 nationally ranked high school football teams lost in DFW.
Yep.
It started when Peyton Russell's very own, he didn't go to school there, but he lives out there, Rockwall defeated number 9 North Crowley 37-35. That was the Panthers' first regular season loss since head coach Ray Gates took over the program back in February 2022. So we're talking about 3.5 years since Ray Gates has been there, and they hadn't lost a game. So Rockwall with the big upset. And then it continued. That was on Thursday. Last Friday, another one popped up as Texas powerhouse Duncanville, number 7 team in the country, lost to Waxahachie 28-27. They were actually up in that game like 27-9 in the third quarter, like late in the third quarter, and Waxahachie came storming back, upset them, and so it's kind of rocked the world a little bit. And Yahoo actually had an entire article up about this is some instability in the high school football world that we haven't seen typically, where the number 1 team in the country lost a few weeks ago. You're starting to see more top 10 teams kind of fall, and it makes you wonder, all right, are we starting to see a little bit more of the maybe that NIL parity starting to hit these high schools too a little bit? And so big time performance from Rockwall and Waxahachie, so shout out to them. Tough losses for North Crowley and Duncanville.
Hey,
for
Pat,
sure.
you feel big high school football presence in Rockwall?
Oh yeah, it's all over. The local shops have all like the local donut shops and all this stuff have all like the former teams' pictures and rosters up on there. I mean, they love it, especially the I-30 showdown between Rockwall Heath and then Rockwall High School as well. It gets big there.
And then last note here, this is from WFAA yesterday. I was really surprised to see this headline. You guys remember Camp Mystic? That was the camp in Central Texas that had the flooding tragedy. And
Franco still taking donations for it if you go to their website.
A lot of people lost their lives. I believe it was 27 in total. Camp Mystic announced yesterday that they're going to partially reopen next year, one of their campsites, and it's the Cypress Lake campus, and the one by the Guadalupe River. They are in talks to determine, they believe they're going to rebuild it and open it again. They said they haven't announced that one officially yet, but apparently they're evaluating their plans and they intend to rebuild it and open it. And that stuns me that they build it again right over there.
Yeah.
It does surprise me. So I guess just ask, is this a
once in a forever occurrence?
It's a 100-year floodplain? Is that what it is? Like, it happens once every 100 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess if they've got time to like where it won't happen again, I mean, but still, I would just think you'd give it a couple of years, even just from like let's let this breathe a little bit.
I was driving through Highland Park to visit a buddy.
Well.
Driving through, not stopping.
Jerry's been Jerry.
And man, the ribbons on all the trees, it was sobering. Sit there block after block, and I'm like, what are these? And Amanda's like, a lot of these kids went there. A lot of these kids were at that camp. It was tough. It was tough.
Oh,
Neighborhood Watch every Thursday, commercial-free, expressway here on DFW Sports Station. Shout out John and Taylor, by the way. That's who I was going to visit. All right, we have Tommy Yarsh in the final hour of the program from the Ford Center, the Star in Frisco. Below the belt at 8:40. But next, a man who tortured the Dallas Cowboys. He is hosting talk radio in Wisconsin. Let's preview Micah's return with the Georgetown Eagles' very own Mason Crosby next on Sean and Arden.
your hair. Okay, freak.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
This to send the Packers into the NFC Championship game. It is good! The Packers are moving on! Aaron Rodgers has done it again! And Mason Crosby, a hero for Green Bay.
Oh, and that man is now joining us here on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Not Aaron Rodgers, not Joe Buck, the longtime Green Bay Packer, Georgetown, Texas's very own Mason Crosby here on the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Mason. How are you, man?
Good morning. I can't believe they allow y'all to play that on Dallas airwaves.
Well, Jerry tells us what to do and what to play, so we just follow his instructions, as you may have heard.
Just do what Jerry says, right?
How often do you make it back ever to Georgetown or just in Texas?
Oh, man, all the time. My parents and my sister still live down there in Georgetown, so my mom runs an organization called The Locker. My mom and sister are both running that organization. They've been doing that for a long time, and I'm still very present there in Georgetown. And then my brother actually moved from Nashville, what was that, last March, there to the Dallas area. So nice. We are well connected, and I love getting back home to Texas.
And he is also hosting for our sister station, The Fan, Odyssey station, the Mason Crosby Show, Monday through Friday, 9 to 11 a.m. Now, I'm going to ask you this same question I asked Pat.
Hey, I do have to correct you on that one. We just moved times, so we are actually 12 to 2 now.
Oh.
So, we just had a shift in our whole lineup there at the Fan in Wisconsin. Okay. So. Added some pieces, going full time 6 to 6 with local stuff. So now I'm going 12 to 2 and just having a blast. Kind of coming to the dark side, the media side of things, but still getting to talk ball and be around it, which is a lot of fun.
Now I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Pat McAfee, and he got a little butthurt about it because Pat's a little sensitive. All right. Now, as a kicker, how much did you break down football while you played and then overcoming that stigma, right, in order to talk it Monday through Friday in such a football passionate city and state that you're in? Your football breakdown ability was and is what, and how much did you have to overcome that kicker stigma to talk it every day?
Yeah, I think you're always kind of breaking that down. And I talked to someone the other day too, Jay Feely, has been in that space, and he's like, you just have to relate things back to what you know best, and try to connect in that space. Luckily, I played high school football in Texas and played free safety and wide receiver, so I do know ball a little bit in that actually playing form. And then, I had the best seat in the house. And I got to watch Aaron Rodgers. I got to watch Brett Favre for a year. And I'd pick their brain and, just kind of figure out honestly what we're doing offensively, on a week-to-week basis. I'd sit in meetings sometimes. We'd go in there with the offensive linemen. I always made sure I was great friends with the O-linemen, for a lot of different reasons. They protected my butt there on the field, and and then it was just always fun, hearing their perspective and talking ball, and seeing how some of those guys are just, they're the big enforcer, guys on the field, kind of taking over, and then there's some of those guys that, the offensive linemen are puking before games and are like the most nervous, going into stuff. So I always love the nuances of the locker room and all those things. So. If I don't know exactly, what's going on in a moment on the field, if I can't break it down exactly like a quarterback would, I definitely I've watched a ton of ball, talked football my whole life, and love sports, love this game. It's honestly been fun also talking about, the Brewers, who are having a great season, and I get to talk, Milwaukee Bucks, and unfortunately we have to talk about the Wisconsin Badgers and what they're doing right now, but. It's been a fun journey, and I love still being able to be around the sports.
Mason Crosby here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, your initial reaction to the Micah deal on whether maybe you thought the Cowboys got ripped off, and initial impressions of Micah on and off the field there in Green Bay.
Well, I mean, from your comment, I know how you feel, but yeah, I think honestly, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I was shocked. I was shocked that the Packers were a team that were going to be in a conversation, and that I mean, I'm not shocked with anything there in Dallas and with Jerry Jones, but that he would send his best defensive player, probably best player on the team potentially to the Green Bay Packers, who have kind of, had the Cowboys number here for the last, since that 2016 game, or before that. So, shocking moment. Packers fans have been riding that high now for 3 weeks, I guess, 4 weeks now. And, just the energy and the excitement that he brought to that locker room, just, it seems palpable. I mean, he says all the right things. He does all the right things. It's kind of refreshing there in Wisconsin to have somebody from another organization, a different type of place, where they come in, they kind of speak their mind, and they say what they're feeling, and they're used to the spotlight and all those things, because sometimes there in Wisconsin, you find yourself in a little bit of a bubble up there in Green Bay, kind of removed from the entertainment side of the NFL. And so I feel like a guy like Micah Parsons, Josh Jacobs brought that last year when he came to the team. So they're kind of building something different up there in Green Bay than it probably was whenever I played. It was almost like, hey, we go to work. We don't say anything to the media. You keep everything really close to the vest, and just kind of let your performance on the field do the talking. And now I feel like we're hearing more voices out of Green Bay, and it's really refreshing to hear those different perspectives.
Talking ball with Mason Crosby here on 105 through the Fan. Mason, the big loss to the Browns last week. I don't want to say collapse. I mean, it was a 10-point game, and there was just one turnover basically that occurred, and then the missed kick. But when you see that game, is there anything coming out of that Cleveland game that is concerning long-term to Packers fans right now? And they're saying, man, this might have exposed something, or is everybody just kind of writing it off to like, that was kind of a fluky ending?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I think it's we've been talking about it all week, obviously, and I think the one thing you can point to offensively is running the ball better. That offensive line, I think, when healthy, whenever they are full on, have their whole starting lineup, they are a really good offensive line. But all of a sudden, you start Zach Tom, he gets hurt first play, which there's a lot of questions on why was he playing if he can't even get through a play where there wasn't anything significant that happened and he couldn't keep going. But I think that offensive line just has to find some cohesiveness, get back to the run game that they had last year with Josh Jacobs. And then, if you're not able to just go straight at guys, do what the Lions do and some of these creative offensive teams, and find ways to just get the ball in your playmakers' hands and control that clock, because the elite defense that the Packers have right now, I mean, it's special to watch. I mean, they haven't had a defense like this for a very long time, as long as I can remember. And so to think that if they keep teams to 13, 14 points a game, the Packers should be able to do and be efficient enough on offense to score 21-plus points and win most of these games. So I think the biggest thing is just finding that rhythm, getting Jordan Love going. He's had a fine year. One mistake on that interception, in a critical situation, like you said, the missed field goal. I think you look at that Browns game and you say maybe the Browns aren't as bad as everyone thought. They have an elite defense as well, really good. They controlled the ball better, didn't turn it over, didn't make silly mistakes, and made the Packers work for it. Packers had a chance to win, but I do think offensively they just need to be more consistent, eliminate penalties, be better in that O-line, and just try to run that ball more efficiently than they have these first 3 weeks.
Mason, when you came in the league, the kicking game was a little bit different. I mean, it was like, now it's 60-yarders. Everybody can kick a 60-yarder. Yeah. And I know this may be like asking a golfer if you should narrow the fairways, but these guys they got such a big foot. They're so accurate now. Should they maybe narrow the goalposts a little bit? These kicks getting so
everyone
easy?
wants to mess with the kickers. You know, it's like we do everything for the offense to score more points, and then the kickers start getting a little love and have big legs, and it's like, well, let's make it harder on them. let's make it harder on the kickers. So it's impressive, and there in Dallas, y'all have one of the most impressive. I mean, Brandon Aubrey is unbelievable. Like if you want to talk about weapons on a football team, I mean, he truly is a weapon for the Dallas Cowboys. And Jerry Jones, all the stuff. You get rid of Micah Parsons, but hey, you need to pay that man because he's going to set a new market for what kicker's worth is just because of his ability to shorten that field. I mean, you're literally talking about probably when I came into the league, you were hoping to get 35-yard line, anything from 50 to 55, I think the expectation was, that's probably a 50-50 proposition, maybe 60-40. And then anything over 55 was like, man, good luck. Like, hopefully we make it, and we're really excited if it goes in. And that has changed. I mean, I think the expectation inside 55, you need to be 90+%. And then outside 55, you need to be 75%. I mean, you got to make 3 out of 4 kicks in that range all the time, and so it's fun to watch. I look back whenever I was younger, it's like, yeah, I could definitely kick the ball, that far. I could hit 65, 70-yard, kicks, but the fact that they're putting these guys out there and the expectation is they have a real opportunity to make those kicks. It's fun to watch, and now with the new kickoff rules, I mean, what do you got to get? You got to get 15, 20 yards, and you're in field goal range. So it's exciting times, and I think you're just going to keep seeing bigger and bigger kicks happening in critical moments to try to win or tie ball games.
Where's Brandon Aubrey in the GOAT discussion?
Man, already just in a short time, I mean, he's got to be up there. I mean, it's crazy the amount of big kicks, and these kicks. He kicks long kicks, and he kicks them in critical situations. I mean, the one to tie the game the other day, that 64-yarder, was just unbelievable. So it's not like it's just like, we'll throw him out there into half or, in some, kind of trash time situation. I mean, he's hitting big, long field goals in critical moments. And so, I mean, as of right now, if I look at across the league, I mean, he is my top kicker on every board. No real question about it right now. Like he's been exceptional.
Mason, Mason Crosby joined us here on 105 The Fan. Some has been made in recent weeks about these K balls that you guys didn't typically get footballs until, just before game time. Now they're being given 60 footballs at the beginning of the season that they can start with the training camp. How much of a difference does that make in some of the explosion we've seen in terms of distance on these kicks?
Yeah, you want to get some kicker sensitivity, I'll give you some right now. I mean, come on. Like, we've begged for that for years, It's like the quarterbacks get footballs, and they can break them in, and y'all just check them out. Like, why can't we do that? Like, it's insane to think that you are depending on somebody to win a game, make every kick, do all these things, but you have like we would have an assistant equipment guy breaking in a ball. Basically, usually it was like the low man on the totem pole there in the equipment staff would break in our footballs before a game. And honestly, they worked really hard. I loved them. We got them dialed in, but it's just like to expect somebody in that situation to get a ball prepared in 45 minutes straight out of the box to go out there and give somebody the best chance to win a game is just kind of crazy in a type of business that the NFL is, right? So I think it's good. I'm glad they finally changed the rule. One win. We got one win for the kickers. We got those K-balls figured out, They're helping us there. But that's going to change whenever percentages are through the roof and these guys are kicking these 65-yarders. Like you said, they're going to narrow the uprights. They're going to change the ball back. You actually can't break them in. You're going to have to kick them brand new out of the box. I feel like the rules committee they can't change any more rules, so they just mess with the kicking game.
Are you anticipating a beatdown Sunday night?
Well, I mean, obviously, the Packers, like I said, have had the Cowboys number, and unfortunately, a lot of times they're in AT&T Stadium in Jerry's world. It's gone pretty well for the for the Packers in recent history. So, I expect the Packers to bounce back from that game against Cleveland. it's one of those losses. If I am the Cowboys, like I'd be a little concerned because it's like, okay, obviously the Packers have an elite defense. If they get that offense rolling and can find ways to score points, which unfortunately Dallas's defense now without Micah Parsons is looks a little average to say the least. But so if Packers offense can get this thing rolling, it could be a tough night for those Dallas Cowboys fans.
Great stuff, Mason. We appreciate it, man. Congrats on the new time slot, sleeping in even later, and keep it going there in Wisconsin. We appreciate it.
All right, really appreciate it, guys. And let's hope for a good, just a fun, exciting game on Sunday night. But ultimately, with the Packers win.
No, all right, you could have stopped right there. Don't come back to Georgetown. Mason Crosby on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. What is dirtier? We have video and pictures for you to judge in the fan cam next. What's dirtier, Bobby's bathtub or RJ's computer next?
But first, look.
It's true, you've got to forget something else to remember, but Uber Eats is waiting.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Razor blades. Nutmeg maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it something called?
Also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt on your home of the Cowboys coming up at 8:40. Does everyone absolutely want Bruce Bochy back? RJ has that in your Diamond Cavs at 9. Tommy Yaris, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Got the entire morning squad with you as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. And tomorrow we will be at the Firehouse in Ennis for the Firehouse Tour.
Yes, we will. Ennis Fire Station number 1, which is 1700 Lake Bardwell Drive. So come on out. I know we got a lot of people who listen in Ennis.
All right, Peyton, let's have you pick which one here to start with that's more disturbing to you. Bobby Belt bathtub, RJ Choppy computer.
100% the bathtub.
Yeah.
Got to start with that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to start with the thing that's actually sensible and reasonable and good for your health.
So over the weekend with Bobby in Chicago, we got a couple videos, and the first seemed to be we just have the final reveal here.
Yeah, this is just the me in the bathtub.
Yeah. So Bobby starts sending these videos,
custom
where
videos.
It appears that he's trying to figure out how to actually take a bath.
Yeah, he had the water running, obviously, he's filling it up, and then he had some kind of a bath balm, beads, ball, whatever they want to call them, right?
The salts. Yeah, they were
bath salts. Yes, not bath salts, Peyton.
They were bath minerals. Lavender bath minerals is what they were.
So how many baths have you taken? Do you take them at all? Do you have a bathtub at home?
Yeah, I haven't taken a bath since childhood, and that sounds bad. That sounds like it get clipped. I take showers. I don't take baths.
Yeah.
So to me, and even still with this, I showered before.
Oh, you did?
I showered before.
You're supposed to shower after the bath.
I did both. I showered before to then sit in the bath because I would be clean in the bath, and then I showered off of that too.
Whoa. The triple header.
Mm-hmm.
So what made you want to take a bath in this hotel room?
So most of the hotel rooms we go to are like, it's just a typical shower. It's like the same one you always get with the sliding glass door and the handle that you're like, how do I turn on a shower? Like, because they're so ridiculously complex. But this one was, they told me at the front desk, they were like making a big deal out of it. It was a very nice hotel. And they're like, also in the room, there's a separate shower and bathtub.
Oh.
I was like, oh, they're acting like this is a perk that is not afforded to everybody. So should I take a look at this? And so when I walked in, I looked, and I'm not kidding, from the base of the tub to the top of it, it was above my knee. So I mean, it was a pretty deep tub. And so I was like,
deep.
You know what? My back hurts a lot. Maybe I just take a nice warm bath. I just like sit in there, and I'm gonna put in some of these little bath minerals. But I didn't know if I should just do the water. Should I do the bath minerals? Should I do one of those like CBD bath bombs that we have in there? And I didn't know if like once okay, do I pour the minerals in? Do I stir them around?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do exactly?
So the final video that Bobby sent. Now everyone get out your cameras on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Get your screenshot ready, and please tweet it over to Tommy Yarish for his revenge at 9:20 after what Bobby put out of Tommy from his old boy band days last week. This is the final video that Bobby sent.
I don't know. I guess I don't totally get the bathtub experience that people love so much. I mean, it's fine, but I still can't help but feel like I'm just kind of sitting in dirty water. Like, I don't know.
Stop it right there, Aiden.
I don't see anything wrong.
Just keep that photo up right there of the face and the towel.
I have to say, this is some of your best work.
I thought so. I covered all the exposed areas, moisturized, and I got the towel up for my luscious amount of hair.
You did miss a spot, though. I can see it. You missed a spot.
What you said, the words, not necessarily funny. The comedic timing of the transition to the selfie, A+.
Oh, this is
A+.
I know, theater of the mind. This is definitely a visual. This is a visual for you here on the Fan Cam.
Not funny. It's not entertainment. It's disturbing. This rattled me for about a good 30 minutes after it was sent.
Are you embarrassed?
This is a man card violation. of sending. You never send a bathtub video to your buddies, to your guy friends.
What are you talking about?
But you can't do that, number one. But number two, which had my wife flummoxed, totally flummoxed.
Yeah.
She said it's not the moisturizer. It's not sending the video to your guy friends. How did he know how to wrap the towel like that? That is what every woman looks like out of the shower with their hair. It's a technique. It's something I don't know how to describe it. That is what Amanda was so...
You like that?
That's what Amanda was so blown away by. What is this towel wrap?
So it's the classic one that you see from ladies when they get out of the shower, like I said, or Ferris Bueller when he was walking around talking to the camera in the opening scene. He had the little towel wrap on his head, and it's the very basic one. You take the towel, you stretch it out, okay, and then you take the edge of the towel and you place it at the base of your skull. You wrap it around the front, put your head down, twist it over a couple times, and then toss it over.
You did that two-handed thing, like you have some.
Well, yeah. So what you do is you wring it out first if it's wet for sure. So you just kind of do this.
But how do you know this?
I just looked at it and figured it out.
Oh, I thought it's because you said you used to have long hair.
I mean, I did have long hair, but that's what I'm saying. That's how I learned it.
Now,
it was
where are those
I just
photos?
looked at it. Me and long hair? You have one of them.
Do I?
Yeah. You were trying to hold on to it for forever.
Yeah.
It's somewhere buried in your photos because you said you were going to do that one as soon as I tweeted the photo of you and Colin Cowherd.
Yeah. So disturbing to me. RJ found it with great comedic value. Pepe, where do you come down on this video?
I mean, I love Bobby so much. This is peak him. I'm all for the videos. Keep sending them. Maybe a shower video the next time, but let's keep it going.
Aiden, thumbs up on the video. Yeah, Aiden thought it was great.
All right. So that's
903 says he doesn't have hair. Why does he have a towel on his head?
Those are such unnecessary details.
Yeah.
That's not the point. The
You don't
point
need
is
to know why you have the towel on your head.
Does my hair not need to stay any drier just because it's shorter?
So that's disturbance number one. And yesterday, Bobby Belt was very disturbed by RJ Choppy's computer.
Yeah, I was walking in to get coffee and just kind of glanced in the studio, and this stopped me in my tracks. The fact that Choppy typically has the Adobe Audition up, so I don't ever see his desktop. And he logs it in, does his recordings, and logs it out. Aiden's gonna put this up on the fan cam. The number of desktop icons is insane on Choppy's computer. Look at that. It fills the entire space. And in the top left corner, there was no space left. He has saved so many files that it was saving on top of the one in the top left corner, just a stack of a million of them, so that when you would delete 20 of them, you'd highlight them, delete 20 of them, this will clear space, right? Nope. It would then go, we now have space to dump these other ones, and it would repopulate the screen. And it did that for a while until Choppy finally was able to move them all into a folder. But this, to me, is insane behavior. This gives me real anxiety.
I haven't seen that. I have not seen. I guess I always save it just in a file in there, not to the desktop.
I just save them to the desktop because I don't need these, right? Once I record them, I upload them, so I have no use for them.
Yeah.
But I don't delete them because that's an extra step. So what I do is I just save them to the desktop.
Just set off Bobby's.
And then I go.
That's what I'm saying.
This is why these computers are so slow. These computers are so slow because of you, RJ.
Choppy, yes.
Will this slow down? Will that slow down a computer?
Yeah,
more
because they're all connected to the same.
A non-Apple it'll slow it down, but I don't care about that. A Mac computer won't. But look,
this set off all Bobby's isms.
Yeah,
his organizational wires got cut.
I'm like, whatever, man. I have no use for these. I don't use that. The only time I use that computer is when I'm recording something. I know where everything is. It's all labeled very, very well. Right? I label things. People say I'm the best labeler they've ever come across.
The best labels.
I'm the best labeler. So it's everything is hey, zero res 0925 number one. Like that. That's my first one that I recorded on September of 25.
There's a lot people can say about me and do. The one thing you can't say is that for instance, just looking at my email every day. It's not disorganized. It has a very clear structure. It's highlighted. It's bolded. It's all right. Parentheses for the topic. Now here's the stuff, and it's written a certain way. And then I've got the double asterisks to separate the different areas of the email that I've got. So I've got to be very. It's got to look a certain way and got to look a certain structure way, and that gave me a ton of anxiety looking at it.
Bobby had to help me. I had no idea how to make a folder. I don't know how to do that.
I don't know how to add debit money to one of my accounts. I'm trying to bet this underdog, and it's like insufficient debit card, and I'm like, I don't know.
Oh, you're poor.
I can't figure out how to do it.
If you asked me to make an Excel, asked me to make an Excel document, couldn't do it.
XL or Excel?
Excel. Right. same
Excel,
thing, right?
okay.
Yeah.
It is like together we're one complete person.
We are. We're one total.
Like I know how to do the Excel, the organization. You know, like all the home tips and like the house things like that. And then Sean's got things like how to keep us fed. And like we all just come together as one complete human being.
We're one actual man.
Speaking of food, let's knock out a couple quick restaurant stories. Quiet time.
So this is off of Reddit, and so I'm like, all right. I always wonder how much of this I actually could believe anymore on the internet. But if it's on the internet, I look at it as completely true. So this Redditor went to a restaurant, and he goes, the place seemed very, very quiet. There was nobody in there. So he's like, all right, I'll give him a shot. I'm hungry. Middle of the day. So he gets the bill, and there's a 20% pre-tip charge labeled quiet time. All right. So he asked the server if this is a mistake, and the server was a little sheepish, like knowing that it was like, hey, I got to tell you this, be honest with you. But said management says when it's not busy, you're basically getting the place to yourself. So it's a quiet time surcharge. All right. So it's like you're kind of like flying private. You don't have to worry about other people in the restaurant. And he's like, I'm not chartering a restaurant here.
Yeah.
And I have never seen this. I have never.
So you're getting charged because you have the place to yourself?
You're getting charged because like otherwise they wouldn't be working. The chef would have to turn all the. The chef's not doing anything.
Yeah.
He's just sitting back there. I mean, they're still getting paid.
It's very rare when these restaurants deserve to be Yelp bombed. You know, it's usually a sports group or a hate group. This place deserves it. Did these people go in last second, did you say?
Yeah, it was
right before closing?
It didn't say what time of day.
Okay. Because I would say you should be giving me 20% off because your crappy establishment sucks so much you can't have one other patron in here. You should be giving me free apps and desserts, not charging me 20% for quiet time. They deserve the Yelp bomb. Where are they, city and state?
It didn't say where they were, but people have Googled this because on Reddit they were like, I gotta see if this is believable. And people have Googled quiet time surcharges, and it is a thing. It's a more common thing that
quiet time surcharge.
Quiet time surcharge.
I don't believe it.
I can't imagine this is actually. This can't be something in America.
I would subtract the 20% and dare you to call the cops on me. I'd pay the bill. First off, no tip. Although now it's not for the server. I'm tipping the server off of what the regular bill amount would be, but I'm subtracting the 20%. It's like my water bill the other day. I put it on pause for the gross charges, and then they charged me like a late fee. I paid it minus the late fee. I'm not paying the extra money. So there it is here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Does Matt Eberflus have a history of communication problems? Bobby went digging. Next in Below the Bathtub, right here on The Fan.
mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
I do know ball a little bit.
Talking ball with Mason Crosby here on 105.3 The Fan.
Crosby knows ball. Hey, he knows ball. He's a ball knower, and we just talk ball.
Hey! Boy, Mason Crosby, I am just juiced up from all the ball knowledge we got from Mason Crosby. The fan text was lighting up. Well, they were like, do we have a ball counter on Crosby yet? And how much is Sean about to just explode from hearing this? Does that tell you?
Crosby and Bobby, back-to-back segments, both loving balls.
That's what we do.
Right.
We're big on the
ball a little bit.
That's good. That is a good.
And that's a kick of all things.
Yeah.
That should shame you into using it more because a kicker is sitting there saying, "Oh, let's talk ball. Let's talk ball." Kickers can't say that. Kickers cannot say that. Only Dick Butkus can say that, or Jason Witten. That's it.
All right, I'm gonna.
That should shame you. It should make you feel more embarrassed.
I will go at Monday is usually the lighter day.
The lighter day?
Generally for the Cowboys in the locker room. Like it's a lighter work day.
I thought you meant on this show. I'm like, no, it's usually the most depressing day.
No, it's a lighter work day for them. The next time they win, because I don't know if it'll be Sunday, but the next time they win, the following Monday, I'm just going to go in there and just pull guys. I'm like, what do you think about like referring to ball, like talking ball and ball knowledge?
Yeah.
Do you have any issues with that? And,
yeah.
And we'll see
You're gonna
how
have to
it
explain
splits.
it further.
I know I'm gonna have to see. I'm gonna have to take it by position group, age demographic, how much success they've had in the league, and I'm gonna see what trends break down from that of who actually knows ball and talks ball. As we're here in the Ball Knowers of the Roundtable, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. So the new buzzword that we're getting, you said it all off season. The buzzword was the C word. That it was culture. It was competition, and the new one is communication.
Well, the culture, that whole storyline is getting mocked right now.
It is.
It is a little bit. I still think they are. I think that the culture is something that is they're.
Here we go. Here's the spin cycle.
No, it's not because it's not there yet. But I think it is something that they're building towards that being a foundation, and it's not going to be great overnight. And they're working towards, hey, this is going to have to look a certain way. I think realistically, this team probably doesn't look the way Brian Schottenheimer completely wants it to.
I would hope not.
But I'm saying in terms of personnel, standards, culture, all those, I would bet we have to get through the first 2 years. That's why people usually say it's too dismissive to fire somebody too quickly, because they've got to come in and they got to change a lot. There's a lot of people, I think, who felt like it was a tough thing moving on from Mike Zimmer. Zimmer wanted the head coaching job, didn't get it. And so he was ready to go. But that departure from Zimmer was like, man, he was trying to establish something, we're trying to build something that now it's like, all right, well, now somebody else has got to come in here and build their thing.
Yeah.
And it can just be a
It's
tough reset.
2 steps forward, 1 step back, or 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah.
Come together and opposites attract.
Yeah, there you go. You got it. And it is one of those things where it creates really difficult issues, and that's why teams are so big on continuity. And it makes people roll their eyes a lot of times, especially when you're talking about continuity with a team that wasn't good. But it is something that generally, that's how you get communication down. That's how you get verbiage down, all these different things. I wanted to look, though, because I was talking about this yesterday on Media Mash on DallasCowboys.com.
Well,
that the idea, or this is 2 days ago, the idea that I wanted to see, does Matt Eberflus have this as a problem in his history? Because when he was here in Dallas, that was Marinelli's defense. Eberflus was very involved, but you didn't have the same sort of spotlight on him and some of the things being pinned on him. So I wanted to go back and look at, all right, Indianapolis, Chicago, what was publicly said, and then I just wanted to call around and ask a few people what their perspective was on those tenures and where issues were. So I started in Chicago, and I went back through and I dug and dug and dug. And you know me, if it's out there, I'm going to find it usually.
Hey, bro.
I found 2 clips, I think.
2 clips.
In 3 years of communication being referenced as any sort of a problem. And both of them were in long answers where they threw out 80 other things and just kind of passing by said, our communication could be better. That was it. Those are the only time we find. And all the issues we hear about Matt Eberflus in Chicago, that was not one of them. The only thing that came up with communication, obviously, was the issue of how he communicated to players. How did he communicate to the defense? How did he communicate to Caleb Williams? But when we're talking about specifically player communication post-snap or pre-snap and recognizing certain things, that didn't seem to be an issue in Chicago. In fact, there were different times where guys like Kevin Byard, I would find a mention of it, and it was, I think our communication's really good in the secondary, blah, blah, blah. And so it was more the guys in the secondary talking about how good they thought their communication was. The thing we're going to have to figure out over the next several weeks is when they keep talking about communication is, okay, is this strictly a player problem? Because then that would change if the communication is the problem of the coach to the player about the scheme, well, now we are seeing carryover from Chicago. I asked a couple different people.
Because the Chicago communication thing with the players, we heard a lot after, him not addressing things properly in the locker room.
Yeah.
Players revolting over that.
Yep.
And just not owning things publicly.
Yeah, and I mean, the report from, I think it was The Athletic at the time, Jalen Johnson, a really well-respected veteran, essentially telling him to leave the locker room after the last game, like, you need to get out of here.
Yeah.
And that's how bad things had gotten there. I asked around a little bit of folks who are aware of that time in Chicago or who were near it, around it, and one of the interesting bits of feedback I got was that was definitely where Eberflus had the most personal tension. was the secondary. That consistently through all 3 years, and he was a front, like he was considered, like he's a linebackers guy. He's considered kind of a little bit of a front seven guy because he comes from Marinelli, who's defensive line, linebackers there. But I had heard that in Chicago, the biggest areas of tension he had consistently in terms of players frustrated with him frustrated with players was almost always the secondary. The guys in the secondary had friction and had issues with him, and that makes sense when Jalen Johnson says something. I heard Kevin Byard didn't have a good relationship with him. Kevin Byard is a long-tenured veteran, a big-time leadership guy. They had somewhat of a poor relationship. I went back to Indianapolis. I kind of looked over things there while he was with the Colts. Everybody loved him with the Colts. There wasn't a lot of issues there that I could see of even the issues that we saw in Chicago of communicating person to player. So the history doesn't match up that this should be a problem, him walking in here and there being really bad player communication. So the only thing that I can think at this point is they need time on task. They need more time on task. They need to get used to whatever the verbiage is, whatever these changes are, and be on top of those things. And as somebody, I think it was Nick Harris who pointed this out. He said, if you look at the secondary, the guy who's been the most consistent right now is probably Reddy Stewart, who's had to step into play. And who is Reddy Stewart? He was in Chicago last year with Eberflus, and he knows what the system is. And he knows what the language is. And Reddy Stewart knows what the expectation is and how you're supposed to communicate and how you're supposed to do things. And he's playing fine right now. And he's the guy in the secondary who doesn't have busts. And so a lot of this may just be time on task stuff. But if it continues on, we are going to have to start looking at, okay, is the Cowboys' explanation of its player-to-player communication not flying, and this may actually be a coach-to-player issue? And at that point, there's serious red flags because of how things ended in Chicago.
Look, I mean, I would assume that miscommunication and stuff, if that really is the issue, then it is probably, like you said, a time on task thing, and that would, I don't know that you blame coaching necessarily on time on task, on a lack of. You just got to be able to do it. You need time to do it. The problem runs into is it too complicated? Is it too complicated? Which it doesn't sound like it's complicated.
Yeah.
Right. Offensively, that might be you might see something like that on offense. The terminology, the verbiage is too complex.
Yeah, and it may be that whatever signals they have in place, whatever their process is, and we can try to ask Schottenheimer about this tomorrow. I'm sure he doesn't want to give away every detail of how they communicate and how they signal each other. But I mean, just kind of give Schottenheimer a chance to say, look, when you are in the huddle, when they're in the huddle and the call comes in on defense, from that point on until the end of the whistle, like, what do you want to see from them? What says to you that, all right, they are communicating the right way? Is it you're seeing that they're signaling each other at certain things? Is it verbal? Is it the way they're talking? Those are the sort of things that I'll be interested in. All right, last couple of minutes here. Do you want Micah potential shots at Dak Prescott, or do you want Roger Goodell opening the door for even more money in the NFL? Micah, let's do it. Okay, so Micah Parsons yesterday spoke with the Green Bay media. And in fact, he was asked about the return. Yeah, all four of them. I still remember Randall Cobb, his first OTA practice. He came in here and he saw the number of reporters in his locker and he dropped an expletive. And we were like, not used to this in Green Bay. He's like, this is what the crowd is during playoffs in Green Bay. This is what's at my locker. So this is Micah Parsons yesterday, asked about the tribute video and whether or not he was offended by that.
No, there's a lot of things I can consider disrespectful throughout this process, but I wouldn't say the tribute is one of them. I would say, I just think, there's hard feelings maybe there for them, but for me, I'm happy where I'm at, and we got a really good football team, so I guess I can live you my tribute and a win, I hope.
So that's very Micah. Look, a lot could be disrespectful. That's certainly not one of them, which I think we all agree with. Here's what I want to know if this is disrespectful at all. You let me know.
By the way, when you leave a fight and you really are on good terms, I would trust in both sides communicating that. And in this instance, with Jerry with us on Tuesday and Micah there, they're both not on the same page.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We have a big fight, and the next day someone's like, oh, how awkward was it? How tense commercial breaks? And we both go, It was squashed. It's always squashed. It's fine.
Squashed.
We're both going to usually say that. They're saying different things.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is the line from The Athletic from Micah's media availability yesterday. I want to know if you think, am I being too sensitive in defending number 4 here? Or if this is a shot, potentially. It says, even if Cowboys fans don't welcome their former star pass rusher with open arms, there doesn't seem to be any animosity between Parsons and his former teammates. Parsons was complimentary of his former quarterback, Dak Prescott, saying he, quote, never would bet against him. He said, I think Dak is so good because he's overly confident, and he believes he can make every throw. And I think 90% of the time he does that.
Okay, say it again.
Overly confident, and 90% of the time. I give Dak props because he's usually overly confident. I'm paraphrasing for time purposes.
90% of the time he makes the...
Yeah, so 90% of the time he does that.
So if you want to be negative, you can go, oh, he's overconfident, and 10% of the time he doesn't make the right throw.
Okay.
Is it at all just a little like, just here a little jab here? Like, yeah, most of the time he does it.
I think he thinks that saying 90% of the time is like a really good thing.
I read it as the perfect little Micah elbow. I think he's perfect at this.
Yeah, I do too.
From Green Bay, one of one fan base, one of one facility. They're the best. You can say it's a great facility. These are amazing fans. I can see why they say they're the best in the world versus best I've ever been around, best I've ever seen, best I've ever experienced. And yeah, Dax, I think it's just that. That's where I think you talking about Micah's intelligence rings true with how he formulates it.
Yeah, he's calculated. I think that was very just a little like, yeah, here's a nice little backhanded compliment here.
Does everyone definitely want Bruce Bochy back? Choppy has it in Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers next. But I know I'm always down for some Hurtado barbecue. We do not have to go ahead.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Sapphire Squad?
and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 3-1. Swung on in a high fly ball to deep right field. Going back is Larnack. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it is history. A home run for Josh Smith.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about divisions being blown and won and home runs flying out the ballpark? 60, 50, all getting hit last night around the sport. We are at the stretch drive time, but there are still 4 games left for your Texas Rangers. Maybe for Bruce Bochy in his illustrious Hall of Fame managerial career. Question, gentlemen. Do you want him to return next year? Or are you okay if he just decides to go on with his life in retirement and move back to Nashville?
I'm not proud of this admission, but I'm going to admit it. Yes, I do want him to return, but I can't sit there and break down from a baseball X's and O's standpoint exactly why. I am submitting to the title. I got title hangover.
Yeah.
And his legend and his history, right? Record-wise, resume-wise, is one of the greatest managers of all time. This is not a hotbed for managers to be running here. You get a bunch of Chris Woodwards or Bannies who end up being the managers. No offense, but this isn't a place that people sign up at the top of their list.
As a legendary manager, like a guy who's been around the block. Joe Madden.
Yes. So I can't break down like Choppy or Jared or Bassick, X's and O's wise, why Bruce Bochy is still going to be the right guy for the job. Many Tolos, I've gotten the messages throughout the season, whether it comes to, the bullpen decisions, the young kids, relying on the veterans too much, those types of things. But I still just settle on yes because of his stature and because of the title. And I do feel like that's a little bit of a lazy take.
I don't disagree, though. I think you're talking about somebody who has won 4 titles and consistently has done it with teams that were kind of viewed as underdogs. So he clearly maximizes teams, or he's around teams that maximize themselves. It's a little bit like there's a lot of times where people always say, "Well, Jordan makes everybody around him better," and like they would say that, and we all know it's true. But it's also like, well, can we get into all the specifics of how exactly? And somebody may not be able to do it, but you know it. You can see it. You can see the outcome from it. So I would prefer Bochy back. The one thing that gives me pause is if there is a problem like we've heard about with the clubhouse or the culture, who is supposed to wear that?
Well,
I don't know. Is that Bochy? Is that supposed to be management? Is that supposed to be players? I don't know who's responsible for this was broken this year.
Right.
I would think that, the part of managing today versus 20 years ago, 50 years ago, is you're a managing personalities guy.
Because that's what we always give Ron Washington high marks for. Was like, oh, he's got those guys.
Yeah,
yeah,
and that's a major part of it. Like that's
we hear that these guys, right, are not that enthusiastic, or they're all on their iPads studying their own batting stances. How much of that should be put on Bochy? Then you hear everyone's uptight because Chris Young is so intense. Mm-hmm. Can Bochy really correct that with the general manager who hired him?
And every place is different. Like, the manager, the head coach of the Cowboys, part of the job. I thought Garrett did a great job of like kind of separating Jerry from the players, right, and the media.
Yeah.
When I remember Joe Torre used to say, like, my number one job as the Yankees manager is to shield George from the players.
Yeah.
He was a little bit of a nut, right? I gotta go calm him down. And everything is different. And maybe Bochy's number one job has to be, hey, yeah, Chris is so intense. I need to shield that from the players. And I don't know how reasonable that is to do. I have no idea how often Chris Young is on the team playing, in the clubhouse, whatever. No idea.
Yeah.
Sandler would know that. Bassick would know that better.
No, and that's it could be one of those things where it's like, man, they should have been better. But like, let's say, all right, if it is coming from the top and Bochy's just having to manage it, maybe it's like, well, it's a miracle they're 2 games above 500 right now, because with that culture, there should be 10 games under or something like that. That's just what I don't know. I don't have the answer to what that is.
All right, before Peyton reads the text, what would you guess the fan text is saying? Is it going to be 80-20 Want Bochy to return?
I'm going to say it's 60-40 wants him back.
I was going to say 60-40.
60-40?
We got so many tweets of people that are just like, oh, look at him. He's throwing this out here. Game's passing by. He's doing this wrong. We got so many of that I just figured there's probably some people.
Because also don't forget, like a lot of people like criticize, why using Garcia again? Why using this bullpen guy again?
Yeah.
And I think, a lot of times managers lean into guys that they're familiar with, who they trust. Also, the lack of options or who's available that night. Not everybody's available every night.
Yeah, right now in the fan text, it's closer to 50-50, Sean. 903 says, give me Skip Shoemaker. 214 says, I, of course, would welcome Bochy back. 972 says, I think Bochy can hang up the cleats now. 325 says, I will always want the Hall of Fame manager back with my team.
Okay. Give me an X's and O's of him throughout the year, RJ. You're the baseball ball knower.
It's tough with X's and O's and baseball managers, man. I mean, like the scouting reports for the pitchers are largely done by the pitching coach. His X's and O's are going to be dealt into managing the bullpen. Like that's the number one thing a baseball manager does is he manages the bullpen. And considering what they had to work with, I think it's really difficult to evaluate how he managed the bullpen this year. I didn't love a lot of his decisions from a bullpen standpoint. I also think a lot of them were out of his control. Like he didn't have the guys that he needed to. I mean, quick, who leads the Rangers in saves this year?
John Rocker.
Right? Like who's their closer? Their closer changes month to month. Like, I don't. When you don't have, if you have a closer, a legitimate closer. The Red Sox know Chapman. Throw Chapman out there, right? He's the best. He's the best they got.
He's the best.
So they can make their bullpen, the back half of their bullpen, stable. I know this guy in the 7th, this guy in the 8th, this guy in the 9th. We don't have that.
But didn't they end up with better bullpen numbers than we would have thought?
Yes.
Yeah, the very back end, like the 9th was tough for them this year. But the rest of the bullpen was usually pretty good for them.
But finding a closer was difficult.
Right. I mean, they are, as it stands now, there's nobody on the team with 10 saves.
What?
There's nobody on the team who has 10 saves.
Yeah. So you have nobody with 10 saves, which means you don't have a closer. Which means if I don't have a closer, I don't know who. Now, you know who you're going to that day, I assume.
Right.
Going into that night. It's still very difficult.
What a great job by the boys.
In that situation.
My two guesses right now, just guesses. So I'm not sitting on any fence. I'm going to guess Bochy comes back. That's the good news.
Yeah.
Want the bad news?
Yeah.
The bad news is I don't think they're going to be spending very much.
I agree.
Wasn't it supposed to be we're supposed to get through this and we're supposed to
not cool.
The Rangers have become that team who's like, but in a couple weeks it'll slow down. Like they're that adult who's like, and then you're like, oh no, the couple weeks never comes. It's just it's never slowing down.
Yeah.
This is what it is.
I would not get excited for spending if I were a Ranger fan.
I think he comes back. He probably signs a 2-year deal. 2-year deal with a mutual option, whatever. I think you're right. I don't think they spend. They might try to offload. Now, they might spend after they unload a Marcus Semien. If they can't, you know what I mean? Like, they might spend then. The problem, Jock Peterson's going to handcuff him. He's going to opt in.
Speaking of big guys.
Right? He's going to opt in. He's going to get his $18 million or whatever it is. You got Seager on the books. You got Semien on the books. Those are big contracts. DeGrom obviously isn't going anywhere. Neither is Nasty Nate of all.
We need a Steve Ballmer aspiration deal here. ASAP, start paying for some of this stuff.
Okay, so last night, Cal Raleigh, he hit 2 at home with MVP chants in the background. Fantastic.
Was that the setup for the audio?
I mean, it was on Twitter. I don't have it anymore. That was before.
Okay.
No, my bad. MVP chants in the background. He is, without question, the story of the sport. There is. I don't even know who number 2 would be. I mean, it could be. I mean, Pete Crow Armstrong was a good story this year, and you had Kyle Schwarber's been a great story. Shohei and Judge obviously have been good stories, but they've been around. This is what he has done as a catcher. We've never seen it. That first home run he hit. Did you see how far that thing went?
No.
Upper deck. I mean, and upper deck in Seattle is not an easy place to hit. I mean, that is far. That is far. Judge hits 2 home runs. Schwarber hit another moonshot. Coming down the stretch here, you've got 2 MVPs for 4 guys. I think Shohei's kind of pulled away from Schwarber. The odds say that Raleigh has pulled ahead of Judge, which would be a miscarriage of justice. The numbers is not even close. Like, Judge just blows them away. But Cal Raleigh is absolutely the story of the sport. I don't even think there's a question about it. There's a reverb and it's weird. Like, they were so loud. It was like...
It's like they're in the Kingdom again.
Who's going to win the MVP?
I think Judge will still win it. It's weird. Each city has 2 voters, from what I've been told. Each city gets 2 voters.
I mean, if Raleigh hits, they got 4 games left.
If he gets 63,
if he hits 3 home runs, but see, they also, the year that McGuire broke the record, they gave it to Sosa.
They did?
Yeah.
In 98?
Yeah. McGuire broke the record and Sosa got the MVP.
Holy cow. Seattle won their first division title since 2001. That plays into it, right?
Well, looking at these numbers that you just wrote down, we probably could have had AI do, but you did a lot of the handwriting.
I could have had AI do it.
Judge should win the MVP.
So here are the numbers. Judge has got him beat in batting average by 80 points. He's got him beat in on base by 90 points, in slugging by 80 points, in OPS by 180, in OPS plus by 40, weighted runs created by 40, in WAR he's got him in both, some by 2, one WAR he's got him by 2, and the other one he's got him by a half. Cal's got him in home runs, Cal's got him in RBIs, win probability added, Judge has got him by about a full win and 1.2 wins.
Oh.
Obviously though, like, the catching thing plays.
Who's the NL MVP?
I think it's Shohei.
Again.
Probably.
Wow. What a run.
Dude, this is like what he has done. I mean, he's pitching too. I'm like, he's pitching again. He had a no-hitter for like 6 innings the other day.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, I was just trying to look over. It's still wild to me. I know we were talking about this during a break the other day, and I said it to Chop. It is now like he's continued to increase it. Judge is 7 slugging points ahead of Barry Bonds for his career. Like he really is like right-handed Barry Bonds. He's modern day Bonds.
Brian Schottenheimer said, I'm not going to give it away, but we do have a specific Micah game plan. What does Tommy Yars think it is? He previews Sunday night from DallasCowboys.com with Sean and RJ next.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. I was just getting the Cal Raleigh MVP promotion from Mike Bassick in the commercial break. Have you had that fight with Mike over the phone?
No,
yet?
I heard him on the broadcast talk about it. Look, if you want to vote for him, that's fine. I just want you to admit that it's like you're voting for the story or.
Well, he's giving him defensive credit in terms of ability, not just playing the position, but that he's great at it.
Oh, he's fantastic. He's very good.
Yeah.
He's very good.
So it'd be like in the NBA, no one gives a crap about the defensive prowess of anyone, but if you are the best offensive player and defensive player at your position for the year, that should count.
It does. It does. It should. And it's counted in a war. And, he's still behind him. So,
there it is.
What do you want from me?
Crosstalk with KNC. Be expecting some Mike text or a call in the commercial break.
How high do you think you'd be on Raleigh and pinstripes as the MVP? That's what it is. This is the boyhood Yankee fan coming out.
Yeah. Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Morning, guys. I'm good. I'm looking forward to talking some ball with my fellow ball knowers.
Did you see the Bobby?
You, Sean.
Did you see the Bobby photo or video an hour ago? Has anyone sent it to you?
I did. I think Bobby sent it to me yesterday, so it gave me a little bit of a heads up. And it's already his contact photo. I've got it saved. I've got it locked and loaded. Now it's just waiting for the right time to use it.
You have a wife or girlfriend?
I do. I have a lovely girlfriend of 4.5 years.
What are you gonna do when that photo pops up when Bobby calls and you have to explain that?
It might get me not a dirty look, but just kind of a what in the world is that look.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've got a good story for it. She knows Bobby. She actually met him over FaceTime on Saturday while we were in Chicago.
Oh. Wow.
So
yeah,
I think she has a little bit of a heads up.
Your reaction to Brian Schottenheimer yesterday talking about the Packers.
Dak has to worry about Dak. We've got a good plan for how we try to maneuver the personnel groupings, Todd, but it's hard to replace CD, and but injuries are part of the game, and they're probably going to be out there tackle, and so you lose players and next man up, you move up, and the one thing it's never can be and never will be is an excuse. We're good enough to beat the Packers without CD and Book and the guys that we could be missing. But the only way you do that is if you play well and you execute. And if you don't, you put yourself in a tough spot. So we have to do that.
We can beat the Packers without CD and Booker. Do you feel like Schottenheimer kind of went out of his way to say that? Natural coach confidence? Or is that going to be turned into bulletin board stuff?
I think that's just natural Brian Schottenheimer confidence. I mean, it's not like he's going to go out there and say, yeah, guys, the Packers are going to dog walk us on Sunday, so we're just kind of waiting for that. He's a confident guy, and I think he really does believe that they can win every game on their schedule. He knows they're not going to go, 17-0 more than likely.
Well,
but
they've already lost.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate the reminder. But he knows that he likes his players. He's confident in his players. He puts a lot of trust in them, and at the same time, he recognizes how difficult it is to not have a game changer like CeeDee Lamb out there. But the good thing for Dallas is, George Pickens has been a wide receiver one in Pittsburgh, and he's been productive elsewhere as kind of that lead target. Now, is that going to be him, or is it going to be Jake Ferguson, who already has 27 catches on the year? So yeah, I think they're confident in what they can do. Does that mean they're going to beat the Packers? No, I don't think they will. But if you don't go in with that confidence, then I think you're doing yourself a disservice and you're doing your players a disservice.
Schottenheimer also said, look, I know Micah pretty well. They move him around a lot, which is great. Not going to give away our game plan, but we'll pay a lot of attention to him. He can be dominant. We're going to hit him. We're going to put multiple people on him. I just gave my own opinion on this comment saying it's going to be run right at Micah Parsons. What do you think of that hypothesis?
And considering how much success that Dallas has had in the run game with Javonte Williams, it wouldn't shock me if that's the game plan whatsoever. But you got to remember that the guys behind Micah Parsons are pretty good too. Edgerrin Cooper is one of the best young linebackers in football. I think he's going to be one of the best, if not the best, at that position one day in this league. And they've got guys like Xavier McKinney at the safety level who can step up and make plays. So all the attention around Micah Parsons and Shoddy saying, we're going to send some more attention to Micah and send some extra blockers there. That's great. That is an excellent idea. You have got to take him out of the game. But then there's Rashawn Gary, and then there's Quay Walker, and then there's Cooper and McKinney. All these other guys, that's what makes Green Bay so good, and that's why they made this trade, because so much attention is going to go to Micah Parsons that some of these other playmakers who are very good and have been good in the league for such a long time now get everything opened up. That was essentially why the Cowboys were so confident in their defensive end group with Micah Parsons, because he's going to take all the attention. So, the Donovan Ezerakus and Sam Williams of the world are going to have their chances. And now you see, kind of when he's not here, it's a little bit more difficult. Not saying they can't do that, but they haven't done it consistently yet. So that's the value of having a guy like Micah Parsons on your team, and you're seeing Green Bay kind of reap the benefits of it. But no, I don't think that's a bad game plan to run at him. He has struggled in the run game. It's not like he can't defend the run. I don't think he's the best at it, but it's not that he can't do it. But if that's where you feel like you have an advantage, I think Terrence Steele has done a good job in the run blocking scheme so far here early, not as much in pass protection. But when Javonte Williams is playing the way he's playing, yeah, it's not a bad idea to try and get him the ball early and get that going so you can try and establish something.
DallasCowboys.com, ball knower, three-time National Honor Society member at Bridgeland High School, Tommy Yarsh, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan.
Last time I tried to help you out, Tommy.
Tommy Yarsh. Four-time National Honor Society. Goodness. Okay, Tommy. So, Trayvon Diggs, DNP at practice yesterday with the knee. Deron Bland back in a limited fashion. What do you think the outlook is for Diggs' availability? Obviously, Schottenheimer hasn't spoken since that first practice report, but the outlook for Diggs' ability or availability and what you expect to see at corner on Sunday.
Well, since Deron Bland is going to play, that automatically means that Trayvon Diggs can't, because those guys just can't seem to find the field together. No, I think Trayvon Diggs was out of practice yesterday during the media's viewing. He had his helmet on and everything like that, but he was just kind of, I think, sitting back and looking. So it might have been a rest day. Remember, he was kind of a game time decision, did a workout before the Bears game to see if he could go, and ended up going. So it might just be, they're trying to be careful with him and make sure that he's still getting his legs back under him and not tweaking anything else. So I think today is going to be the telling day. If he doesn't get up to limited, then you maybe start wondering about his status for Sunday. But I think this is a game that he's going to want to play, and obviously he wants to play in every game. But they really need him there in the secondary, and if not, then you're probably looking at Triquez Bridges, because that's who came in for him against Chicago when he was going out and dealing with some things later in the second half.
Did you cringe a little bit when you saw Zion Childress get picked up by the Texans off the practice squad?
Yeah, a little bit. Zion, I think, is a really good player, and I think he's got a very bright future. I remember him going back to his New Caney days in high school, so super cool for him to go home. I saw his mom posted a picture today of when he was a kid. He was at one of D'Amico Ryan's football camps growing up. So that's a pretty cool moment for him to go back home to the Houston area and play for the Texans. Maybe he can carve out a role at safety now that they don't have C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But, this is a guy that, Dallas has done a good job in the draft in general in recent years, and in the undrafted free agent market, too, of finding these guys. And Zion was great at Texas State, and, I thought he was really good at Kentucky, too, his last years of college, and certainly played very well in training camp and some of his preseason opportunities. So you wonder if, that's one that maybe they're kicking themselves a little bit a couple of years down the line, but he's got a very bright future in this league, and I'm hoping the best for him.
Where are you with Jordan Love, and did your parents put the Honor Society bumper sticker on the car?
No, they did not put the bumper sticker on the car. They did, however, one day, I think it was like my first day of senior year, they took some of my senior photos and they made these giant like car magnets, and they put them on the doors of the car. It was the worst day of my life. I mean,
I'm gonna find those. I'm gonna get one.
No. You are that I'm for sure not letting you get. But as far as Jordan Love goes, look, I sometimes just kind of question myself with him, just because there are some games where he looks incredible, and there are some games where he's just kind of off kilter, and it's inconsistent. But I think that having a great defense like he's got now makes it a lot easier for him. That was not the case last week. I think that late interception was just tough, and he's kind of had some turnover issues. He's had 11 interceptions the last 2 seasons. Really the key to beating Jordan Love is making him uncomfortable, getting him out of the spot in the pocket. And when you do that, and when you get pressure on him, he can make some poor decisions and he can make some bad throws. And that's where Dallas' secondary needs to cap. Now, the thing for the Cowboys is, if you're giving up an average of about 5 yards of separation on your receivers like they did last week against the Bears, it's not really going to matter if he makes a bad throw if you're not even anywhere close to the ball. So Dallas has got to be tighter in coverage this week. They've got a ton of playmakers at wide receiver. I think Matthew Golden is a guy that's just kind of waiting to pop. He's already had some big plays, but I think this would definitely be a game where he just explodes onto the scene. The former first-round pick out of Texas, hook him. But yeah, if Dallas wants to win this game, they're going to have to force Jordan Love into some turnovers, and he has had a history of doing that. They just have to take advantage of it, because last time he was at AT&T Stadium, they did not.
The percentage of cheers to boos will be what?
For Micah, I would say it's going to be mostly cheers. Maybe 90%. I would say. I mean, I think the fan base loved Micah Parsons. I mean, my Twitter mentions after he got traded were not very positive. So I think they like Micah, and Micah is an outstanding player. He did a lot for the Cowboys during his time here, and so I think that he'll be received pretty well.
Thank you, Tommy. We appreciate almost all of it.
I appreciate it,
Your
Tommy.
sarcasm is being noted. Yes.
Well, I was just looking forward to talking ball with you, especially you, Sean.
Hey,
so,
hang up on him. Cut him off. Thank you, Pepe. Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. He's got that little sarcasm in his step now that Mateer's hurt.
Oh,
now he's feeling top of the world.
He's feeling himself.
I dug up 2 more high school videos of him yesterday that I got ready.
Out to the globe as we crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece next on Sean and RJ.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Those are those. Nutmeg Lady? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's head on out to the Globe as we crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece here on your home of the Texas Rangers and Cowboys. Corey Majors is getting this song.
I love it.
Coming back from break.
It's a great song.
It's fantastic. Love it. Love it. Guys, we are live from Globe Life Field at the Comerica backyard in dead center field. This is the last one here for the year. So if you're wanting to come out and enjoy the Globe Life one more time with the Rangers inside, do it today. The parking lot attendants, parking lot Ronnie out there, he's just like, you know what, it's been a good one. Shakes my hand. We give a hug through the car door. Now here we are. He doesn't hug you every time you pull into the...
Look, man, you know me. I treat many interactions as transactional. And so I said hello and moved about my way.
We also... I'm not exactly certain.
Sorry, RJ, was that too blunt?
No, I was like Bobby yesterday being cold. What was he cold about? I was like, what?
As I wouldn't flash the drivers because you were like, "How aren't you going to flash?" I was like, "What percentage of random drivers do you think I would actually want to help out?"
Yeah. So do you not do that, Kevin? If you pass a police officer and you give the headlight warning to the other drivers to let them know there's a cop there?
I don't think I don't think I run into that much.
Here's why I don't, because whenever I was like in elementary school, my mom said that a lot of gang members were moving here from California, and that was a sign of them to turn around and shoot you. And so since then I've been like, well, crap, I can't do that. So I don't do it now.
Hang on. There was a thought and a notion that you would want to be shot, so you're going to flash them the lights?
Do not flash them the lights, because if you do, they will turn around and come get you and shoot you.
Yeah, the old urban legend.
This is because I don't know. My mom was like, gang initiation, because it was during the Rodney King time, and so there were a lot of tensions going on, and everybody was moving from California to Texas. That was that's never happened before.
So hang on. So on the rider list, on the gang member. Right, is it a rider list? The request?
Yeah, the rider. Mm-hmm.
So on there for gang initiation, it is take someone out who flashes their car beams at you.
It's like it's like the white glove back in the day, which you'd slap them for a duel. It's like when you flash them, you're like, I'm ready for a gun battle.
Yeah.
Come over here, and then they would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your mom, very up to date.
Was she a razor blades and candy at Halloween gal too?
Yeah.
So are my parents.
Definitely. Let me check
too.
those almond joys before you take them down.
Is she a big time worrier?
Yeah, she worries about things. She definitely does. She's an interesting woman. Guys, I love her to death. She's awesome. We just celebrated her birthday on Sunday, so she's
Happy
amazing. But guys, I have bribed Mike Bassick to come on to the show.
Whoa!
How do you think? What was the best possible bribe for Mike Bassick?
Food. Hurtado.
You bought his Luca cards.
Food is a good idea. I recently pulled an Evan Carter autographed card.
Close.
And so I told Mike that I would. Hey, don't make that face,
What's
Sean.
that word?
Hey, it's not. It's what it's worth to Mike's heart. More than anything else.
Mike
so,
is very transactional. I feel like with his card, so
he might be the most.
I don't feel like that tugs at his heartstrings.
Well,
it's certainly tugging at his wallet strings with that card.
There's other cards in there too, and a card of me with the cheerleaders from Whataburger. So to see if he hears that.
That's a 101.
It's a 101. That's for sure. So we might have Mike at either 10:20 or 10:40. We also have Melissa Stark coming up at 11:40 today. Jared Sandler at 10:40 for sure.
Sounds like a stacked show.
Yeah, I could really tell that you guys meant that by that weird pause.
Well, the Melissa Stark thing threw me off because my interactions with Tim. That's why.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. So yesterday, Corey, I missed your presentation of why baseball at its peak is the absolute best. Could you recap that quickly to give RJ Choppy some goosebumps?
Yeah, I do. Well, and this is less on the field stuff, so hopefully Choppy has a heart. But this is one of those things where somebody said yesterday, Kevin, that I was reaching to pat myself on the back on this, and I didn't appreciate that. I didn't think that was the case.
That's rude.
A boy in my sister's neighborhood recently lost his dad, and then he broke his leg, and there was just an avalanche of things that went wrong. And so I was kind of like, well, let me see if I can try and get him some tickets to take his mind off of something. We were able to do that when he got here yesterday, or two nights ago. When he got to the stadium, he was walking around. He had a sign that said, "It's my birthday and my first ever Rangers game." And a guy saw this. A guy in the stands saw it, and he saw him in the pro shop and said, "Hey, man, pick out whatever you want in this in the pro shop." So the kid picked out a hat, and he was just so excited and just going, just beaming, and it was a moment for him. And then the guy found him later and brought him a jersey, brought him a baseball and one of the American League All-Star Game jerseys, and gave it to him. And then I just recently learned that this guy's father had passed, or has just been recently diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. So he was like, I completely understand how difficult it can be. And so, that's just the beautiful thing. I was talking to Chuck Morgan about this. Chuck Morgan gets to see so many birthdays, proposals. These stadiums are places where we have great memories, amazing memories. All of us have a memory from one of our events at a baseball game. So that's just one of the reasons, man. As much as the stuff that can, as Choppy said, at its best, we've seen the moments, the Rangers against the Astros. It's amazing. You get chills. But it's the off-field stuff, too, that I think is just absolutely brilliant.
Well said.
Yep.
Thanks, man.
I'll tell you this. You could be a fan of anything, but let's just say the Cowboys are playing in a playoff game. And I know, right?
What year is this story taking place in?
And the Rangers are playing in a playoff baseball game. I don't know if it's just me, but I am so much more emotionally drained at the end of a playoff baseball game than anything else.
Yes.
Because there's 300 pitches in the game. The emotional roller coaster of a baseball playoff game is so much greater than the emotional roller coaster of, I think, anything else.
Well, because our first half, the game's over.
That's right.
With Jordan Love on the other side.
I will say that's the I get asked a lot whenever I go to different road trips or whatever. They're like, well, what's your favorite NFL stadium? And I'm like, they're all they all kind of are the same at the end of the day to me. I don't there's some outside aesthetics that are different, some of the things inside, but at the end it's a field with a bunch of seats in a bowl. The thing about baseball, we talk about the magic of it or whatever, it legitimately is to me the first time you take a kid, walk them through the outfield and they see the field. I remember we did that with Laura a few years back, and when I was holding her and we walked and she saw over the center field area where y'all are, and she saw onto the field, she gasped.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. There's a
Sandler's event down there on the field.
Yeah, there's a legit
and the open bar.
There's a real, especially opening day. To me, opening day, sunshine. The first time you round the corner and you see the field, it's like a magical thing.
All right, guys, need your ruling on this.
Oh dear.
I'm sending you guys both the photo.
Oh.
And this will be on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Is this a man card violation or a sign of great comedy and brotherhood that Bobby Belt felt comfortable enough to send us this video from a Chicago bathtub?
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know. I guess I don't totally get the bathtub experience that people love so much. I mean, it's fine. But I still can't help but feel like I'm just kind of sitting in dirty water. I don't know.
You got the photo?
There it is. It just
Oh, why don't you describe that, Corey? Can you describe that photo, please?
It's a spa photo, right?
Everybody's had a girlfriend that had a rough day, and then she decided to go take a bath and put her face cream on, and got her hair wet, got her hair washed, threw the towel on real quick. That's what I'm seeing right now with a beard.
Yeah.
But it's, Bobby, I'm pretty impressed with that towel. You did nice work on that, man.
Thank you. Yeah,
That is impressive.
it's a nice tight wrap.
What'd you use on your face?
They didn't have any exfoliant stuff. No, it was there was lotion on things. So I was just like, I guess I'm just putting this on my face for the bit.
Did you talk to yourself and you're like, he puts the lotion on his skin?
Yeah, and then I stood up in the mirror and I played Goodbye Horses.
Oh,
and
my
I was
God.
like, would you?
Would you be?
He did the tuck and everything. Yeah.
What an amazing scene that is.
This is interesting.
One's wet and one's dry.
Yeah.
Corey, I have a final question for you.
All right.
I've been saving this, and I heard this a few days ago. I heard you say that you are a caps lock person.
Oh, yes.
Now, here's my question.
Yeah.
Are you doing the caps lock for the beginning of a sentence or only when you need to type out an entire sentence in uppercase?
Every time I have to uppercase a letter. So if I write, let's start a sentence.
What?
The is a T. Now I'm going back to lowercase, all right?
What?
The Sean Sharif. So I got to go back to uppercase. S, lowercase H-A-N, back to caps lock to hit. I don't use shift because it's two buttons I have to hold down. I just got comfortable just tapping the caps lock, tapping it again, give it a double tap, and I'm moving on.
More tappage.
That's more tappage. It's more work, isn't it?
I just the way my brain is wired. It's the way that it works. It's the easiest way to do it. I wrote stories like this. I type super fast.
Yep.
You do?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a very fast typer.
Caps lock for the individual uppercase?
I don't get it. That sounds
Nobody
weird to
types
me,
as
but-
fast as I do.
Oh.
Nobody-
Whoa.
No, I'm just joking. Actually, there are probably a lot of people. out there that
I
type
did
faster.
complete the Mavis Beacon program in 1997 on Microsoft, guys.
What is that? Is that Tommy
You never
Darsh
did Mavis
graduate?
Beacon?
Mavis Beacon was the typing program that would teach you how to type on a computer.
Is that what it was called?
So if
Yeah.
we were to judge typage, if we were to judge type speed, what would we do? Would you say
60 words a minute? 1,000 words a minute?
1,000 words a minute.
I'm sure somebody can do that.
would you pick like transcribing a press? How would we put you guys up against each other?
They have these. They have like typing tests. So they'll give you it'll pop up. It's like a web portal. They'll give you something to type, and then you type it out, and it'll tell you how fast you go.
Kevin, you're not in the running for this. Working at the paper.
Yeah, no, I can type really fast, but I would lose at the typing test because
You caps locks off,
not
though.
only do I caps lock, I look at the keyboard the entire time I type because I think I can see the screen in my head, and so I don't just know the
You
keyboard.
do the individual caps lock too?
Yeah, I do the cap locks too, but also when I type, I just stare at the keyboard.
So when you guys do the caps lock, and you're tapping, are you tapping with the same rhythm, or do you kind of change it up a little bit?
I'm in
Same
rhythm, dude. I'm in
Gotta
rhythm.
have the same rhythm. That's
Yeah.
how you
You
finish
should have
a
heard when we were working
they
at the
call
news,
it the rhythm method.
when we were
Yes,
working at the
gotta use the
newspaper
same rhythm.
together, and both of us were doing stories at the same time. It just sounded like machine guns going off. It was just like all over the place. It was awesome.
You do this?
No.
Oh.
I'm a shift guy. I was just trying to make a little bit of a
I only
innuendo there.
I only type with I don't type with my last two fingers. It's the front two and the thumbs.
So you think you can beat Corey in speed?
I'm going to say yes. I don't have any clue, but I'm going to say absolutely.
Oh, you're like Schottenheimer.
Yeah.
Saying we'll beat the Packers.
Name it and claim it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he also thinks he can shoot a 65 or something. So
Yeah, when's that going to happen?
That is after. No, I
Good
said
question.
I said 80, and that is now. I will shoot 65 after muscle memory sets in, and whatever habits are there. Because God knows, you guys who are out here shooting for 2 years and still
You
can't
have
break
so many
110,
kids.
that's
Why aren't you on the
pathetic.
professional golf tour making more money?
Because I have kids. I want to spend time with my family. I'm not one of these absent fathers, guys. Come
It's
on,
their
Jeez.
final-
In your face, Tom Brady.
It's their final show from the Globe. We're back tomorrow from the Firehouse in Ennis as the Firehouse tour continues. KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
be a, what was it, pepper lady? Razor Bells. Nutmeg Maidens? No. She said that. Spice, yeah. Doesn't sound right. Was it something like that?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Globe Live Field for the final Texas Rangers home game of the season. They will officially wrap up the season on Sunday. Today is the last home game. I don't know if last night was the last opportunity for the fans to cheer on Adolis Garcia. He got a pinch hit opportunity, so I don't know if he'll be in the lineup today. That will probably depend on how he's feeling after yesterday. But if so, it would be, I feel like, a pretty good bet that today will be your last chance to root for him in person as a Texas Ranger.
What was the feeling you got from Boch? Because it did feel like yes,
yes,
you might be right when you asked that question. The next one part of it was we're going to see if he can pinch hit.
Well,
and then it felt like he gave it all kind of depends on where he feels for that last game.
No, that's true. But the other thing that he said was, yeah, that's why we think it's really important to get him in there.
Yeah.
And like that, I think that's as close to an admission as you're ever going to get of, I think we've seen the end of this relationship.
And all that being said, look, man, the business of sports is what it is. We understand that. The players understand it. There's a lot of, as you said, transactional things that go on here. The managers have to understand that too. Whenever they're managing, I wonder how frustrated they get because they're like, his agent right now is fighting to get this. And you're like, ah.
Right.
But as fans, the one thing that I think we can do is give that support and say thanks. Because without him, you don't have a World Series.
Sure.
And
absolutely.
You don't win that ALCS. You do not win the World Series without that guy. So
I absolutely agree
it is that opportunity to say thanks for that. And that's the thing, Kevin, that I never felt like we got to do for Nelly Cruz. Nelly Cruz did a lot of really good things while he was a Ranger. And because of the way that ended, we never really got a chance to say thank you. It was more like ship him off.
Look, I think you can look at the lineup from last night, and I realize they're missing a lot of people. We're going to get to the Cowboys in just 1 second. But I think you can look at the lineup last night, and there is at least one more person in that lineup that has been with the team for a little bit of time that you may well not see with the Rangers anymore. By the way, side note, I wanted to shout him out. Billy McKinney, our buddy, Plano West's own. He was in the lineup last night. He got a hit and an RBI as the Rangers were victorious 4-2. And we talked with Bruce Bochy yesterday about how important it was to finish at least at or above 500. And so I'd love to see them win this thing, be at 81-78, because you're going up against an unbelievably on fire Cleveland team.
Yeah, man, they found their groove, haven't they?
It is absolutely remarkable how freaking good that they have been down the stretch. Them and Seattle, it has been just wild to see how good that they have been. All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're out here at Globe Life Field. We got Jared Sandler coming up. It does sound like our good old buddy, Mr. Mike Bassick, will stop on by as well. But we want to talk about the Cowboys. And we didn't get to this yesterday, but unfortunately this felt like a topic that would carry. What are the Cowboys actually going to do about this defense? What do you think they can do? Because, guys, I don't know if you took the same thing away that I did, but I think it is clear from both Jerry and Steven that they think the appropriate pieces are in place. Now, Steven would say they just need to execute better. Jerry says communicate. But that's why I even asked the follow-up question on Monday, because I admit I was a little dumbfounded that he was like, oh, yeah, no, we got the pieces. And then he doubled down of like, we feel like we have the pieces. And I realize they have injuries, but it does not feel as though the Cowboys think any other outside stimuli is needed for this defense.
Yeah, they want to see what Clowney can do first.
Sure.
Well, if Clowney can do something, then we're okay. We don't have to add anything else. We don't have to go get anything else. And I think a lot of Cowboys fans are hopeful that he provides some sort of presence that makes it more difficult for quarterbacks. And maybe he makes it a little bit easier for Kenny Clark to get upfield or Osa to get upfield. If that's the case, that's a positive thing. So I think that's their first thing. Now, Kevin, unfortunately, that test is going to take one complete game to figure out.
Right.
So that thing right there, maybe not fixed until after this game. The next thing, though, is that secondary. That secondary area, I don't know if you heard this morning, Bobby had a really good conversation about stuff he talked about up in Chicago, learning about Eberflus and how there was some tension amongst the secondary players whenever he took off out there. And so that part of the conversation is, will they ever get on the same page with him? And what does he need to do to get on the same page with them? Or is it just going to be this kind of flux all the time, and these guys are just trying to figure out what they're trying to accomplish? I think that just continuing to work at it is the only thing they can do. Like, they have no other option but just to keep working at it, and it might be a couple more games before you go, okay, that's enough. We got to move on from all this.
You know, Bobby, I know he went over this earlier in the week. I was looking at some of the stats that he was breaking down, and, yeah, I do believe Mike will be on the show today. And Caleb Williams, one of the things that we'd asked for was more blitzing, more man coverage. Against blitzes and man coverage, Caleb Williams had a perfect passer rating.
Really?
Over the weekend. And
oh, my
so
gosh.
Yeah, I called for it. I hope for it.
Well,
I know
mean,
a lot of
kind
other people
always,
too, and
that was
it
always
didn't
going to
really
be the
work
case
out.
with Caleb
Yeah.
Williams.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of knew he'd have a perfect passer rating.
Now, I feel like our sarcasm is about to go into overdrive because we bring on Mike Bassick, and dare I ask this question, but oh no.
I know how to work that button.
Okay, man.
Hello, Tolo.
Hey, Mike.
It is one Mike Bassick.
Did you come back because you missed us, because you wanted the Evan Carter card, or because you wanted to answer what can the Cowboys possibly do to fix their terrible defense?
D. I'm the D. All of the above.
Yeah, well, Mike.
People have wanted me on the show. They've been asking me if I'm coming on the show, especially during the off season, like if I'm coming back part-time. And I just want to make a big announcement right now.
All right.
Do you guys want to make it or me?
I don't know what this announcement is.
I'll let you make it just in case it's different
Oh my
than what
gosh,
I know.
what is about to happen is we should make it. We should probably wait till the next.
No,
segment.
he's about to tell you I'm not going to be coming back.
What? Well, there's the announcement.
Dang, Kevin, you were supposed to drum roll and everything.
I thought it was going to be different. but-
You're a liar.
Kevin, just let me know.
No, you are a liar. We've all sat around and had these conversations time and again. Mike, you're welcome whenever you like.
You always are.
I just can't pay you.
Who's easier to work with after the show, Dave Raymond or Kevin? Are the phone calls coming from Raymond?
Sometimes.
Okay, all right. So
Yeah.
he did call Kevin and ask for some tips.
My head gets in the way of a lot of things.
In the TV shot?
Well, just the things inside my head.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, Noah's doing great.
Yes. Sue thinks he's fantastic.
Loves Noah.
Yeah,
Good
absolutely.
kid.
I feel like this is definitely an off-air
That's
conversation.
We're on the air.
That's a good point. All right,
How
so
about our Rangers?
I know we'll get to that. I know they've broken your heart plenty of times. Have you watched the Cowboys games? DVR them and watch them later?
Yes. Not live, obviously.
Yeah.
I did watch Thursday night, the Eagles
Oh,
game
okay,
live. Rangers had a night off. I watched bits and pieces of the other games. I watched the whole second half because by the time the Ranger game got over, I was able to get home and just watch kind of really bad football.
It was a struggle, man.
Right, it was 7-0 in the second half because it's 24-14 at half. It's not good.
No.
But I will say, here's the interesting thing from my perspective. Jerry talks about the soap opera. I saw that interview kind of with Dak and the soap opera. If the Cowboys lose Sunday night, and if the Cowboys were to lose that Carolina game, that's the next game, correct?
I believe so.
Jerry's got to keep the soap opera going with no juice on the season. And that's, to me, the most interesting part.
Yeah.
Is what will Jerry do if they start off 1-4 and we all know the season's over in competing for a playoff spot? What does Jerry do then? Because he will do some crazy stuff. He might yell at 105.3 The Fan.
Well, I think he's already done that one.
Okay.
So you
I don't know.
got to dig deeper into the big bag of tricks somehow.
But I have been watching. It's not good. It goes back to, and I remember I said I was wrong. I was like, there's no way this defense is going to be even average, Kevin.
Yeah. Yes.
And Micah Parsons turned one of the worst defenses in Cowboys history into an average defense, and then it got better
Which
from
was
there.
a remarkable achievement.
It's now we're back to before they drafted Micah Parsons, and now it's one of the worst defenses in Cowboys history.
Oh, absolutely. The separation that you saw. And I've got another stat for you later, not just in the Chicago game, but in the last two games. It's historically terrible. And I know what they're going to say. Look, we heard Jerry on Tuesday with Sean and RJ. We heard Steven with ourselves because, Mike, you taught me I've heard everything I've ever said. And Jerry will be the same tomorrow. Is Bland's coming back. Revel's coming back. They got Clowney. Like, they're going to turn it all around with all of these people. I'm not saying that I think that, but that is going to be the message, and I hope that's true.
Yeah, with Bland, I think he can definitely help. With with Revel, he's a rookie who's never played in the NFL, coming off an injury, and he's going to have so much time to get better. I know what I saw in college. And again, I've seen some things in college that haven't translated to the NFL with multiple players they've drafted. But I know what they saw. He reminds me a little bit of the mentality of Jordan Lewis, where he'll put his nose in there. That's something they're missing. they are missing a personality like that on that defense where he's like, I'm not going to take this S anymore. I got to do something about it.
I think it's going to be interesting when it doesn't immediately work out, and nobody should think it should immediately work out. It's not Travis Hunter that's coming back to your team.
Right.
3 to 4 weeks later, you guys are going to ask the questions to Steven, and Steven's going to say, hey, look, we knew it was going to take time. He's coming back from a major injury. He hasn't played in the NFL. We know it's going to take time. He got some NFL experience. We really loved what Overshown was doing, but he's coming back from a major injury, and it's just going to take time for him to get back to, I just don't know why. Well, I know why, because they're selling a product.
Sure.
I don't know why they're not more honest with that, just for the expectation of when these guys come back. It doesn't mean they're going to be bad football players.
Right.
It just means it's going to take them time to learn and to get back to physically trusting where they were at before they got injured, whether in college or last year in the NFL. But he just refuses to do that, and I get it. It's a Jerry ploy of just say everything's going to be perfect in the near future.
Sure.
Now, Kevin, Bobby just texted us. I don't know if you happen to see it.
Oh, I did not.
He wanted to ask Mike how he feels about Dennis Smith Jr. coming back to the Mavericks.
Can I tag on with that question? What did you think about Mike Curtis saying that Dwight Powell is the 29th best Maverick of all time?
Heck, he has like the most time besides Dirk Nowitzki. I think he has the most time in Mavericks history on the team.
Look at Mike. You're looking at positive linings there. Look at that.
I don't see how Dennis Smith Jr. makes an impact. Except he might make the team. I don't know, what do I think of Luis Curvello being on the Rangers? I think it's great he's on the Rangers. I'm proud of him.
Who are your top 5 Mavericks of all time? I want to see if they match up.
Dirk's number 1, and it's not even close.
Yep.
I'll go with Rolando Blackman, number 2, in the history of the Mavs. It gets into, I'm thinking Jason Kidd, because of Rookie of the Year, All-Star, comes back, wins a championship, and now he's your head coach, and he was a head coach of, one of your 3 teams that made the NBA Finals.
Yeah, that's where I was,
That's weird
too,
because that's not being a player.
Yeah, and
all.
I don't think that in particular got factored in, but that's an interesting thought.
All right, so that's 3.
Where's Luka on your list?
I really thought Luka who?
No, it's going to be, I guess you could put him 4, maybe even 3, but it's going to be, because if I'm putting Jason Kidd there, he has a weird history with the Mavericks.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And I think that Luka is going to have a weird history with the Mavericks.
Probably
So right there. And then, I don't know, for some reason, is this bad, but Jason Terry's hitting my brain as a very important.
Wow, over Mark Aguirre, or
I think
your history of that time is better.
And here's
than
the deal:
mine.
the history of the Mavericks is a bad history.
Yeah,
yes,
that's true.
Hence the Dwight Powell selection.
Yeah.
Just for the record, Jason Kidd is 6 on this list, and Jason Terry is number 8.
I think Derek Harper, Mark Aguirre, Luka, Rolando Blackman, and Dirk are in that top 5.
So Luka was actually 2nd on this list. It goes Dirk, Luka, and then you hit the 80s trio with Blackman, Harper, and Aguirre.
Okay, I don't have any issue with that. I totally get where you could put Luka number 2.
Yeah, I think I do as well.
It's a good number 2.
Yeah, we almost a couple weeks ago
cheese.
we wanted to call you live just to get your reaction to Dwight Powell being number 29.
Everybody was texting it. They were like, "You guys are doing a disservice not calling Mike about this right now."
I don't want to fight the Dwight Powell thing. As far as I know, Dwight Powell has a 10-year contract starting today still. I don't think he'll ever not be on the Mavericks.
Do you have time to talk some baseball and stick around?
I have all the time in the world.
All right. Coming up next, we will talk some more baseball in general and Rangers with Mike Bassick next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Adams, 2 checks of the runner, and now the 1-1 pitch. And that's lined into left field, and he drops for the base hit. Clemens comes up with it, rounding third. Duran, here's the throw home. He dives, and he scores. McKinney goes to second on the throw. Rangers take a 2-1 lead as Metroplex native Billy McKinney delivers here in the 7th.
Plano West Zone. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Globe Life Field with the return of Mike Bassick.
Oh, my gosh. I'm back.
For now.
Okay.
Mike, I hate to ask the question like this, but I'm going to do it nonetheless. Do the Rangers, how much do the Rangers need to win today if they're going to finish at 500?
I think it's going to be tough to win a game in Cleveland.
Because Cleveland is going insane right now.
They're rocking. That place is going to be insane. It's going to feel like late 90s, early 2000s there. The Rangers, at this point, I want to make this clear as day. Injuries had very little to do with the lack of success for the Texas Rangers this year.
Oh, fascinating.
That is interesting.
It was the offense.
Yeah.
They had enough. Guess what? Every year, guys are going to get hurt. The Astros played without Yordan Alvarez for almost the whole year.
Yeah.
I mean, they had other injuries
They had
that
a
happened
ton
too.
of injuries, yeah.
They still are going to win way more games than you win.
Yeah.
So I do not want to make that an excuse. But at this point, what you're taking to Cleveland, no Langford, no Carter, no Semien, no Seager. Adolis is compromised right now. DeGrom's not pitching in the series. Obviously, Evaldi's out. You start looking at that and going, so you're going to a team that is going to make one of the most historical comebacks in Major League history.
It is it looks like it is going to be the most historic.
I think winning a game in Cleveland is going to be very tough. So winning today against Minnesota, a team that is, half of their team is kind of the St. Paul Saints.
Right.
Is very important if for the second time in 9 years you want to finish 500 or better.
Okay, and so you just kind of touched on that. I want to ask both of you guys, do you see an important distinction between 80 and 82 and 81 and 81?
A little bit, but not a lot.
I don't.
Okay.
The for me, it's the season ended without playoffs. That was the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
The ultimate goal is always the championship, but playoffs is where it starts, and you didn't get there. So I don't see a real distinction if you're not in it. Now I do see a distinction between 10 games. That tells me you're a far worse team than you actually are. This team wasn't awful. They were just missing this huge component of offense that they desperately needed and could never find, no matter what they brought in for it. Until that's where I was going to go with Mike on this.
Yeah.
Until they brought in these young players who were like, I have something to prove, and I wonder if they proved enough to get themselves a spot or a chance next year.
I think they can compete for a spot next year. What they did was they changed the energy of this team.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the dugout was more lively. All of a sudden...
Is that important?
Yeah.
Does that matter?
I think so.
Can you tell me why?
I can talk about being on the Mets in 02, and we had Piazza, Alomar, Mo Vaughn, Al Leiter, John Franco. I'm just giving some big names. A couple of them Hall of Famers. Mo Vaughn, a former MVP. You had Ray Ordonez. But you know what? I was a young guy on that team, and so you're just following. You're not leading at all, and I wasn't a name on that team at all or like a big-time prospect. It's weird that these guys don't seem to care if we win or care if we lose. It's the same feeling after each game.
Yeah.
And I was on Cleveland the year before, and we had Juan Gonzalez and Kenny Lofton and Jim Tomei. But, man, those guys stood up and they cared. If we lost, it was a big deal. Not every loss, but you could tell, we're either winning it all and we're making the playoffs first and then trying to win it all, or this is not acceptable, and I don't want you on this team. If it's acceptable to lose more than we win and to not make the playoffs is acceptable, you're not supposed to be here.
And that's
they
the
made that
those
clear.
Kind of had, yeah.
Yeah, and it was like they just were like, we don't know. We're just going to give everything we got. And it eventually the talent, like the talent that wasn't on the team, it just wasn't enough to keep doing this. But I thought the attitude and energy of that 16-4 run, without, for the most part, Seager was there for the start of it, and then the appendicitis got him. But for the most part, I thought the energy and attitude was different. I thought you could feel it being around the team, but the talent wasn't there to maybe keep it going.
Can I ask a maybe tough question? Would that energy, do we think, have been able to thrive the same if Corey Seager was around? Corey Seager does not seem like the most energetic.
Well, Simeon wasn't around either, so
True.
that, I mean, I know he was here, but his standard is that he is there every day, and that's what he teaches. Is I'm here for the grind. So I also wonder how that would be affected, because those are the two guys I look at as the leaders here.
It's a fair question because then you get the talent on the field you're missing.
Yeah,
but there is. Look, whether I know you're talking to Jared Sandler later. There is a thing about this team that the veteran guys, Seager, Simeon, different guys, and it just doesn't feel like that high energy. You don't want to be too emotional because then when things go bad, things can go really bad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there has to be a sense of this leadership of this is unacceptable, but still being positive and optimistic through the negative time.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have a negative through 162. There's going to be bad stretches. So it's a valid question. You would have had the talent, but yes, Seager is who he is. It's not going to change. He's a great player who struggles with health. When he's healthy, he's a major contributor, but I wouldn't say you're looking to him. This is the weird part. You're not looking for him to lead a team, but he's going to be a leader of a team whether he likes it or not.
I think it's interesting because Bruce Bochy managed Barry Bonds, who I don't think was a leader, but he was a great player, an individual in a clubhouse that they still missed. You know, they didn't get ultimately with him what they wanted, but he was a great player at the time, but he was separate kind of. The manager himself, so he understands. He has lots of experience coaching different guys. We love him. Like we love this manager to death. He brought us a World Series. I've seen people call for his job. I hate that. It drives me nuts. This season, he sounded so sad yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
He sounded so sad. Does he want to be do you think he wants to be with this club further than this?
I actually do. I think that he's going to be the manager next year for the Rangers. Now, don't hold me to it. You said this. Things can change. I honestly don't know, but my thought is he is the manager next year. I think he wants to continue managing the Texas Rangers, but I want to make sure I'm putting I think.
I
don't
for sure.
know.
Yeah.
I think he's been frustrated with what we've just been discussing is he probably feels like I'm the manager. How come I couldn't figure out how to get this team to play harder, more consistent, how to score runs, how to have a better approach at the plate? And I get he's relying on hitting coaches. He's relying on analytic department. He's relying on
the players being honest.
You can't really look at Mike Maddox. Obviously, the team did have a lot of blown saves.
Yeah.
And they didn't have a guy on the team that was a savior.
I feel like the sense is that blame goes more on Chris Young from everything we've heard.
On the offense, because you wouldn't have been in blown save situation.
No, I meant for the pitching just because they feel like we never secured a real close.
Yeah, I was in spring training with you guys. There's kind of Boach going, I don't know any of my bullpen guys. Literally, I don't know any of them. I got to figure out in 6 weeks here who they are, what they can do, and how to piece it together.
Good luck to me.
And so that was tough, but I do think that this can be a playoff contender next year and make the playoffs, but I do think it's going to be possibly a pretty different team on the field because after 23, 24 was below 500. This year is going to be right around 500.
Yeah.
And I do think that they look at this and go, we kind of need a different vibe because Eovaldi and DeGrom give the staff an identity.
Yep.
And they help, and they're good, and you need them to stay healthy, those two guys particularly, but I think that they help out the vibe of we're going to be a good staff, and here's why. We're going to go out there and do our job, but we're also going to lead. And I think that on the offensive side / the player front, the 13 guys that are the players, that the vibe from those 13 guys needs to feel a lot different next year.
I thought last night was a really great example because DeGrom, even though they're done, he was like, no, I need to go out there and pitch. And he goes, look, I've missed a lot of time. I want to pitch when I can pitch.
And there's multiple things there. Prove it to other people, but prove it to yourself. But, Mike, you know this. You only get so many games that you get to do this job.
Yeah.
And you want to have all those experiences you can have.
DeGrom's leadership, and I know this is a little bit older story, and if you haven't heard it, great. If you have heard it, sorry, I'm repeating it. Bradford this year, when he couldn't come back and then had the surgery, he was here the next day. And they're like, why are you here? Like, the media was kind of like, well, you just had surgery, this and that. He goes, you know what? When DeGrom in 23 had his surgery, the next day he was here, and he was here as much as he possibly could be. He's like, if Jacob DeGrom, one of the greatest pitchers of my time, will be here and will be trying to help every individual pitcher as much as he can, not that he was forcing himself on him. He's like, well, DeGrom set the example for me. So whether you like it or not, when you get the 20 plus or 30 plus $1 million a year, whether you want to be a leader or not, you become a leader. You don't even have to lead, but the young guys are going to follow.
Yeah, they're watching you at all times, just like a parent, right? Just like you're, those kids know everything that you're doing.
So from we could stick with the Rangers if you want. I had a cross the MLB question for you. If you got the vote, who is your AL MVP?
It's Cal Raleigh for me.
Being behind the plate, handling those duties, and
even with the OPS 200 points lower.
I totally get it.
I'm with you there.
He handles a pitching staff. Here's the deal. They haven't won the division since 2001.
Yep.
They finally did something that seemed impossible in Seattle to do.
Make the playoffs?
By me.
Yeah, and me too. I thought Seattle's going to Seattle. We were in August, and I was like, they're going to figure out a way how to screw this up. The Rangers just need to take advantage of it. They didn't screw it up. Who was this led by? A dude who behind the plate won the Platinum Glove last year. He plays almost every day. Does he catch every day? No, but he catches more than anybody in baseball. He's behind that dish all of the time. He's giving you good at bats. He's a major threat. He's a switch hitter. He just beat Mickey Mantle's record for most home runs from a switch hitter ever in a park that is not a hitter's park.
Fact.
So, now I'm not trying to take anything away from Aaron Judge. The dude's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's probably going to win an MVP here and there again in his career. But at this point, I have to look at Cal Raleigh and go, he won it this year. It's not that Aaron Judge had a bad year. He had an MVP year.
If Aaron Judge had never won MVP, do you think you'd feel the same way?
That's a fair question, because at this point, do you just want to give it to Michael Jordan every year? Because really, from 1988 till 1998, nobody else should have won the MVP except the 2 years that he sat out.
Right.
It should have been Michael Jordan every year.
Right.
But I do think this. Is it fair to Aaron Judge? Maybe no, because I do look at it and go, do I just give it to Aaron Judge every year unless he misses 40 or more games?
Yeah.
I think for me, it's definitely the look, man, you're a great hitter. He is the best, one of the best hitters in the game. Him and Ohtani, you can say you can choose between them. But the fact that this dude handles his defensive thing the way he does, that just levels up.
So that's your vote as well?
It is Cal Raleigh.
And his team had success. I do think that plays it shouldn't play a major percentage, but it should play a percentage in. He took a team that never wins.
Yeah.
And they finally won.
You can give Aaron Judge the Offensive Hitter Award if that's what you want to do. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question back?
Yeah.
If there's a possibility, I do think after this 26 season, there's a possibility of there's not an American League and National League.
Right.
Who would you give the MVP to if it was like football or like basketball? I would give it to Cal Raleigh still.
I think I would
so
too.
I would give it over Ohtani.
Shohei didn't pitch enough.
Yeah.
To take that away, to take what he does defensively away.
Yeah, and he's incredible, and I guess I might lazily lean on the spirit of the award and be like, the Dodgers have overcome some stuff. They've been really good for a long time. They'll be fine. Whereas to your point, the Mariners, this is the sixth time they've ever made the playoffs. And like you said, first time in 24 years to win the division. And Cal Raleigh could still hit 63. Like, he hit 2 last night.
Yeah, and how many times he saved their game, like late in the game, he had some big clutch hits.
He also, the pitching coach doesn't go out there a lot to the mound.
Because he's the guy?
They let Cal Raleigh control the meetings. They're like, there's no reason for me to go out there. Cal knows what he's doing.
Big Dumper knows how to do this.
It's not like the Marlins, where they're spoon-feeding their kids everything. I'm like, hey, eventually, didn't Mom have to stop feeding? Like, Noah, is he feeding himself?
He can feed himself.
A little bit, not all the time.
No, I mean, he can feed himself, yes.
Hopefully, here pretty soon, you don't have to worry about you putting the food in his mouth.
We haven't done that in a while, Mike, but thank you very much. I don't know how long you think kids still get fed by their parents. Noah's 3 years old.
In Miami, it's a long time.
Yes, it is. All right, Mike, anything else we need to know? Anything else you want to say?
Gosh, wasn't it great?
When it comes to season tickets.
You're welcome. How can people get their season tickets?
There's always next year. Rangers.com/season tickets. I think it's going to be interesting. This team can be a 90-win team next year or better. Who's going to be on the field for the Texas Rangers? I will tell you this. I do think for sure Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter are going to be on the field.
Yeah.
And that there's going to be other Rangers that are back. I just don't know. I think that Chris Young has more A.J. Preller in him than John Daniels.
Big bold.
Now, I do think they're both.
Okay.
John Daniels is more, I think, risk averse.
Yeah.
And A.J. Preller's like, we didn't win the World Series, change 17 players. I don't know if it's going to be that extreme.
Change the jerseys, hell.
A.J. Preller is the most extreme general manager I've ever seen.
I kind of like it.
And it is fun. I do think Chris Young has a little bit more A.J. Preller in him than John Daniels. So we'll see what this offseason brings. I think it'll be a very interesting Rangers offseason.
Mike, for whatever it's worth, I can't tell you how many people are on the fan text and the Twitch and the YouTube saying how happy they are you're here.
Oh, man, thanks.
I refuse to
until
pull
tomorrow.
fan text up for Mike because he didn't want to see it.
Can we pencil you in for Peace-a-thon?
Dude.
Oh, we got an announcement coming up about it. I think you might love.
Are you guys going to be in the same building?
Nope.
New building for KNC Masterpiece.
And then a little bit more new. We'll tell you in just a second. All right, we're live from Globe Life Field. Coming up next, we're going to have on Jared Sandler to try and refute all the points that Mike just made. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we will be on after.
Roofing, we bring in Jared Sandler, Texas Rangers broadcaster and knower of all things baseball. Good morning, sir.
From May 18th, 2025, on the postgame show known as Rangers Game Day, which can be heard on 105.3 The Fan.
Right.
I was standing next to Elvis Andrews, and I'm petty, by the way. Just going to preface.
What?
And I believe
This is going to be an anti-Jamie Bench.
I believe. No, I'm a big fan of Jamie Benz. I believe I don't believe because I just heard it. A wise, well, not wise, a dip-S baseball person said, quote unquote, when talking about the Astros, their run of AL West titles will not continue in 2025.
Oh.
And I believe that became officially official.
It
last
did.
night.
All right. Well, then let me ask you that.
Were you the dip ass then? Is that? Or
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
No,
All right,
I mean, because
Well, that leads perfectly into my next question. Seeing as how that team is led by a historical individual, who would you vote for AL MVP?
You know, I said 3 weeks ago, I was like, I don't know how. If I told you got a player who leads Major League Baseball, not the American League, leads Major League Baseball on batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage, and OPS. Like, is it even a question? But, and then if you want to go to some of the advanced metrics, WAR, Aaron Judge, I think, I haven't checked recently, but I think Aaron Judge
it's about
has
like
him.
2 points.
Yeah.
So that's a lot.
Weighted runs created plus, which is an advanced stat that I'm not saying that needs to be a deciding factor, but it's a valued offensive measurement. Aaron Judge is in a class like it's like him and Babe Ruth right now. So that's the only thing where it's like, WAR factors in defense. Right?
Yeah.
But Cal Raleigh is really good, and he's a catcher.
And he was Platinum Glove
He's
last
a Platinum
year.
Glover last year.
It's the first time they won the division in 24 years.
Catcher part
the one
really
thing
stands out.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say I don't like is I've heard some people say, well, take Cal Raleigh away from the Mariners, and they're nothing. But if you take Aaron Judge away from the Yankees, they're fine. I think it's actually the opposite. I don't think it's totally the opposite. I think like the Mariners lineup is way better, for my money, than the Yankees lineup.
Interesting.
But the catching thing, and I do think there is something, the baseball gods, like you haven't won a division in that long.
Yeah.
And not just you haven't won, you have routinely choked away opportunities.
Yeah.
And your history,
I guess I would say this. So Dave Raymond said this yesterday, and he's right. The cool thing about the MVP and a lot of these awards, your opinion, Kevin, yours, Corey, mine, can all be based on a different belief system and what's important.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we could all, like, if you told me Aaron Judge was your MVP, I wouldn't say you're wrong. If you told me Cal Raleigh, I'd be like, cool. Like, it's one of those two. I still think I've got to wrap my head around not voting for the guy who leads Major League Baseball in batting average, on base slug, and OPS.
Follow-up question to that.
But I think I'm voting
Okay.
Cal Raleigh. Yeah, I think I would. But I just feel weird doing it.
Okay, follow-up question. Sorry to jump in there.
No, all good.
If Aaron Judge had not ever won an MVP, would this be a conversation?
Listen, they're
real
humans who vote. They're
conversation,
humans
yeah.
who vote.
No,
So
I
it's
think-
absolutely.
I think now you say not ever. Like,
Yeah.
let's say he won 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And then I might not still.
Yeah.
But he had never won one. That's a different conversation.
Yeah. And that's why I have a hard time factoring that out, because I'm like, well, if that was equal, then you would vote for Aaron Judge. But I think I'm Cal Raleigh too.
Yeah.
Like, all of that said, I still think I'm Cal Raleigh. Okay, who is going to end up being the most embarrassed? The $340 million payroll Mets not being in the playoffs, or we choked away the biggest lead in the history of baseball, Tigers, and didn't make the playoffs?
Yeah, I think it's got to be the Tigers.
And the Astros.
Well, yeah, when the Astros don't make the playoffs, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
I'm actually I'm slightly glad that the Guardians have taken control of that division, because I didn't want to be faced with the shoot. Like, do I want the Guardians to beat the Rangers so that the Astros miss the playoffs?
All right,
But
great. Then I get to ask you my question that I had posed earlier in the week, maybe last week. All right. It's Sunday, and the Texas Rangers are winning 2-0, and they have a no-hitter going into the bottom of the ninth. If Cleveland wins, they're in the playoffs, and Houston is out. What
So-
are you rooting
So
internally?
here's what I would here's how I would justify it. We won't remember when the Astros then make the playoffs and get swept. We'll remember the no-hitter.
Yeah.
Right. So I would never. I think I would choose the no-hitter because for that individual person, whoever would be pitching
Yeah.
the no-hitter, that would be such a special moment. I couldn't root against it.
Right.
And it would be awesome for the franchise. And I haven't had anything since Kenny. Right.
If it was a run-of-the-mill 5-4
if it was a run-of-the-mill game, I would. If it was a run-of-the-mill 5-4 game, and no one would be negatively impacted by the Rangers losing, if it kept the Astros from making the playoffs, I would have a tough time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I was prepared to go on G-Bag tomorrow, and for them to ask me that, I was actually thinking about it last week, and I what I decided was I would just say, I just want the Astros to lose. If the Astros lose, they're not going to make the playoffs. So, I want the Rangers to win, but I'm just going to root for the Astros to lose, which is no different than any other day, by the way. So, yeah.
I've seen your Twitter account.
Yeah.
Yesterday when we had Bochy on, it was the saddest I'd ever heard him in my entire life.
Someone told me that.
It really, Jared, it was...
He didn't ask us how we're doing.
Yeah.
Even in a losing streak, he's like, how we doing, fellas?
How we doing, guys? And it didn't come across that way. His energy this year, have you felt that any different? And then that moment, was it just the fact that they were officially eliminated probably put him in a different place?
Well, I don't know if you guys heard what he said the night before.
Oh, we asked him about it.
Okay, yeah.
That was our first question, and he goes, I thought about that a lot,
like,
and maybe I was too tough on the guys.
Well, but, I appreciate him saying that, but...
You don't think he was?
I don't know. I mean,
they played poorly.
It was very low energy. That's what I'd say. It's very low energy, and it's tough. I mean, you spend, this is a long season, and you work for 5.5 months to try and make the playoffs, and now you finally, it's the reality it has set in. It's not happening, and you come out and you play a team that also is. I mean, not only are they not good, they traded away more than half their roster at the deadline in the Twins. It's a midweek game. I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't understand it. I mean, it's on one hand, you'd like to think that guys are going to sprint through the finish line, but I get it. I'm not. I don't know that I love it, but I get it. If someone were to say, "Dude, you don't know what it's like to play every day for 5.5 months, and I'm beat up, I'm hurt," I'm just I'm. Who am I to? I don't know what that's like, but I understood his frustration after the game, and we didn't. From a broadcast side of things, it was tough to talk about that one because, there's no meaning to the game, but there also wasn't anything where it's like, this guy put himself out there and, we appreciate that. Strike out, hit a home run. It just kind of seemed like a blah game.
I know you were saying no meaning to the game in terms of you're not going to make the playoffs. I asked Corey this. I asked Mike this. I would love your opinion. Is there a difference to you between 80 and 82 and 81 and 81?
It depends on the draft pick situation. And
okay.
I mean, because here's the deal. And listen, no matter – if you're 80 and 82 or 81 and 81, chances are there are going to be multiple guys who get drafted after your selection who end up being great.
Sure.
But I just think about 2015 when the Rangers with Tim Bogard, they had a great end to 2014, and that cost them Alex Bregman. I mean, it did. It's.
Well, he's going to be on our team next year, so don't worry about it.
He'll probably be a Dodger, but I do think that winning seasons are meaningful.
Do they need to win today then?
Yeah, I think so. The Guardians might not be playing for anything on Sunday, but it's just awfully tough when you're not playing for something against a team like the Guardians that is. But yeah, I mean, I think optically we look back and you don't think about the implications. In general, though, I'm not a big team. I mean, I get Team Tank. I like Team Tank in theory. Not that the Rangers are tanking, but just that general conversation. I'm too competitive. When the game starts, I want to win, and I get upset when the team doesn't win.
Yeah, kind of like Fergie Jenkins' fantasy camp. It gets really competitive out there, man. So.
Yeah, you guys gonna go?
We were talking about that yesterday.
I really want to go. That sounds so much fun.
Have you ever participated in or wanted to be in one of those fantasy
in a fantasy camp?
Yeah.
For baseball or what fantasy?
Yeah, for baseball. It's not a Blake Lively fantasy.
No, of course not.
Where she talks ass about you that didn't actually happen and says to me.
I did. I've never done a fantasy game. I did go back for the USC baseball alumni game, and I got an at bat as a manager does. I offered to do laundry, but they're like, no, we want you to get at bat. I faced Bobby Wheatley, who's a lefty. I took a pitch right down the you-know-what, and I'm like, that was my shot. And then he threw me a curveball, and I hit it like 3 feet in front of the plate. Thought I was going to beat it out, it didn't. So that was like the closest thing I've had to a fantasy camp experience. But they gave me a uniform and everything.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Do you still have that uniform?
They gave me on senior day, they gave me a jersey like they gave to all the seniors or the guys who clearly were going to sign, get drafted. But for everyone else, it was like they framed the back of the jersey with their number on it. For me, they just framed the front of a random jersey, a random home jersey that I never actually wore.
They were like, I can't remember the guy's last name.
But I have it. Thankfully, we didn't put names on jerseys. But
that is my favorite story.
Yeah, it was great.
Jared, thank you very much. I got a question for you off air, but coming up next, we'll talk with Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan.
station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
We're doing good. We're live at Globe Life Field for the final Texas Rangers home game of the season. So we're hanging out here, hoping people will come see us in the Comerica backyard. But yesterday, as soon as I saw the practice report, I thought about this. Yesterday, you said you weren't so sure about Deron Bland playing Sunday night, and I just saw on the report he was limited yesterday. I'm sure today will be a big day. What are your thoughts about the progression or lack thereof of Deron Bland?
Yeah, I think it's a good sign that at least he was limited, and
Right.
that was to be expected, right? But they were in pads, and, you know, the part we were out there, he had a helmet and pads on, and he was going through individual drills. So, you know, we'll see how he came out of that and how much he can do again today. But, I mean, okay, that's a good, but then Trayvon Diggs doesn't practice with a knee. So it's almost like they can't get those two guys on the field at the same time.
I don't think they like each other, Mick. I think that's
whoa! When's that column going to come out, Mickey?
well, let's let that simmer for a while. But, you know, it's like one step forward, two steps back. So we'll see where Diggs is today. It could have been, you know, he had a little bit of that knee on after Friday's practice, because remember on Saturday they listed him, I think, as questionable,
right,
because of a knee. So maybe he irritated, and they just decided they needed to give him some rest. But I'll tell you what, if they go out there and there's no Diggs and there's no Bland, and by the way, also Trequez Bridges was limited with a knee, then suddenly you probably have out there Kyer Elam and Robert Rochelle. How do you think that would look against the Green Bay Packer passing game?
Well, and that all of a sudden, I'm not saying it would have changed the game hugely, but we talked about, obviously, your practice squad lost yesterday to Houston, and I'm just like, hey, man, we just need bodies out there. Can you?
Well, no, you're exactly right. And, you know, and that's what you would, you would hope to be able to do. But again, maybe some of this stuff is precautionary. I guess we get a better look at what it would be today when they get out back to practice. Because, by the way, Rochelle is on the practice squad, so he would need to be elevated to get him into the game. They elevated him last week, too. So, yeah, nothing good came out of all that, although the one thing not on the practice squad was, on the injury report was Jadeveon Clowney. So he practiced in pads, which would have been his first padded practice since probably the first week in January.
All right.
Okay. How'd he do?
So, and by the way, you know, I know he said during his interview yesterday that, you know, he would be ready to play. He was ready last week. He was hoping they would put him in. So when everybody kind of cleared out, I asked him, I said, have you ever had to try to do this before, like miss all of training camp, preseason, and then have a week or so of practice and play the next game? And he says, oh, yeah. He goes, look it up. And so he said that in 2019, when the Texans traded him to Seattle.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember, he was franchised, and he hadn't signed the franchise tag.
Oh,
and they
yeah.
couldn't get together. They couldn't get together on a long-term deal, and they traded him. And it was like, I don't know, it was a draft choice, third-round pick, and a couple players. So he got traded the last day in August, and they played the opener on September 9th. And he said, go look it up. I played. So I went and looked it up. He played 46 snaps in the game, had 2 tackles, 1 sack, 1 tackle for loss, 1 quarterback hit, 1 pass defensed, with basically 1 or 2 days of practice with the Seahawks. So
Did he have an interception in that game, or was that a different one? Because I got an interception.
I think it was a pass defense.
Oh,
I didn't
okay,
see
all right.
An interception. But he might have. He had everything else, right?
Wow.
And so when we got done talking, before I looked it up, he goes, "This ain't new to me."
Okay.
So I go, "All right, well, let's go, big boy."
Thank you for
What
that,
was-
Mickey.
yeah,
I really
what was his
appreciate-
response to
I really
that
appreciate
statement?
that. Mickey, Reddy Stewart had a pretty good game. How much of that, was the familiarity with Eberflus's defense? You think?
Well, I mean, he'd be familiar with it, but he only played 1 game in
Right.
the regular season with the Bears.
Okay.
Now, he had a couple preseason games, and he balled out. That's why they at least kept him around. I believe it was first on the practice squad. But he had an interception return for a touchdown. But again, they kept him around for a year, and then didn't keep him the next year. And this summer he was with Minnesota. But I thought he at least carried out his assignments. You're right. And I thought when, he was asked to cover, I thought he did a decent job in both games. So be interesting to see, if indeed Bland plays. Now, how much can he play?
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to have to do like they did with Diggs? That first game Diggs played, he basically was on the nickel, but when they were in just base defense, he didn't play those. He only played 20-some snaps that first game.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see how much they push him, and a lot might depend on Diggs' availability in the game.
Yeah.
And whether or not those two like each other.
No, I'm not going to put that out there in the world.
Things just don't get easier, and
That's
then
true.
you consider on offense, you're missing 2 of your starters on the offensive line, and one of the best wide receivers in the NFL.
Yeah.
But other than that, how was the play,
than that,
Mrs. Lincoln? Yeah.
The running game I've loved so far, and I wanted to get a little more depth with this with Booker out. How are you feeling about him in the run game? And B, the replacement, how much is the level going to drop off, or are we going to be okay there?
Well, I think what you want to do is at least get by, right? And
Okay.
I would think the first guy up, because of the experience he has with the team, is T.J. Bass. And, at least he played some last year. I think he had to start a couple games. So you feel good there. I feel good about Brock Hoffman having to play center. And I think I've said this before. I think he's a better center than he is a guard. But, again, you just can't get any coordination up there. Having to bring in new guys.
Yeah, flipping around a lot.
And knowing that, obviously – the Packers have a pretty darn good pass rush, and that was before Parsons got there, right? The attention's going to have to be on him, but you better not forget Gary. He can hurt you
for real.
And from what I saw, they like blitzing their linebackers to kind of complicate things in the blocking scheme. So, these guys are going to have their hands full, but. Again, if you can at least run the ball to keep that rush at bay, then you give yourself a little bit better pocket protection. But again, if you have to double Micah, you have to double Micah. Just do it. And don't sit there and say, well, let's see what happens. No, because things happen fast, right? And the other thing I saw the Packers what they were doing, and I don't know if the Cowboys were doing this too, but to free him up, Parsons up, there was a lot of times the defensive tackle just attacked the offensive tackle to get him off of Micah and let him either go further outside or loop inside and see if somebody else can pick him up. And they were doing it repeatedly against the Browns. Now, they ended up with 2 sacks in the game, but both were Gary's. And Micah just had pressures. So you would say, I'll take that if that's the best I can do.
Now, I understand what just happened to the Packers in their last game, and I certainly get the idea of any given Sunday, but Schottenheimer said that he thinks the Cowboys, even without Lamb and Booker, are good enough to beat the Packers. Like, that's why we play the games, but just looking at it on paper, do you see that same optimism that he does?
Well, I'm going to give him credit for knowing more than I do.
Yeah. Right. And I know he's not going to come out and be like, we're screwed. Yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
You got to have a stiff upper chin, right? Or whatever lip, whatever it's supposed to be. It better be stiff.
Yes. See, there you go. Now, we talked about this the other day, is the good and bad of how many catches Jake Ferguson has. So, like, Jake Ferguson, second in the NFL and first among overall with 27 catches, first among tight ends, and that's phenomenal. But also, do you kind of see the negative of that in terms of it feels like there's plenty of those catches that are either because the pocket collapsed or you couldn't get another option open a little bit further down the field?
Well, I think that was the case this past game, right?
Yeah, for
He
sure.
had like 13 catches,
Yep.
and most of them were outlet passes. So it's like, okay, got to dump it off. Okay, they're blitzing, or boy, it looks like they're bringing more than I can see my guys block. I better get the ball out of my hands real quick. Now, if those catches were 10, 15 yards downfield on the run, then that's a different story. But a lot of those was run 5 yards, turn, and stop, and then I'll hit you.
Yeah.
It's a good relief, but it can't be your offense. It's got to be better. You got to be able to get the ball down the field. And I was thinking about this. It's like, okay, so everybody's like, well, Pickens can take Lamb's spot, okay? Now who takes Pickens' spot?
Yeah. Because then you
see
think
what I'm
Tolbert
saying?
and
Jonathan Mingo.
Well, he's still out.
Well,
okay.
So.
Next week,
All right.
maybe, yeah.
All right. Fine.
No,
But
I think your
always
point's
the
well
case.
made. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very bold thing in the league and next man up. And it's like, okay, well, who's next to the next man up?
Yeah.
And so that's where you can say, well, okay, Pickens can do this, and I think he can. But now who can do what Pickens does? And then between Tolbert and Kevontae Turpin, those guys now need to be the guys that step up if you're going to get that passing game going, if you can block it up front.
See, Mickey, I would appreciate it if you didn't bring those things up, because then I'll start to think about cornerback and offensive line as well. And I just don't have brain space for that today. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
I'll see what I can do tomorrow.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola, always trying to bring us the info and fix the team.
Maybe we get Deron Bland and Diggs together for a dinner or something to see if they can work that relationship out.
I am not aware
I'm convinced
of any...
that if we invited them both, one of them would be like, "Oh, I can't make it,"
I mean, probably, but I think that has more to do with us than it does their enjoyment of one another.
No, one of them would make it. The other one just
okay.
wouldn't.
Gotcha. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some gridiron gravy. Which NFL teams have the best front office next right here on The Fan?
Tell them.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He'll look to throw to the sideline. It's Smith. He's got it. Touchdown Philly. All the way back to take the lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Want to remind everybody they got the Texas Rangers 5K coming up, presented by Medical City Healthcare. It's going to be at Globe Life Field on November 9th. You can register now at globelifefield.com/Rangers 5K. And we got Gridiron in just a second because Melissa Stark is coming up at 11:40. But Corey, I do believe you have more information about the Jamie Benn lung collapse injury that we talked about this morning.
Yeah, our friend Robert Tiffin, who friend of the show, has frequently been on.
He is very plugged in.
Yeah, absolutely plugged in. Jim Nill says Jamie Benn came back to the bench and said he felt funny. The team did x-rays and diagnosed a small hole in his lung. Ben was taken to the hospital that night where he'll get surgery. Nill said they expect a full recovery, but he'll be shut down for 4 weeks. Nill said Ben will be around the team after the surgery, but won't be able to travel for a month. Should be eligible for light contact starting then, but obviously they're going to be cautious. Quote from Nill, "It wasn't a big hit or anything. He was turning to protect the puck, and a guy came in from behind and almost just a fluke." So that's that's from, again, our friend Robert Tiffin. That's an update on Jamie Benn. It's just, I hate to hear that he came to the bench, he said he felt funny, and then all of a sudden, there's a hole in your lung, bro. Like, that's
terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just thinking out loud then, if he'll be reevaluated at 4 weeks, and maybe then he can start light contact, we're talking about like at least 2 months, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that sounds about right, man.
That is unfortunate. I guess the hope would be that you'll have some players that I kind of thought they were going to be more limited with Jamie Benn's ice time going forward this year anyway.
I did too, yeah.
So hopefully some of those players will be able to thrive in those roles a little bit sooner, and then you'll get the obvious grit, determination, and leadership that Jamie Benn brings back around to the team.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, what say, Corey? We go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
Now, Alec, I want to get your opinion on this real quick. I don't know if you heard this quote. Was yesterday a tough day to be Anthony Richardson? So Anthony Richardson is just minding his business, not being the starter for the Colts, and based on early reports, he'll never get that job back. But he's just living his life. And then Mike Tomlin is talking about, like, facing a quarterback who's less mobile than maybe you originally thought the starter was going to be because they're playing Carson Wentz. And this is what he said. I told the guys last year to keep Anthony Richardson upright because we don't want to let Flacco into the game. So Anthony Richardson is just living his life. They're not even playing each other. And then all of a sudden, he takes a shot from Mike Tomlin.
Jeez. Yeah, it's kind of like the whole how do you get fired on your day off kind of thing. It's he's literally minding his business, but that's another reason why Mike Tomlin press conferences are just gold, because he will say the most random things that are so unnecessary, but it gives us content, so I'm here for it.
And he will also judge you on your questions.
Really?
Yeah, but he'll be more outward about it, where Belichick used to just kind of stare at people, and Mike Tomlin would be like, well, what do you think I'm going to say to that?
The stare of, like, do you think that was a good question?
Yes.
Did you really think I was going to answer that question?
Exactly.
Without even saying it, he just stared at you
Exactly.
that way.
All right, gentlemen, who do you believe has the best front office in the NFL? Because The Athletic took a poll about this for players, front offices, team, and different folks in franchises, and they voted on who has the best front office.
I don't want to say this, Alec, because the team I think has the best one, I've been accused of being a fan of many times.
Alec, do you think it's Corey's favorite team?
I do think it's Corey's favorite team.
I think it's the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, Corey, It's a great day for you because it is indeed
Not a great day for me.
the Philadelphia Eagles. They are number one on the board. They got 11 first-place votes. The Ravens got 9. No other team in the NFL got more than 3.
Dude, the Ravens front office has been consistent for so long. You know, like, I mean, go back to when Ozzie Newsome started building the foundation for
Agreed.
this thing. He built that with a culture. That he really did build a culture.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Fortunately, he had the players there to help build the culture, and Ray Lewis and Ed Reed. They did that as well. But he absolutely has done an amazing job. But Howie Roseman right now, if he needs a player, he gets a player. If he needs, if that player is, if his second guy on the bench is not better than your first guy, he's like, how do I make that guy better than your first guy?
Right,
So he's out there trying to make his roster deep, deep, deep.
Now, gentlemen, I'm going to go through this quickly. I hope you can process all of this complex information. How many first-place votes did the Cowboys get? 0. Second-place votes, 0. Third-place votes, 0. Fourth, fifth, 0. They only went up to 5th place.
Do you think the Micah thing affected the people in the locker room?
Yes. In terms of people's perception?
Yeah, the people in that locker room, I wonder if they look at that and they're just not – they're like, they don't want to win.
So
or
can I tell
they
you –
aren't building for this team.
I hate to say this, and I kind of wonder this. Do you guys wonder if even without the Micah trade, if they would have got 0 votes?
Maybe. I feel like they may have gotten 1.
Okay, we have somebody right here is like, oh, yeah, thumbs up.
I just wonder how much that affected some of these guys' desire to put it all on the line out there.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, if you're in the locker room, I can see how obviously from a competitive and friendship standpoint that took a toll.
I'm not accusing them of being soft. I know it's a human nature thing.
Yeah,
and that's
for
why
sure.
I'm curious about it.
No, I understand where you're coming from. Absolutely. All right, just something to keep an eye out on. Baker Mayfield made an appearance on the injury report yesterday.
I know.
I'm
biceps.
I'm not saying that's going to be an issue. He did have a sleeve on the affected area. I feel like we'll probably know more today and certainly by Friday, but I think he'll play.
Because he's a gamer.
He is. Actually, yes, that is a perfect way to put it. Chris Godwin, by the way, he is back at practice. Terry McLaurin back out there getting some work, but Jaden Daniels, he says he's good to go.
Okay.
And he says it's up to the doctors. And there still has not been an official determination there. So I know he says he's good to go, and he really wants to be out there. But just keep an eye out on that for the Commanders. They might have still one more week of lingering issues with both McLaurin and Jaden Daniels.
Okay. All right. I'll keep an eye on it for you.
But I mean, look.
I'll report back if I see anything new.
Thank you very much. My guess would be it's more likely that McLaurin plays than Daniels, just because it seems like they're being extra cautious with him, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does.
Now, I've been wanting to talk about this all week. Haven't really had the opportunity. I would love to throw it out right now. For, once again, college scouts and NFL executives, ESPN did like an informal survey of who's your QB1 in the upcoming draft.
Okay.
Now, this was before Arch Manning got to pose and flex on, I believe it was Sam Houston State. But number 1 was Lenora Sellers.
I was just about to say,
Yes.
I feel like Sellers is the guy.
Lenora Sellers is number 1. He got 8 votes. Garrett Nussmeier got 7 votes.
With all those bad decisions, huh?
Again, keep in mind this took place before last weekend.
Okay, all right. He still was making bad decisions last year.
Look, man, maybe people think Nussmeier is the Favre of it, where you're like, hey, you're going to have to deal with some of that crap.
Interesting.
Okay? But then think about this. Other players getting multiple votes. Carson Beck, Johnny Mateer, Drew Aller. I have not said Arch Manning one time, and he's in the mix. He was in a group with Sam Levitt from Arizona State, and it's just staggering.
He hasn't done
I know.
anything to deserve it yet.
You're right.
And the expectation for him is so high that it's going to be difficult to even be like, no, he actually is that dude.
Ooh, so at this point, is your hypothesis then maybe he can prove stuff, but the level that he's going to have to prove is probably unreasonable.
Especially the way that it started.
Okay.
Like if that first game was bad, but now to go from that to whatever, anytime you beat up on a team, on a subpar team or a team that's not in the SEC, if you beat up on somebody else, it doesn't matter. You have to do this. You have to prove it in the big games against Georgia. You have to prove it in the big games against OU. I mean, you're going to have to do it there too. Otherwise, people are going to go, well, he benefits from being at Texas.
Sure.
You have to be the one that puts up the numbers and takes the team all the way. And because of the name, that's the unfortunate crown he has to wear.
I want to wrap back around to Baker Mayfield for just a second. Did you see that the Eagles, at least their plan was to go to Tampa early? And Baker Mayfield went out of his way to be like, hey, coming in a day early is not going to help you with the heat. And so, like, when you said a gamer, thank you very much. It's that kind of D-hole move that I also think, like, his fans love about him, right?
Yeah, that's
and if you're
absolutely.
against him, you're like, you're the worst. Shut up.
Yeah.
Nnamdi Madubuike, something to keep an eye out on for the Ravens. He's going to be out this week, but there is serious concern with the Ravens that his neck injury might make him miss a whole lot of time.
Really? Oh,
and
no.
so this is a team that has got their own struggles. I know that they probably think that they should already be 3-0, but that defense has not necessarily looked like world beaters, and so if you lost another person there, that could be problematic. Let's go from that to Christian McCaffrey. He had his 12th 10-reception game, and that is now the most for a running back in NFL history.
Well, good for him, man.
Do you really mean that?
Yeah, I really do. I'm a huge fan of the receiving running back.
Yeah.
I think it's a big part of what the NFL is today and should be in the future.
And then finally we go back to the Eagles. I think he's going to be fine, but Lane Johnson did get dinged up on their latest attempt at the tush push.
Okay.
And then A.J. Brown said, hey, look, the goal is to win the game. And obviously we want to do that first. But he also thinks their offense can be more aggressive. You know, Drew Brees caught a lot of attention earlier this week. He's like, oh, my God, their offense is so boring. And now even A.J. Brown's kind of like, hey, kind of sort of maybe we could be just a little bit more aggressive. Exactly. And then the Patriots did sell 8% of the stake in their team, and that is at a $9 billion valuation. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next from NBC Sunday Night Football, ladies and gentlemen, it's Melissa Stark next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field for the Rangers' last home game. If you hear all of the noise in the background, but right now joining us, NBC Sports' Melissa Stark. She will be reporting from the sidelines as the Packers face the Cowboys this week on Sunday Night Football at 7:20 p.m. That's Central on NBC and Peacock. Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Man, we're doing great.
Awesome.
And yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you've heard about this. I feel like it's been really undercovered. Did you know that Micah is coming?
Wait.
Yeah, Micah's coming back to Dallas for the first time since getting traded. I don't know if you've heard about that. Feels like it could be a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little something. It's funny. I wish I was talking to you guys later in the day because we're talking to him today this afternoon, so I cannot wait. You know, he's obviously already said a lot this week, and it was interesting what he said about sacking Dak. And, I know so much has been made of this. But, when you talk to these guys and, they can internalize and have something be so personal to them, but you really, at the end of the day, I mean, you don't want to get overhyped. You don't want to make it more than what it is. But how can you not in this instance, right? And then especially for the other guys, for a lot of the Cowboys, like Trayvon Diggs, I mean, this is his best friend,
Yeah.
It's a lot for not just Micah, but for a lot of them.
Yeah, that's actually, we were just kind of discussing that, Melissa. Have you gotten an inkling talking to people in the Cowboys locker room that they are hurt by the way that whole Micah situation went down?
For sure. I mean, I would say Trayvon would be the most. I mean,
Yeah.
Trayvon talks to him every day, and Trayvon, said not only are we losing an incredible football player, but I was crushed. I'm losing my best friend, who he loved from day one. He just thought he had the it factor, which he does. And Trayvon said, I saw a lot of myself in him. And so, I mean, I think the fans are so dialed in to the competition and the game and who wins and everything, but they forget that there's really a personal aspect to all of this. I mean, you see when coaches get fired, right? And fans are, say good riddance. But to all of this, that's families moving. There's a lot. It's lifestyle changes. It's everything. It's a lot. It's not just part of the business. You forget that these are real human beings, right? When it comes down to it.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I know we're focused on Cowboys Packers, but I'm still kind of reeling from the Packers losing to the Browns. This is a team that in the first 2 weeks, man, the Packers look ready to just take over, and then they lose to a Browns team that I know their defense is good, but it does not feel like they're particularly well respected across the league. How did that loss happen?
Offensively, you mean? Yeah. I mean, I think Jordan Love's under a ton of pressure. They've got to get the run game going. But the defense is phenomenal, right? So
yes.
I think that, ultimately, if you I've talked to so many people within the NFL throughout my career, and a lot of it, you have to have healthy players. You have to, a little bit of it sometimes comes down to luck or the way the ball bounces or this or that. I mean, that was sort of a fluke. I mean, I think we all sat there and we were just sort of stunned by how that ended.
Yeah.
But I think overall the Packers, are going to be just fine once they, you've got Josh Jacobs and who had a quiet week, right, in that game. So it's just, and they talk about how bothered they are by that. So I think the Packers will come out feisty and determined, and maybe that's not such good news for the Cowboys.
Yeah, probably not. And LaFleur was pretty vocal whenever he was talking about, I guess somebody had mentioned we could run the table, we could go undefeated.
Undefeated.
Yeah. and I do wonder if it was
coach. Yeah, no coach ever wants to hear that, right? He's like, he goes, I've said it a lot to the media. Maybe I haven't said it enough to my players. I mean, that's bulletin board material if you ever want it. You do not want them. It's the cliche of cliches, right? In sports, one game at a time, and you hate getting it as an answer. But I mean, you cannot look ahead. You cannot say that.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you said the one game at a time, one play at a time thing, because I have so many questions about your job specifically. Kevin, I'm about to dive into this. I told you it was going to happen. Do you ever get the feeling that, like, that 25, 30 seconds that you have, do you ever get the feeling that some of those guys you're interviewing right before the game are nervous?
Okay, so it's funny because we always talk about this, and I say, do we want to do those interviews? Do we want to? And then it's saying, okay, do you want to get Patrick Mahomes in the face of the and it's the star power, and it's almost, does it really even matter what he says? And I say yes. I'd love for them to be more fun, or you get something out of them. But I think no matter what I had asked, I'm just looking back to last week's game, right? And we had the Chiefs.
He gave you the same answer 3 times, yeah.
I mean, without a doubt, he might say. So sometimes I say, maybe it's better to get. We had Puka Nacua once, and he was so funny. I mean, I think I asked something about his hair. I don't even know, but it's like it might be more refreshing to not get the face of the franchise or the star. They are definitely so locked in. I remember that with Dak. Was it last year or 2 years ago when I interviewed him pre-kick? And I think it was the first time we'd done it. And they are, I wouldn't say that they're so dialed in already by that point. And we pre-tape that. So let's say, kickoff's about 8:20. We do that as they clear the field at about 7:52 or so.
Oh, okay.
And even then, I mean, you'd think, okay, you're still 30 minutes. You haven't gone back in the locker room and given that final speech or anything. You'd think even then they might be a little more relaxed, but they are totally dialed in.
And then also,
so I don't know. I go back and forth. Go ahead.
How is that kind of structured? Do you have, they're like, you got 30 seconds or you got 3 questions? I've always wondered how you handle that.
Okay, so we know for the broadcast that we really don't want to go over 1 minute.
Okay.
So I have 3 questions in mind, and if I'm running long, the producer will say into my ear, wrap it, after 2 questions.
Gotcha.
But I usually say to the player, just so they know, I usually say to the player, hey, 3 quick questions, so that they know, and maybe that makes them too quick in their answers, but you don't want them to just ramble on and on and on. And then that takes me, if you want to know more about my job, then that takes me to the coaches' interviews, which really can't go, I do one going into halftime, and we got to get to the halftime show, and people who don't understand TV, like, you got to get to a break at a certain point, and you've got to get, you have all these things that you need to take care of. So if that goes over about 22 or 25 seconds, they're going to wrap me before the second question. So I was a little bit bummed. I was talking to Brian Dable, at the start of the third quarter, and I had to wrap it before I asked him about the Graham Gano kicking situation. So, which was a huge factor because he had a groin injury right in pregame warm-up. So I really did want to ask how that was going to affect play calling. You know, they had gone for it on fourth down a lot in the first half. So I didn't get to answer that because sometimes I'll nod my head really fast, like, hey, I want to get to my next question, you know? Yep. And sometimes they don't take that hint. But, yeah, I mean, there's, you want to get the information, you want to get that to the viewers, but then there's also the whole TV component and timing, and you don't want the coach talking too long over the play. I had that once, funny enough, with Dan Campbell last year. We taped that interview at the end of, to go into the third quarter, and we always say Dan Campbell's such good TV, let him talk as much as he wants. So I asked the second question. And the producer was so mad at me. He's like, why didn't you wrap that? It's too long. But when we rolled it in, Dan Campbell goes, we need a turnover. And when they rolled it back in, they got a turnover at the exact same time.
Look at that. This is like you were directing
then the producer's like, oh, great job, Melissa. Yeah.
That is, we're talking with Melissa Stark right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is a really fun part about your job, about our job, and I'm using fun very loosely, that you're trying to talk to someone while somebody else is saying a different conversation in your ear at the exact same time. That is that's a challenging skill. Now, I feel like you've really set it up well for us, but I'm hoping you can just go back to this. Can you walk us through the adrenaline that you feel personally being on the sideline with the lights on and when that camera goes on?
Yeah, it's funny that you asked that, and I'm glad you did, because I'm however many years into my career. I started on Monday Night Football when I was 26, so 25 years ago. So I still get, that's why I know the players get it. I mean, I still get that adrenaline and that your heart gets racing, and you don't have the coach can be super angry, as you're going into the half, or some kind of a turnover just happened right before you talk to him, or they wanted me, I knew I had to ask about Travis Kelce getting into it with Andy Reid, and I know the PR staff did not want me to ask that. So it's like it's this whole behind the scenes thing of that definitely gets your heart racing, and I definitely take none of it for granted. It's electric, and there's so much energy, especially a night game under the lights, and everyone's watching, and it's prime time, and I hope that never goes away. I don't think it will.
Now we're talking with Melissa Stark right here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. I wanted to know, I know you said you're getting ready to talk to Micah and some of the other folks during all the pre-production meetings and everything else. Could you or have you found any more players for the Cowboys secondary? Because we could really use some.
Oh, my God. I love it. Well, yesterday I did talk to Deron Bland, so there you go. He's going to play, obviously, for sure. I'll check back in with him before. But, I think he thinks, even though he's a soft-spoken guy, he's taken over, right, as a leader on this team. And I think he thinks, it's just a couple communication issues here and there, and that him coming back will make a massive difference. And I'm sure Cowboys fans obviously hope the same.
Well, you might have just broken a little news there, because he was limited in practice yesterday. You said he's definitely going to play?
Well, that's what he told me.
Okay.
There you go. Breaking news right there.
Look at that.
Yep. Well, that's exciting.
Yeah,
yes, it is. We're stoked now.
Absolutely, that is exciting. Now, I understand a lot of the hype on this game is about Micah returning to Dallas, but it's early in the season. This really feels like another game that could define the direction of the season for both of these teams, with Green Bay looking to get back on their kind of favorited status, and the Cowboys really trying to hold on to not letting this season slip away. Is that the way you view it at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a ton on the line, even though it's early in the season. There's so much on the line with this one. And obviously, you guys know this, the Cowboys, I would say, are under the most, other than New York teams, the Cowboys are under the most scrutiny of any team, I would say, out of the 32. But I think, it is so early. But a ton on the line in this one, aside from the Micah situation. And, we're so excited that we have it on NBC. We're so excited we have it in prime time. I mean, how lucky are we when that happened, and we looked at the schedule. It's like that's awesome that we have this game. But I think obviously the Cowboys getting the running game going. I mean, Javonte Williams, I think, he's a guy who has a lot to prove. But coming back from injury, and he's like, I know no one really. Not that he doesn't. I don't even think he cares about respect. But I think I talked to him before the kickoff game when we had that game against the Eagles as well. So I think that's a matter of getting the running game going. Dak is Dak. He's just steady and. But I mean, I think not having CD is. I mean, we're going to see. But I did talk to Jake Ferguson as well yesterday, and obviously he's emerged and. He said, Dak points to me as the guy to bring the physicality, and he always says, I'm the guy who has to bring the juice for the team. And and so I think he relishes that and looks forward to that. He's looking for his first touchdown, as we know. But, the CD factor is, we can't discount that by any means.
Yeah. Well, you brought us amazing insight and also a little bit of breaking news to boot.
Oh, absolutely.
The game.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, thank you very much. 7:20 p.m. Central on NBC and on Peacock. Melissa, you were fantastic. We'd love to have you back anytime.
Thanks for having me. I'm headed to Dallas tonight and to practice tomorrow, so maybe I'll see you guys when I'm out there.
Get a good brisket sando while you're here, all right?
Thank you very much.
All right, take care, guys.
There you go. Melissa Stark right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll pick up that part, but Deron Bland flat out told her, I'm going to play. So there you go. Perhaps a relief from some of the Cowboys Nation right there. Coming up next, for better or worse, what have you been really wrong about with the Cowboys thus far? Plus, maybe I'll give you some Micah props next, live from Globe Life Field on 105.3 The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Globe Life Field for the final Texas Rangers home game of the season. They have opened the doors. The Tolos are pouring in. We've already said hello to a whole lot of people. It has been a fantastic experience. And then we just talked with Melissa Stark on the other side, and she said that Deron Bland told her that he was going to play on Sunday night. So that feels like a very positive thing, hopefully, if true, for the Dallas Cowboys.
I do wonder, is that I'm going to play, and that's what players say, or if that, I don't know whose decision it is yet.
Yeah.
But I love that she got that information in the conversation she had with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I wanted to ask, the Cowboys are at 1-2 right now. I don't know how shocking that is to people, so I wanted to focus in on specifically, for better or for worse, what have you been wrong about with the Cowboys this season? So it could be a positive, it could be a negative. I've got some of both.
Okay.
Corey,
Yeah.
would you like to start? Would you like me to go to the fan text? You want to go with me?
I'll start this off a little bit. Kevin, I'll be very honest. I'm going to be very, very honest about the thing that I was wrong about. I thought the secondary was going to be better. I legitimately, and I know there's been a lot of shuffling going on. There's been a lot of trying to figure out who's going to be there based on the fact that they have injuries all the time. But I thought that they were going to be able to cover better. That was something that they were going to be, the pass rush was going to struggle, but I really felt like that was going to be something that would be the strength. Now, I'm very wrong about it. Eberflus hasn't been able to get on the same page, and the one thing I probably should have been, I was going based on the fact that I thought his secondary was pretty tough last year in Chicago. The one thing I've learned over this time is that he's much more of a front seven guy than he is a secondary guy. And so that's the thing that I missed on completely. But other than that, I've been right about everything else. Nailed all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, everything else.
Okay. Well, Alec, that's great news for Corey. He's been right about everything else. Have you been right about everything else, or do you have other things, positive or negative, that you've been wrong about with this team?
One thing that I will take credit for, not totally, because I don't coach the team.
Are you guys changing this segment to what you've been right about?
No, because a lot of people were wrong about this, and I will say that I was a Javonte Williams fan. I was concerned about the overall depth, and, hey, if he gets hurt, one, is he going to play the same ever again? Two, who's going to play behind him?
Right.
So I was worried about the room in general, but I was excited about him. What I have been wrong about is I thought we were going to get a little bit more, I don't know what the word is, but like intensity in the passing game and a little bit more, I guess, of a spread out look from the offense rather than CeeDee Lamb, Javonte Williams, CeeDee Lamb. I don't know if I was expecting George Pickens to get a lot more volume in the first 3 games. I really don't know what I was expecting from it, but it has looked different than I expected, especially once you got on the other side of the 50. I don't know if it's just being complacent because you know that you have an automatic 3 points waiting for you, or if it's just once you get past the 50, maybe things just aren't going your way. Defenses are giving you different looks, but I thought that the offense, passing-wise, would look a little bit more spread out and aggressive.
I'm right there with Alec on the aggressive part. The spread out part, I'm glad he included that as well. But the aggressive part, I thought there would be so much more downfield attack and opportunities. Quite honestly, Turpin, some of the stuff he's getting underneath, I see why. Pickens going deep, and then you have routes that just kind of layer that way. That's great. I did expect some more, and maybe Dak's just not comfortable trusting it yet. Maybe he's just not there yet with I'm going to push it downfield. Dude, you can pick up 40 yards by just putting the ball up in the air and getting a pass interference. It's been proven.
Yeah.
It's been proven twice now with George Pickens and Dak. So that pushing downfield, I expected a lot more, and then that would open up other things. They have still been we're going to run to set up the pass team, which I kind of thought would be a different approach this year.
You know, Alec, when you're talking about some of the people weren't stoked about Javonte Williams, I'm definitely going to raise my hand. I was not excited about that, and the number one thing I was thinking is I was wrong about the Cowboys' effectiveness in both rushing offense and rushing defense. I know it's early, but rushing defense, 17th. That's right in the middle of the pack. If you told me going into the season that the Cowboys were going to have an average run defense, I'd be like, great, let's do that. And I'm excited about that. But also on the rushing offense, 11th in the NFL. And it's not just the numbers. It's if you watch the games, specifically Javonte Williams has had the ability to push the line of scrimmage or push the pile when I thought the play was over.
Yep.
I thought it was dead, and he's done that. It feels like at least once a game. Now, the issue is whether it's a big Javonte Williams run or after the big Miles Sanders run is, man, they have killed their lengthiest runs with immediate turnovers. So I don't know how much you think that offsets, but both the rushing offense and defense have been better than I thought.
Yeah, no, I think you're dead on there. You know what? Miles Sanders has proven to me a couple different times that he's fleet of foot. Not fast burner, but he can get through to and through the hole the right way. Javonte Williams I kept saying before the season, if he can make one cut, and if he can make one cut, we're going to be pretty good on running the ball. I've seen him do that a couple times. I did not anticipate the power that he's been running with. That's something that really did catch me off guard because I just had not seen that the same way. But he didn't I don't think he had it last year in his legs after the injury.
Yeah. Now, these are back-to-back. They were wrong that Leafau was going to be good. And then also this person says, I was 100% wrong about these linebackers. I had a good feeling about them. They're all horrible. Now, we talked about some of the Pro Football Focus numbers on Sanborn, the fact that you haven't really gotten to see a lot of Leafau. I am going to move up in the defense just a little bit. I really thought, and this is not to say that Donovan Ezeraku won't have a kick-ass career. I thought, based on training camp, man, he was going to walk right in here and make an impact, straight away.
I'm glad you said that because this is one of those instances. I was kind of talking with a friend about this. This is one of those instances where the games and practice told us two different stories.
Yeah.
The preseason games told me that Ezeraku was not there yet because if you watch the preseason games, he was applying pressure, but you remember you used to call Anthony Spencer almost there, Spencer?
Yeah.
And he was almost there on every single one of those. Yeah. You asked me this year, hey, do you think that he's going to have more than 4 sacks? And I was like, I think 3. And I was like, that would be a good year. 4.5 would be good for him is what I said. And people were like, no, I'm expecting 9 out of him. And I was like, dude, most rookies in the first round only get about 3.5 sacks. So, this is a big deal if he gets that. He's been almost there. You're still seeing him learn the position. Yesterday, John, owning on with G-Bag, was talking about one of his key signature moves is this Euro step where he slaps the hands, and he's just a little bit off on that. I love what John Owning was talking about yesterday. He's just a little bit off there. But then when we were watching preseason practice, I was like, this dude's a star. This dude is amazing.
Yeah.
But then I watched the games, and I was like, that's a really good tackle he's up against. All right, so I think that's going to be more like what he's going to be this year.
And, man, we've mentioned this a couple times in the past week and a half. Will Dante Fowler please show up? I thought that this was a really savvy move for not a lot of money. He was relatively productive here. He was productive in Washington. He has not mattered a lick on this team so far. So Ezeraku and Dante Fowler, absolutely. I think I was wrong about because I thought they were going to have more of an impact, at least early on this team. Now, I wanted to hit something. I saw a couple of people talking about this. Don't you think you can count the rush defense being better because teams know the defense can give up any?
Absolutely.
Okay, now I think that. But think back. They were really solid. Well, I'm going to say they were solid in the first game. Now, I know you're going to say Jalen Hurts. I get that.
They played a game that we did not expect in the first
and,
one.
And you played significantly better against the best running back in the league than we thought. Then I think in game 2, it was really shown how god-awful the secondary is at the moment, and clearly that was exploited to the nth degree in game 3. So now I think that's probably going to kind of not be as important because I don't think teams are going to run the ball as much against the Cowboys. But I do still think, like, outside of the stats, just watching, like, the moments these runs happen in the game, I think they have been way better than I thought. Now, we've got Micah Parsons making his return. I got some Micah prop bets for you guys. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yes, I am.
All right. Will Micah Parsons get at least one sack?
In this game,
Yes.
I think they're going to do everything they can to keep him from it. I think they're going to chip. I think it's going to become one of their most important things is do not let Micah Parsons embarrass us on this stage.
Okay.
I think they're going to do that. And you know what? I feel like it's going to pay off with other people then because the Cowboys' approach to that. But I do think he will get his one because he does hunt them. He will go out of his way from the defense in order to get that one sack for himself.
Now, Alec, I want to include you on this next question. 2-1 on your money. Will Micah Parsons get 2 or more sacks Sunday night?
Ooh. I'm going to go with no.
Okay.
I think this might be like his Green Bay debut where they're going to be up by 2 scores or whatnot, and it's not really going to matter, and he's going to get that sack in the fourth quarter, and then everybody can have their headline for Monday.
Yeah, that is a good point. Corey, for 2-1 on your money, will Micah Parsons get 2 or more sacks?
Man, you know what? If this game's out of hand late,
yeah, that's what Alex said.
Yeah, that's Alex right there. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say 1 is what they hold him to because I think they don't want to be embarrassed by it.
For 3-1 on your money, will Kenny Clark get a sack in this game? I know, obviously, we've talked a whole lot about Micah. Want to throw Kenny Clark in there. 3-1 on your money.
Yes. I'll take that bet all day long. I think he's going to have a sack and he's going to have multiple tackles for loss.
Alec?
I kind of like it. I'm going to say yes. I like how he was talking to the media the other day about, like, this is all business. If old friends want to come seek me out after the game, cool. I don't care about them. I'm here to play football.
Dude, the two things with that, one, he does know those guys. He went up against them all the time, so he knows that too. So there's a good thing to go along with that. They know him, so that's those things balance out. But did you hear about the suite situation with him?
Yeah, I saw that report. I definitely want to ask Jerry about that.
He has Micah's suite, and he was like, it's going to be packed.
Well, yeah, because he said he couldn't get his money back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he paid for it in full. I definitely want to ask Jerry about that tomorrow. All right, these next two, money to be made, perhaps. Alec, 3-1 on your money. Will Micah Parsons get a roughing the passer, taunting, or late hit penalty?
Ooh, I'm going to say yes, and
I could see that.
Specifically, I think it's going to be taunting.
Taunting,
I don't think he's going to hurt Dak or anything. I don't think he's going to be vicious. I think he's going to do some sort of celebration that the refs, which they're super soft this year anyways, they're going to throw a flag on him.
Corey?
Can you repeat the question, Kevin?
We'll go to the next question.
All right.
5-1 on your money. I think this is a yes bet. Will the crowd chant Micah Parsons or Micah Parsons? Now, I would assume this has to be loud enough to, like, get picked up.
Oh, it's going to...
5-1 on your money.
I think it'll be Micah. I don't think it'll be Parsons.
Okay.
I think it'll be Micah. And here's why. We've seen a history of the last 10 years now, other teams invading this stadium.
Yeah.
Packers fans, because the Cowboys are down right now, and because the Packers fans are hot, this is their chance and Packers fans live everywhere. This is their chance to see it. I think this stadium's going to be maybe half and half, dude. I think it's maybe half and half. And so I'm very concerned about that. And I think that they're going to want to try and prove if their guy gets a sack, they're going to want to show up for it.
Alec, 5-1 on your money.
Why not? I love the long odds. I always do. I'm a sucker for those. Throw $10 on it and forget you ever did it.
All right, I got one more question then. Over under, how many times will Jerry be shown on Sunday Night Football during the game? So it has to be like between kickoff and end.
15.
Wow. All right, you're going to want to play the over on this.
Yeah.
Alec, the over under is 3. That feels, I feel like you take the over on
I'll
that,
take
right?
the over all day.
That feels really low. I'm smashing the over on that one. I'm thinking more like 5 or 6 times.
See, I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. I got NFL overreaction or reality for you. Plus, let's do some baseball nuggets all wrapped into one next on The Fan.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Globe Life Field for the Texas Rangers' final home game of the season. We got some baseball nuggets coming up in just a minute. But first, we're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality. Overreaction or reality, gentlemen. Jared Goff is still the most underappreciated quarterback in the NFL.
That's an interesting question because I can't think of anybody else that's more underappreciated than him right now.
Every once in a while, I hate to say this, and I know people are going to get mad. Do you ever feel like Jalen Hurts is underappreciated?
I do, but he's not a prolific passer.
True.
I think he's a winner. His team knows what to do to win. But I think Jared Goff doesn't get the love because everybody made it seem like he was just a product of Sean McVay whenever he was here. And he doesn't run. He's not flashy. He doesn't have the ability to run. Troy even said it the other night. He's more like me. Where he's just kind of in the pocket. He's taking care of his business. I think he's very underrated. Dude, that throw that he made on 4th and 2 to Amon-Ra St. Brown, Dan Quinn's mentality, he's already going for it. That whole team knows that they have that option available to them, and they already know on 3rd down based on the play what they're going to do next. That throw was so perfect. And Kevin, whenever I watched him in college, what did I keep saying? Him 20-plus yards might be the most accurate quarterback I've ever seen. And he's continued to be that kind of guy.
Alec, what say you?
I'm going to say reality, and it goes to what Corey was talking about yesterday with Giancarlo Stanton, the idea of, Hall of Very Good. I think that's what he falls into me, unfortunately, because he does have so many great playmakers around him, and he's got a maniac of a head coach that ends up taking most of the credit. Not by design, but a lot of people. We just heard Melissa Stark talking about it with you guys that he's just a quote machine, and he's the guy making the decisions at the end of the day. So people point to him more than they do the quarterback making the passes. So I think it's unfortunate, but it's true.
NFL overreaction or reality. Travis Hunter isn't getting used enough by the Jags. Now, I know Deion Sanders came out and was like, yeah, he can be used more. We did that for multiple years. And the Jags coaches came out, I think it's this morning or yesterday, said they could help him out more. But for somebody who is supposed to be maybe the most prolific wide receiver in this draft, he has 10 catches for 76 yards this season.
I felt I liked him at cornerback a lot, and so I know where they're trying to use him. You think they're just trying to get his feet wet a little bit and trying to, as far as that goes. And I think he's getting a little extra oomph from other cornerbacks out there that are like, we're going to show you, you punk kid.
Oh.
I just feel like that's probably a mentality going up against him is there's no way I'm letting this punk kid who thinks he can run both sides of the ball show me up whenever he's just a cornerback as well.
Alec?
I'm right there with Corey. I actually like the idea of people going into games against him like, not going to let this this Toy Story character that can do everything, show me up. It's his first year in the league. I got to show this guy up. I got to make sure. Yeah, I'm right there with Corey. I'm going to be in lockstep there. I am interested to see how the ebbs and flows of the season kind of impact his snap count, though. I do think that they could give him some better looks and some better situations, but maybe it is one of those things where they're just like, hey, it's a longer season here in the NFL. There's a lot more physicality that goes into this sport, so we're going to kind of temper our expectations.
NFL overreaction.
Can I go back to 3 questions ago?
Oh, my
or
gosh.
2 questions ago?
Okay.
A lot of people say Baker Mayfield.
Ooh,
most underappreciated quarterback.
That's a good answer. I wonder if that's changing for him this year.
Because of his biceps injury?
Not necessarily.
Right.
I wonder if we're literally in the middle of watching that narrative change, but that is a really good answer. All right, overreaction or reality. Shane Steichen early on is far and away the early leader for NFL Coach of the Year.
Who else?
Would you say Harbaugh?
Okay. Yeah, because the Chargers, their identity right now is definitely their defense, and their offense is capable, and I'm talking about the Chargers right now. But what Shane Steichen's doing, he's an offensive-minded guy.
Yeah.
And his team is doing his team is doing exactly what they need to do, scoring every time. Like every time they go down the field, they're controlling the game. He said, I know what Daniel Jones is. I'm not going to ask Daniel Jones to go be a hero. I'm going to ask Daniel Jones to be a quarterback of my team. And Daniel Jones said, all right, I got this. And the rest of the team said, we can do our jobs too. And I think this is a very impressive coaching job, because this could have been it for him. And right now he's making the statement that he needs to be there for a long time.
You agree, Alec? Is it Steichen or bust right now?
I agree. It's a reality. And for a more specific reason, I've seen him do this twice now. And I think people really kind of don't give him enough credit for what he did in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts found his stride as a passer in the NFL when Shane Steichen was the guy at the helm calling the plays. He's now doing it again with a guy that we thought a lot less of than Jalen Hurts. At this day and time, in 2025, who expected Daniel Jones to be a viable and successful NFL quarterback? Next to nobody. This is the second time he's done this, and I think he needs to be rewarded for it right here, right now. That could change if things go up in flames, but right now it has to be Steichen.
This next question is very dramatic. NFL overreaction or reality? The Houston Texans season is over. I got a bonus question.
3
that's
games
also
in,
dramatic.
it's still early.
That's right.
So I'm not willing to say that yet, but you said 0-2 and you're done, so I might go with that.
I did not say that.
I think it's a little tough to say over, but I don't know how they're going to revive it. The offensive line doesn't look like it's found a way to protect him like it was last year. And C.J. Stroud, I think at this point you're starting to really ask the question of, is C.J. Stroud going to fall apart? And not?
Bonus question for you, Corey Majors. C.J. Stroud peaked in his rookie season and will never be that good again.
Reality.
Oh,
sorry, Texans fans. Y'all are done for. Y'all are going to have to go draft another one at the top of the draft. That's unfortunate for them. Because he looked so good in the first one.
I know. All right, Alec, your thoughts on both of these bold, potentially ridiculous questions?
I'm going to go reality to the first one and say that their season is cooked, because it feels a lot like we talk about with the Cowboys defense specifically here. For them on offense, the personnel just does not match what they want to achieve. And I don't think that's going to change throughout the course of a season. I think C.J. Stroud is going to be fine in the long run. I just think that Nick Caserio might have gotten his flowers a little bit too early about his ways that he can manipulate draft capital and cap numbers and all of that to build a good team. I think, specifically me, I thought he was going to be the next Howie Roseman whenever I saw what he was doing with the back-to-back C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. picks. I was like, oh my God, this guy, he understands it. You take risks, you swing big, and it pays off. Well, he did absolutely nothing this offseason, and I think he's reaping the negative side of that.
Overreaction or reality? The Chiefs' offense and their offensive line is going to cost them a spot in this year's playoffs.
Man, hold on. Which one? Because the offense is struggling.
Yeah. See, I'm going to go with the offense. I know they have offensive line issues, but they have legitimate offensive problems.
Their inability to run the ball right now is fascinating to me, because Pacheco is an angry runner, but he doesn't have the holes. And Andy Reid's always been good at having a unique backfield where the guys could catch out of the backfield, run also. There was never an Emmitt Smith, Derrick Henry kind of thing for him. It's always been a Bryant Westbrook, LaShawn McCoy, guys that can do lots of different things. And so the fact that they can't get that going kills their offense altogether, because downfield, the only play Mahomes seems to have right now is, I got to throw it 90 yards over to Thornton, and they're going to be okay because, hey, man, Travis Kelce's falling apart. Noah Gray, he's getting good opportunities, but then there's a holding. So I think you're right, man. The offense and offensive line are going to be the reason.
All right, Alec, I'm going to kick it over to you with a bonus question as well. The Chiefs have to beat the Ravens if they want to make the playoffs.
Ooh.
Because, I think the Ravens division, because I know they have the same record, I think the Ravens division looks like it's significantly more open for them to still come back and take.
Sure.
Whereas it looks like maybe the Chargers are going to prevent that in the West.
Yeah, I'm going to go reality to both. And it might not even be, for the bonus question, it might not even come down to a math or a logistics standpoint, just a confidence thing and a measuring stick game. For me, at least, you have to beat one of the premier teams in the AFC, because right now, I haven't seen anything that says you can hang with some of those teams, especially, shockingly enough to me, the Chargers. I knew they were going to be decent. I didn't think they were going to be this good and almost unstoppable. Quentin Johnston, my guy, TCU Horned Frog, he figured out how to catch footballs again, and it's an amazing thing for that offense. I don't know what's going to stop them at this point, and it's certainly not going to be the Chiefs because of their offense not showing much right now.
All right, since you said that, let's transition to the next logical question. Overreaction or reality? Justin Herbert is the real front runner for the NFL MVP. Now, the odds will still tell you it's Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. I am here to tell you the front runner for MVP right now is Justin Herbert.
Who's your dark horse, though?
It's Baker Mayfield, obviously.
Okay, well, that's a terrible decision.
Hey, that was before the season.
Your
now
dark
his
horse,
odds are lowered.
Your dark horse is obviously Daniel Jones, Kevin. I don't know if you've been paying attention.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Everybody was wrong about Daniel Jones, including me. So I was wrong about two things now. The Daniel Jones, I think, literally, seriously, if he can keep this up all season, is in contention for it. But I think he'll end up being behind Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson.
Do you know in some places you could still get 40-1 on Daniel Jones for MVP?
So I have to bet $40?
No. You can bet $2 and win 80.
Ooh,
but by comparison,
if I bet $40, I can win.
Then you would win $1,600.
I think I can do that.
Okay, well,
compare that. Find that in the budget.
Compare that to Herbert. He's only 5-1.
Yeah.
So I'm saying the numbers are significantly higher. All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? Justin Herbert is the real favorite for the MVP right now.
Overreaction for now. I think that's going to change if they continue the route that they're going, but I still think it's going to end up being Josh Allen for the foreseeable future, just because they're going to keep manufacturing ways to win. And if they keep on getting into those tight AFC matchups that go into the fourth quarter and overtime, you could see plenty more games where he's got north of 350, 400 passing yards, and it's just going to make his stats look better and better. So I think the argument for Allen is going to stand.
All right, let me throw out at least one more, if that's okay with you guys. I know Brian Dable yesterday, I think, was like, the decision to change quarterbacks was mine, and I was like, yeah, no kidding. That's what we all thought. So overreaction or reality, Brian Dable will not last the season as the Giants head coach.
I think reality.
Ooh, that's your guy.
I think he tried to hire Jackson Dart, or get Jackson Dart to keep his job. But I don't think that it's going to work this year. I think Jackson Dart's going to prove to be a pretty good quarterback, but the fact that you've lost over and over and over with other people, I think that's going to fall on him also, and they're going to go, you know what, we're not tying Jackson Dart's history to you, so we're going to tie it to another coach that we think can be better with him.
Okay.
And I think that's unfortunate because I still think Dable can coach, but it looks like he has gotten in over his head.
Alec? What say you?
Man, I do think Brian Dable is going to be a great offensive coordinator next year. I don't know who for. I don't know who for, but that tells you reality, Kevin. I think what kind of wrote him off for me is how quick they pivoted to Dart. I think that shows the amount of panic in his mind, and I think that shows the amount of panic or just, uneasiness and unrest from ownership. Like, all right, dude, you got to do something to keep people showing up. Go ahead and put the rookie in. Why not? This is your last hoorah. Maybe it looks fun in the process, but you're not going to be here next year.
Yeah, it could be a lot of fun.
Well, that is my last overreaction or reality for today. We can pick that back up tomorrow.
We still have 20 minutes in the show.
Don't worry. I've got more content. I'm just saying we're going to stop there. We'll pick it back up tomorrow live from the Taco Bueno, 5748 Southwest Green Oaks. Hope you're out there. Got tons of giveaways, delicious food, in addition to hopefully the delicious content. But right now, Alec, can you give me cut number 5, please?
On the fan.
MVP. Fly ball to right field. Number 60. A catcher has hit 60 home runs.
That is Cal Raleigh with his 60th home run, and that is what we will discuss to kick off. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's Baseball Nuggets. And let's start with that home run. Absolutely incredible day yesterday, as this remains one of the most interesting AL MVP races in the modern era. Cal Raleigh hits 59 and 60, while Aaron Judge hits home run 50 and 51.
Oh, wow.
To join his
What a jump.
that sounded really sarcastic. To join his own exclusive club. But let's start with Cal Raleigh. He is the 7th player in Major League Baseball history to hit 60 home runs. At least 60 home runs.
Not a single
in a
one of
season.
them have ever been catchers.
That is definitely true. Babe Ruth, Roger Maris, McGuire, Sosa, Bonds, Aaron Judge, and the Big Dumper. And if you go by just players that you think are clean, he joins Babe Ruth, Roger Maris, and Aaron Judge in that category.
Dude.
Interestingly enough, does that mean no one has ever hit 60 home runs cleanly in the National League?
I guess so. If you want to call that not clean.
I do.
Allegedly. Kevin, Salvador Perez at 48 was the most.
Wow.
He's 12 past that right now and could be more by the end of the season here. That's another thing that's just so impressive to me, because those are Johnny Bench at 45. Those are outlier seasons for catchers, man.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen. This is impressive to see what some of these guys are really capable of doing. I'd love to see the Rangers have some hitting like that at some point.
I don't think we've hit 60 home runs all year. No, I'm just kidding. I know we have, but you get the idea. So, all right, that happens on one side, and then for Aaron Judge, he becomes the 4th player in MLB history to have 4 50 home run seasons, with Babe Ruth, Mark McGuire, and Sammy Sosa. And again, if you want to view it one particular way, that means him and Babe Ruth are the only clean players in the
Allegedly.
Well,
we have no clue what Babe Ruth was up to.
Okay, that's true. Allegedly on Babe Ruth. The other two,
there was no testing
and
either,
Bonds,
so yeah.
Yeah, they were taking amphetamines and everything else by the handful. But that's impressive club to be in as well. And I know we talked about this earlier, but Aaron Judge still has an OPS that's 200 points higher than Cal Raleigh.
Wow.
So while we talk all about this, Cal Raleigh's OPS I think is 950, give or take. But Aaron Judge's is 1.145, something like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. He is the best hitter in baseball. You can, like I said, you can balance it out between him and Ohtani. But I think as far as he does everything, he gets hits too. And that's one of the reasons why I'm I would love to give him an Offensive Player of the Year award, because the other part of it, that's why I like what Riley's doing so much. He has to play a position where he physically takes the biggest toll of anybody on the field, and that's just a very tough thing. But that is super impressive by him.
Now,
hold on, what did you say his OPS was?
It's 1.140 or
okay.
something.
No. I'm sorry, Raleigh.
I think it's 950.
Okay,
which is still great.
Yeah, I'm looking. I just wanted to see the highest ones ever. He would, if he falls in at 950, Kevin, that'll be 21st for a single season for a catcher.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
For a single season for a catcher.
Wow,
Buster Posey was at 957.
Wow,
Go all
that's
the way.
low.
Mike Piazza had a 1.070. Joe Mauer had a 1.031. So Piazza has 4 of the 5 highest ever seasons.
That makes sense. It's 959. I double checked.
Okay.
But that makes sense because Cal Raleigh's batting average is also 248. And so I think that gives a big advantage for Piazza.
Guess what?
That.
Actually, he is 18th then at 959.
Oh, okay.
Right behind Piazza, who also had 960 in 1998.
All right. Now, let's go from that to the Philadelphia Phillies. Philadelphia Phillies last night, they clinched a first-round bye in spectacular fashion as they hit a team record 8 home runs.
Wow.
To, beat the Marlins.
Haven't the Yankees hit 9 twice this year?
Yes, they have. But I thought most importantly they beat the Marlins, who I thought were impossible to beat.
Okay, yeah, well, what are you doing right now, dude? Listen. That was a tough series for us emotionally. Good luck to the Marlins and their future endeavors.
Screw the Marlins. I'm still upset that they're not that crazy teal color hat anymore that they don't go out there with. And then
Dude, don't you think that their hat should actually have one of those Marlin nose spears coming off of it?
There's part of me that kind of thinks they should have a singing fish on their hat. But that's another discussion for another day. But I'm also mad that they made Bochy so sad yesterday.
Yeah, me too,
because
man.
he was so
That was brutal.
sad.
It was absolutely brutal.
All right. Everyone's giving him accolades for doing this. Tell me if we should celebrate Tarek Skubal or if this was the logical thing to do. He hit David Fry in the face with a 99-mile-per-hour fastball, and he's going to be out, probably miss the entirety of the playoffs, I'm sure. It's possible, I guess, at the very tail end of the World Series, but realistically, he's going to miss the playoffs. He went and visited him in the hospital.
Went to visit?
Yes. Is that a good guy move, or you probably needed to do that?
That doesn't sound like a guy that was intentionally trying to throw.
Oh,
his face,
and I don't think that at all. No.
So yeah, that's an absolute good guy move. Like if I did that to you, I'd come see you in the hospital. I would be ashamed of myself, but I would definitely come in and see you. That's a good guy move for sure. And like I said, it tells me that he might have been trying to pitch inside. He might have just lost control of the ball, just a little bit.
Okay.
But he was probably trying to pitch inside and do a little bit of something, and that ultimately was a bad situation.
Let's go from that. We've talked about all kinds of potential.
99 to the face?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry.
Always makes me think about Delino DeShields Jr.
Oh, my shit.
And that picture from the hospital. All right. Couple pitching notes for you. Good news potentially for the Dodgers. Roki Sasaki has been activated. He'll probably pitch out of the bullpen in the playoffs for the Dodgers. We talked about that's a possibility for Shohei as well because their bullpen is the drizzling S.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it is just terrible. If they don't win the World Series, it's easy to pinpoint. I bet it's because of the bullpen. So there's that. Then for the Astros, Luis Garcia, he is going to miss all of next year.
Really?
Which will now heighten the need for the Astros to pick up more starting pitching.
Then so what you're saying is we got to go buy more starting pitching just so the Astros can't? Is that what I'm hearing here?
I mean, if you think they're progress starters for like stoppers for like Rocker or Bradford, I don't know, but yes, I want the Astros to not have nice
You know what?
things.
I hope they do have to spend more on pitching. This is unfortunate for him, but I hope they do have to spend more on pitching so that they can't buy that extra bat, so that they can't add that other piece that they'd really like to add to the team.
Now, I'm going to tell you an amazing stat, but also followed by the most Corey quote ever, as I believe we are in the midst of opening the roof. I just wanted to make sure everyone heard that music right there from 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Kevin, I just want you to know you've lost me until this roof is completely open.
Do you want me to just be like...
Don't ask me another question. Just...
All right. Wait for it. All right. Now, I'm going to attempt to tell you a story and a quote. Alec, just know I'm only talking to you right now, I think.
Oh.
But we're going to wait for one more music to hit. All right, are you ready? Wait. All right. Now, Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens entered the game yesterday with a 2.03 ERA. He went out there and was phenomenal, finished the season with a 1.97 ERA. Alec, he is the first Pirate in the live ball era to throw enough innings to qualify and have a sub-2 ERA. And that, to me, feels impressive as hell.
That is really impressive, considering most Pirates only have one hand anyways.
That's a great point.
Oh, because of the hook on the other hand, and they're missing an eye.
That is true. Now, Corey, this is going to be your favorite quote, I think.
Okay.
Henry Davis said, "Don't let guys score. That's a pretty good recipe for a low ERA." I'm going to go to you, our baseball expert, for thoughts about don't let guys score. Is that a good way to have a low ERA?
Kevin, you know what KISS is? Keep it simple, stupid.
Yes.
And that's a KISS quote right there. If you don't do this, this won't happen. It's very simple. You don't have to complicate it too much. Just say, don't let the guys score. What do all those other things go out the window whenever you're focused on that?
And
just execute your pitches.
I see a lot of people texting in, yes, they do play that song every time they open the roof. It's like something Zathura from 2001: A Space Odyssey. I know a lot of people know it as the Ric Flair theme song, and I understand all of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you get to join us out at the ballpark. If not, join us tomorrow, once again, in Arlington, Taco Bueno, 5748 Southwest Green Oaks. We'll be doing our show there 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So make sure you tune in or come and see us in Arlington. But you can listen right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Happy last day.
You are being